One, two. 1, 2.
like forever meant.
Well, welcome back, guys, here to Baltic Gaming Expo Day 3. And right here on our couch, before we start on Counter-Strike Finals, here we got Get Right, Sir Danny and MNJ, and me, Mark the Fact, the co-host of this whole extravaganza. So, Get Right, how are you feeling? How's the LAN experience? What's up?
I'm thankful for being here, first and foremost. It's the first time in Lithuania as well, which is super strange for me being a Swede. I'm just excited to be here, and so far it's been super good, and everyone is super welcoming to me, and I've been just having a great time, if you ask me.
Oh, that sounds perfect. So, next to my co-couch members, do you guys have any questions for Get Right? Let's just jump into probably MNJ.
What if we just say no?
We've got a really good matchup coming up today. We've got some international teams as well, which for Comic Con Baltics last year we had 2 Lithuanian sides. This time, with the introduction of VRS and whatnot, we've got 2 teams from different backgrounds. We've got Tricked over from Denmark. We've got an international side in Forever. I did want to ask you, with Tricked, right? You've got Valde IGLing. You'd have had the chance to play against Valde, right, when he was on North and Heroic and stuff. What's he like as an opponent, as a leader?
I mean, before he was an IGL. He started off without being an IDL, and he was one of the prospects from Denmark, and he was on the uprising for quite a long time. But I think the storyline specific for Valde was when he was in North, for example, where he was like the longest standing member there for a long time. It felt like the skill ceiling never really exploded, which everyone expected from him, because he was like the new rising star during that time era. So, but seeing him transition to this IDL role, take a little bit more responsibility, grow as a human being and all those things, I think it's taken the steps that's necessary. But in the same time, now with the new system with VRS is in place, it's quite harder for a lot of teams to attend more tournaments. You got to basically everything now to just get those points, which is very, very important. So they've been having a quite interesting year, Tricked. Most of the players been on and off from some other teams. They put it together, and now they're starting to take it, to get them up again, basically, together. And I'm excited for the future to see what exactly they're going to do. And I was talking to Rian Allen, their coach, which is a good friend of mine yesterday, and it's one of the steps they need to do to take it to the next level. And if you ask me from the personal side, I would say I expect them to win. But then again, it's LAN. You never know. You also play against, a mixed team as well to some degree. I don't know what's happening with my microphone, if I should have it too close or not. But I'm excited for the game, at least.
I mean, I'll go ahead and and also ask a question, Chris. Let's move it away. Let's move it a bit away. There we go. So I'll ask a question as well, Chris. How do you feel as well? Let's imagine a hypothetical scenario, right? You're still good. You're playing CS2 at the start. What do you think as well about the current way teams have to climb through to try and achieve those VRS points, to try and participate in the major? Would you feel like, this current system, the way we have, the way it is probably better for, talent talent to rise through the rankings and achieve, let's say, VRS points or achieve a spot in a S tier, A tier tournament is a bit better than what, let's say, we had at the start of Go?
Well, in the beginning of Go specifically, that's where I had my career in the beginning. It was open to everyone then. It's just a matter of like how much can you financially own trips and actually go to tournaments. And then like not too long after, then all of a sudden you have like invites only, gets like less chance for newer teams to get the chance to play against the best. And the later years, I would say towards the end of CSGO, it felt like kind of stagnating. And every time when I was watching a tournament, because I've stopped playing myself, it felt like this is the tournament, it's just a different name, different location, and then, you know, there's a high chance these 4 teams can win it, basically. But the level of competition was so high, so it was demanding of the teams to performing all the time, even if you were that high up. So I kind of like the whole thing of the VRS system, but I think it has a lot of flaws to it.
Yeah.
And I'm no expert in that thing because I try to be less vocal and stand on the outside and being, you know, that old dad with a beer in a hand and watching the games and just enjoy the games mostly, and then scream at the TV or the PC basically when my team is losing. But there needs to have some sort of change there, because now how the system is placed in, it doesn't seem to do the effect it was supposed to do, at least if you ask me. But we do see more and more newer teams, more teams getting the chance, and they're fighting more for it. But I think the system is still too much flawed, because like there is a Swedish team that I follow quite closely, like Johnny Speed, for example, and they've been having a lot of issues to getting those points to even get a chance to get invited to even tier 3, tier 2 tournaments. And just because how the system is built up, and you have to have a core, you have to be staying together for a long time, and it is good and rewarding for those teams to stay together for a long time, but a team like that who, in my opinion, are that much better on the paper, they should at least have some sort of chance to get it in there. I'm not talking like a fast-forward way into the system. It's just more, you have to get, what is it, 10 games, winning games in a row, and then like most of the times there's a high chance that there's a best of one. Most of those tournaments also is online. You don't know if they have some sort of a help on the side, you know.
Or a certain monitor to help out as well. I mean,
exactly. So I think it's pity for them, and it's pity for a lot of other teams as well. But that's the team that I follow the most. So that's why I feel more bad for them, you know, than maybe some others. But there's too many issues. It's just looking with the visa issues as well, and what things are happening in the world, and like looking on the Argentina team that can't actually play the major now as well when they actually do have the visas. But that's just drama for another day. That's way too complicated for us. I think we need at least an hour to sit and talk what is right and what is wrong about it, because that's just a big mess. But either way, we also have a grand final coming up. I'm excited to see Tricked. I haven't looked at them for a while, and also seen the other team. I heard that they actually have a Swede in their team, so I'm very excited for that as well. And you know, it's LAN. Every CS game is supposed to be played on LAN. It's more nerves, it's more on the line, and you can see, you know, if you get pushed a lot or punished a lot in a game, and if it can happen.
oh, but let's hear some of your insight as well, because we know that, you know, the LAN environment is difficult and whatnot, but like from your perspective, like what do you think as well was the most, you know, frustrating or the most difficult thing to adjust to when playing in a LAN environment?
I am personally kind of, I would say, born into LAN environment. I was always playing on LAN cafes for like my teenage years, so for me it's never been like that kind of an issue. I think the more the issue is just having your mental side of yourself on the right path before the game starts, because in my opinion it's like CS is just way more than just a 5v5 team shooting game and all of those things. It's more about the mental part of the game. So if like everyone is on the same page, or if someone is off, or yourself is not feeling well because of your play, because something outside of the game and so on, you're not gonna perform. And I think that's the biggest challenge, if you ask me, because you can have wonderful practice routine, you can have wonderful practice with your team, great time, and like everyone is very close up and so on, but then when it matters the most, going on LAN and sitting there and it just crumble instantly, like that is something outside of the game itself, because the players itself are really good. It just doesn't work when it actually really matters the most. And I think that's the interesting and the most fun aspect of CS, because we have seen through the years of the history of CS, which is such a long history in general, where it's been like super teams and all of those things, that they tend to fail. And but they can still be amazingly together, like the group of people. But when they're playing, it doesn't work out at all for them, and that's the beauty of CFC. If you ask me, because the team has to have the balance of being one little bit better, one little bit worse, and you know, all of those kind of aspects. You can't have 5 superstars in a team.
Yeah.
Yeah, but thanks for those answers. Unfortunately, we have to wrap it up here, so I'm going to be sending back our word to our co-host Aurelia over there, and let's go from here.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the last day of Comic Con Baltics 2025 and to the grand final of Counter-Strike 2 tournament. My name is Aurelia, but around here they call me Ragana, and I am honored to be your host for today's showdown. During the qualifiers, we've seen so many great and strong teams and even very well-known and familiar names in Counter-Strike scene. But the dust has settled, pun intended, and only 2 teams remain. And only one of them will walk away with the trophy, the title, and the legacy. But before that, before diving into the game, let's take a moment and thank you to our production team, staff, volunteers, and beloved partners, and especially to Monster Energy for fueling this tournament from the start to finish. Make some noise for Monster Energy. And now let's turn our focus to the teams that are stepping the final. First up, the team European Mix from Estonia, Sweden, Poland, and Lithuania, the guys who came here to show the real Counter-Strike. Team forever mentioned. Maiden Dread, Clyro, Tosha, Stain, and Elam. Make some noise! Their opponents, fully Danish roster with some very well-known names. Give it up for Team Tricked! Valdez, Salazar, Krok, Leaks, and Nodios. Two teams, one trophy, and the best of 3 that will decide it all. Sir Danny and M&J, take it away, guys.
Press this button. Yeah, there we go. Button has been pressed. Yes, yes, Josh. It says on, and we're definitely on with this matchup. So again, guys, welcome to the lovely broadcast. My name's Sir Danny. I'm joined here by Josh. And well, fact of the matter is, we do have a little bit of an early start. I mean, no show match, straight to the grand final we go. And luckily, I mean, we have professionals on stage, Josh. We have Tricked, we have Forever Mentioned. These guys are hungry for a win. They're here to win. They want to show us what they're made of. This final matters oh so much for them. And unlike for some, let's say, some American counterparts, these guys are hungry for the win, and getting up early in the morning will not matter at all.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a little bit early for me, I'll be honest, as well. But yeah, 2 strong sides that are going to have risen up early, getting the hours on maybe some of the practice PCs upstairs, and yeah, going to be locked in and loaded. You've got 2 very tenured sides that are used to some of these early morning starts. So yeah, I don't think they're going to be too phased as we get into this series. But a lot of interesting storylines here, I feel. You know, you've got a side that are huge amounts of experience versus some young guns that could give us some really interesting stuff. We've got the veto up on the screen right there, though. It's quite interesting. Nuke, Mirage, and Ancient. I believe that is exactly the same veto as the last time these two teams met. We saw them in the Circuito Retake Open qualifiers, where Tricked were able to just about edge ahead. They won the Series 2-1. We saw exactly the same veto. 3 quite one-sided maps, interestingly. So shows that, both strong on their own disciplines, but a slightly shallow map pool, perhaps. However, there's been time since that game for both of those teams to watch back that demo, to try and patch some of those mistakes, and hopefully those mistakes have been patched, and we'll have an interesting series on our hands today.
Yeah, just talking about the veto real quick. As well, Forever mentioned, this roster seems to be together for about a month or so they don't really have a lot of experience under their belt as a core. And it goes to show that their map pool coming into this veto is relatively shallow. I mean, from what I saw as well from some of the Faceit games they've been playing, apparently, they have maps like, Mirage, Anubis, they enjoy playing those. Nuke ends up being a map that is picked against them, yet they're able to perform, in some cases, relatively okay, though obviously in the Trick matchup that really didn't go as well. But as far as map pool is concerned, we're basically having the exact same series they had a couple weeks online. But of course, that was online, and LAN is a whole different beast, as Christopher told us. So absolutely expect some, I wouldn't necessarily say upsets, but we should also mention as well, I believe that Trick are currently playing with a stand-in, right?
Yeah, Croc's playing instead of Queenix. Croc, a very talented player, though, obviously from Astralis Talent. He actually stood in for that Circuito Retake closed qual as well. So this isn't the first time he's stepping in with this roster, which is quite nice, because I think sometimes when you play with a player, obviously he's going to have played with these guys within the Danish scene in pugs and things like that. Yeah. But in a team environment, I think sometimes the first time you play with somebody, there can be those teething issues. The fact that they have played an event together with him as a stand-in recently, I think does them some favors. But yeah, it's always going to be a little bit of a contingency having a stand-in on the day. These Tricked guys, though, they're off of a little bit of a high. Last month, they won the Gamebox Festival over in Denmark. They beat some pretty good teams, actually. They went unbeaten. They didn't even drop a map throughout the playoffs. They beat Sashi in the semi-finals 2-0, which is the one that really surprised me, because they're a top 60 team. They've been getting all of the invitations to all of the bigger tournaments. And I think for me, that's really proof in the pudding that this Trick side are a top contender to play a high tier 2 level, but they don't have the VRS points to get the invitations. And this is sort of what we were saying with Chris on the couch, that these opportunities come few and far between, and you've got to seize them. And that's why they're playing these open quals for the LAN in Portugal. That's why they've played the qualifiers to get here in Lithuania, to actually, get those VRS points in, get those wins in, so that they can accumulate those ranking points and start getting those bigger invitations. Because that win against Sashi, for example, is a really good example that they can play at that level.
Oh, and in the case of Forever mentioned, from what I gathered, this roster as well has been together, for a month or so, but it's not like, they're just a mix and they're not really aiming high or anything like that. Well, they're currently looking for an organization from what I saw on the Twitters, so to speak, and they are planning to stick together. And absolutely, you still need those points. You need to participate in as many online events as possible. And if you're able to qualify to a LAN as well, that is extra VRS points. You're able to get a cash injection as well, which is always nice. But yeah, both of these two teams are on the hunt for VRS points, and it's definitely not an easy hunt, but looks like the hunt will begin, as it is Forever mentioned, ready to try and play this grand final, give us a great showing, and Tricked as well. On the T side of Nuke, looking to deliver a great performance. Comic Con, it is the CS2 Grand Final!
Alrighty, and we're ready to get things rolling here on Nuke. Tricked starting on their T side. Last time these two teams played it, they absolutely dominated. But Forever, this CT start might have a slight advantage. Made in red, takes the contact outside. He's counting them like sheep as they cross. He's seen 4, but can't connect ahead. Eventually, it's Croc to go down first.
And what a risky play outside with the Glocks. Still a good shot, though, coming through. Yeah, position is very precarious. The USP's long-range engagements should favor the CTs all day long, but the Ts are firing back. But they have lost a lot of HP in those engagements.
Valde trying to carve him a path here. The captain, the leader, and the spearhead for the pistol round. There's a minute left on this clock. He's got the bomb. Look at the positioning of Leaks. They should be aware that this is a possibility, but timing is so key on a fight like this. As he creeps his way through heaven, will he be able to catch Toshas? Looking the other way, there's one down in hell as well. He's just waiting for Valde to take some kind of contact. This is so awkward. As he edges out, there you go, sees the barrel, gets a free fight, but fumbles. And that might just cost them here.
Oh, yeah, this is a very difficult position for the T's. Let alone they're quite low at HP. Tasha's trying to hold the line. It's a good thing he's got the dualies. He can simply tap away to victory. Claro will join him as well, and forever mentioned, this is a pistol they absolutely needed to take. After all, they're on the CD side of things. You could say the more favored side, but Tricked, they're fans of Nuke, and they're more than happy to play it.
That's a very good start. Key to get that pistol round for sure. No bomb plant out of Tricked as well, so not a lot of justification to go for any kind of force in this next. We might see Valde go for an upgraded pistol, but that'll be about it for Forevermore. They know that. They're going to take advantage of that. 4 SMGs, want to try and rack up that cash bonus. But first, unfortunately, we go into a little bit of a pause. Seems like we've got some technical hiccups to fix.
Yeah, looks like it. I mean, I thought the whole point of the last few days was to test out the main stage for Counter-Strike, but apparently, yeah, we still have some...
They were doing other stuff.
Yeah. I mean, it looks like we still have some bugs to fix, which is a statement about the players.
Oh, look, the coaches get, like, director's chairs. That's pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah, look at that.
Let's give it a shot. Ooh,
that is like a proper
that's
director's
sick.
chair,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Filming it, producing the great moments. Rajan as well, a coach of mass experience. I mean, he was part of the, I think, the pretty successful Mouse lineup. That was, wow, we got to go back all the way 7-8 years ago. So not a lot of people will know that. I'll give him that. But yeah, there's still a lot of interesting storylines to talk about this. As well, yeah, we can talk about the stand-in situation a bit more. Not having Queenix, is it a problem though? I would say that even though the player does a lot of entering for Tricked, from what I saw as well from looking back at a few demos, he's mostly part of the larger pack of players that end up pushing. Let's say Nuke is a good example. In fact, when you see Tricked going for a 3-man control of outside, you usually get to have a player like Queenix moving in first, but usually he might also be the second player entering the side. So I wouldn't say that he's this hardcore entry player going in by his lonesome, looking to try and find any kind of opportunity. And something tells me to slot in a guy like Croc shouldn't be too difficult. And as we know, in Astral's talent, I mean, Croc was able to perform pretty damn well. So I really hope he can slot in this roster. And now we're seeing seeing the full-on rush on the upper bomb side, no problem. And the bomb side is in the hands of Tricked.
A nasty surprise for Forever. An instant tempo change after the pause, and they just don't know what's hit them. The Tech-9's bombing out onto the A site, and it seems like things are all wrapped up in just a matter of seconds. Seeing the last man standing. A young player had a short stint on ESC this year, went under the leadership of Mast, one of my favorite IGLs in the Tier 2 space. Just 18 years old. Going to try and leave his mark, but right now won't be able to do a whole lot more than just exits. Does have a freebie onto the CT player as soon as he stops jiggling. Oh, doesn't get given that one for free. Might get another here. There you go. Good damage dealt, but ultimately on a Tech-9 force, you'll shrug off any casualties and just be happy with the round victory.
It's pretty cool as well when you think about it that some of these guys on the side of Forever mentioned, I mean, for some of them, this is like their first proper HLTV appearance as well. Yeah. And think about the age. I think 2 or 3 players are just about 18 years old. Mm-hmm. So imagine, 5-6 years ago, they probably, got interested into Counter-Strike, maybe even saw a little bit of the professional scene, and they saw, guys like Valde on the server representing teams like Heroic, like North, delivering some insane impact, and now they're up against them in the server. That is such an insane storyline.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, for Ellen, this is his HLTV debut to be on the big stage. You can see in the headshot, he looks happy to be here. It's a big day. He's got to stand and deliver. Forever Mentioned looking to try and give Tricked a taste of their own medicine with the upgraded pistols, but it doesn't really pack the same punch on the CT side. There's 5-7s out. Trying to get up close and personal here inside the hut. Pressure onto Lobby.
Yeah, so far a very slow-paced round. And I'll say this as well, looking at how Trick played online Counter-Strike, this is a team that really enjoys these explosive, fast plays. And LAN, yeah, it's a whole different beast, and it's no wonder Trick decided to slow it down. They might be explosive in the rounds to come, but they're very much aware they're up against pistols. You do not want to make any mistakes if you're Tricked, and Croc spots out the first player, but that does not give him a lot of intel to play with. However, on the other side, we got Notius with a frag. Clyro with a great opportunity.
Oh, no.
Oh, that's the S word.
Man advantage then for Tricked off of the back of that. Clyro seems keen to save this Galil. It's a little bit of an interesting call. They'll be on an eco in the next round if they go for this. So recognizing that, yeah, the finance is perhaps a little more important, bring that rifle and the SMG into the next. Let this one go the other way. There was no kit, there was no particularly helpful util. You got 2 smokes and a HE, but no flashes to accommodate that initial entry. So Trick to be on to 2. They won't get that full freebie in the next, but it should be easy enough. They can just try and keep the rounds coming here.
Yeah, so far so good for Trick. They're able to secure yet another round win. Most importantly, though, I feel like it's a good choice from Forever Mentioned to try and maintain at least some of those upgraded pistols and weapons. Why not? It could still come in handy. Oh, that was the moment.
It's brutal. I was worried when I saw it in the kill feed. I was worried that he disconnected, and then you just see the body on the floor at the bottom of the ladder, and you're like, that's rough. That's rough. Tries to catch himself at the bottom and just misses it. Either way, round number 4. It is just going to be those safe pistols from the last. An eco for Element made in red. Clyro trying to take the reins of this one, get that Galil into a powerful position where he can make a move, but denied at the door. An early advantage here for Trick to load a legroom outside. Nice little upgrade for Salazar too. Seems like they'll try and route down Secret, but they've not committed to anything yet.
And why not? If you're Tricked, you have all the time in the world. The most important thing is not to make a mistake. Now, it would be nice if they had, let's say, a player at a MAC 10. They could be your sort of human decoy to go out there, clear out, figure out where the opposition is stationed at. Here instead, Croc taking on Queenix's mantle. Will be the first to enter the upper bomb site, and luckily for them, there's not a single player here, so bomb plan is looking good as ever. Another round win as to be expected. Forever Mentioned, sure, they've only lost a few rounds. I really hope they'll perform way better on the gun round.
Well, they'll be on a buy in the next regardless,
Yeah.
so I think they will have a stab at some exits or something here, but it's been a wildly uneventful few rounds, other than number 2, where the Tech-9's got pacey. Forever Mentioned have seemed scared. They know that, especially coming into map 1, they are the underdogs.
Yeah.
They've got to get innovative. They've got to take risks. Right now, it's been very slow, very passive. Trick to been walking all over them. It's 3-1, but expect to get into the meat of things as we go into round number 5. Forever Mentioned they'll have a strong buy behind them.
Now think about this as well. I mean, if you're Forever Mentioned, right, at least the first map is not your map pick. It is kind of expected that, you might suck on this map, that you might fail, that you may not have a good scoreline to end it or even win it for that matter. So for them to kick things off on Nuke, maybe it's not the end of the world. Perhaps it's a good way to get some of those land jitters out of the way as early as possible. That's not to say they don't have a chance. LM early on with a bit of a spray. Tricked, of course, returning back to their old shenanigans. It's the outside smokes. LM waiting for a chance to strike. The nade is there. Boom, kaboom, but...
Oh, wow,
he actually
okay.
gets a glimpse of the player. Now, that's sick.
I'm not sure he saw anything. That was almost a frustration span. My nade didn't go deep enough, but I'll try and play on the intuition, the timing. He catches Leaks right in the back. 4 bullets does the trick. So it's just down to a FAMAS here, so definitely some contingencies with the buy, but coming in for the retake, 5v4, C4 tapped in. Forever mentioned, very slow on the rotations. Clyro's still holding towards Squeaky. They're taking their sweet time with this.
Yeah, I mean, they've completely slowed it down. I feel like that's a big problem. No kick to work with as well. They have to go for these gunfights, but it will be mega awkward. Nodio's up close with the AK-47, on for 3, and let's call it a 4K for Nodios. Great stuff. I mean, as they were entering the lower bomb site, I mean, no util to work with, no flashbangs as well being deployed. They're just walking it dry, and you saw a trick. They were in prime positions to just close out any incoming players. That's a big round to take as well.
That's a bit of a weird one. They poised themselves to play for a retake on B. They're very eager to give up the site, but it didn't seem like they had a game plan to get back into it again.
Exactly, yeah.
Handing themselves up on a silver platter there on ramp. And whilst it's fantastic mechanics from Nodios, you can't help but feel that they fed the beast, and well, he was certainly hungry. Made him red, just a USP. Valde dropping down from the heavens. Puts him out of his misery.
Look at the pace as well. Oh, good response from LM though, but the 5-7 obtained, trying to deal damage. Big damage being dealt. And that's the bomb being dropped as well. And despite Valde's key positioning, big problem is the bomb recovery, but for Trick, maybe it's not the end of the world. Look at the timer as well. Plenty of it. And now they're just waiting for the CTs to maybe make a play. But they know this time around, playing it safe might really work out.
Yeah, it truly is the answer. One little room to defend, 2 entrance points, and a man advantage so you can set up those crossfires and really have the upper hand here. Tosha's first fight, no trouble. Valde can't catch him. And it's all on to Croc. He knows this is a shot in the dark, a bit of an impossible one. But he has got plenty of money in the bank. And he's only got a Galil here, so maybe he'll have a little stab at trying to do some damage. This is just a disastrous round to lose, though. Molly behind the red box. Just inching forward, 20 seconds. Does need to keep an eye on that timer. Doesn't want to be dying after it expires. Now swing into him together. Croc, hold on a second. He's chopping down as he finds another head. There's 10 seconds left, and Tosha's just going to get the hell out of dodge. So there's not a chance here for Croc, but he has a decent stab at it. Upgrades into an AK. And I don't think he'll be feeling too sore about the outcome of that round.
I mean, it felt like Croc has what it takes to close it out, right? If he just had just a few more seconds to work with, I felt like he might have actually got it across the finish line. But yeah, I guess the whole point of that previous setup from the Tricked side, yeah, Valde taking some very fast-paced heaven control. And I guess he was thinking that if there are ramp players or if anyone is playing in Hell, like those ramp players or Hell players should be hyper-focused on Valde, giving a chance for the players from Trophy to move on the lower bomb side. But as we saw, the 5-7, I think it might have been from Tane, in fact, did some fine shooting. And yeah, Forever mentioned, like this is key for them. You know, they have some great individuals on their side. Like you said, in terms of, you know, sticking together as a squad, that's great and all, but it goes to show that in this LAN environment, they don't necessarily have the experience, they don't necessarily have the teamwork. What they do have is skilled individuals. And in times of need, those skilled individuals might make a huge difference.
Yeah, you're not wrong. You talked about Valde taking that heaven position in that last round. He's someone you've really got to keep an eye on. And I think that it's somewhat the root cause of some of Forever Mention's fear and apprehension going into these rounds. Valde plays this really hard lurk role, and he's so good, especially on a map like Nuke, at taking that space, at getting behind enemy lines, and he can just be a real thorn in the side of any team that he plays against. And I think if you're Forever Mentioned, yeah, you're constantly paranoid. Is he about to flank me ramp? Is he about to climb up heaven? He's just very good at finding those cracks and slipping through them. Timing perfect.
Yeah, I feel like in this case, if you're tricked, you might as well get back to your true and tested formula. of actually hitting the upper bomb site with loads of util, as we saw as well in the past, in online games. They really enjoy playing a fast-paced CS. And to be honest, like that is the current meta of when you think about it. Like, you could try to play something like, let's say, an electronic-esque style, where he's trying to fight for as much map control as possible, then retreating, then taking said map control again, then eventually committing when it's like 20, 30 seconds on the clock. But what we saw from some of the top teams in World Counter-Strike, you don't have to play it like that. I mean, if you have some great individuals on your side, what it does take is for you to be explosive enough. You know, you can take some, let's say, Banana Control Inferno, and what do you do from there? Do you go back to brackets? Like, no, there's no need for that. Just fully commit, spearhead on the B bomb sit, and if you have, you know, tremendous players, that can work. For some of the other lesser teams, well, not always.
Yeah, I'm kind of with you. To be honest, right, this feels bizarre to say that any team would favor the T side here on Nuke, but with the playstyle of Forever mentioned and the individuals that they have behind them, you know, this is a team that is built around 18-year-old talented players. I actually feel like if they can take a serviceable amount of rounds on their CT side, they can move over to that attack and they might actually thrive. Yeah, they might actually be able to control that tempo and show off some of those mechanics that we haven't really been able to see so far. Like, Valde's been calling a fantastic T side, and it hasn't really felt like Forever Mentioned have had all too many of those fair gunfights.
Yeah, I agree with you on that front. It feels like as well, what we saw from Tricked, they're moving in packs, right? We saw, like, you know, 3 players together, outside control, that's the name of the game, whereas on the side of Forever Mentioned, like, some of those players are just, you know, spread out thin, but that's kind of to be expected on the defensive side, though you can always try and gang up, you know, have a few players, let's say 2 or 3 players, try to fight for some of that outside presence, but we are yet to see that from Forever Mentioned. I mean, there is still time to, you know, change things up on the CT side, absolutely, but I'll also add this, Tricked as well, they're online. They're on LAN, but they're also online. They're doing some really good work in terms of their, you know, aiming capabilities, and that is also one thing you got to keep in mind, because in the LAN environment, despite, you know, your teamwork and despite, you know, the team cohesion, sometimes it just bottles down to just hitting your shots.
Yeah, and you're always in a position. I mean, they've got some pretty cool setups up there. We've got these nice raising desks and stuff, so you can get everything.
That's cool.
You can get everything exactly how you want it. But there's always a slight transition period when you come away from your home setup, and you have to kind of adapt to something a little bit different. And I'm absolutely with you. I mean, for some of these more tenured players, Valde's played on plenty of stages. He's played plenty of bigger events, so you know it's not going to be too much of a culture shock. But yeah, for some of these younger guys, 100%, this will be the first stage that they've ever played on.
Yeah, I agree with you on that front. And you know what, Josh? I want to glaze. I'm going to glaze Valde, okay? You know, people talk about, you know, remembering a Guardian flick, or let's say, in this case, a Get Right spray down. But what I remember from Valde moment? I mean, not necessarily a Valde moment as such, but one of the cool things about him, if you get to see his, you know, POVs, especially how he played, let's say, you know, 6-7 years back, is how smooth he moves his mouse. And I feel like that's, in a lot of cases, seems to be like an underrated feature for players, because usually we remember, you know, the flashy plays and whatnot. Smoothness as such isn't always seen as a great quality, but you can look back at some, you know, Valde clutch where I think even on, let me think, upper bomb side, 5 years ago, maybe 6 years ago, against NRG, I think he might have pulled off like a 1v4 or 1v5 on the T side of all places, and just look how smoothly he just moves around his mouse. Like, it is, like, it's so great to see how he's just able to anticipate players. Now, I feel like the way CS works nowadays, yeah, it's a lot more fast-paced. You got to be a lot more about the flicks and being able to aim up and down and whatnot. But I feel like in some cases, you can still see like how smoothly he just drags his mouse on ahead.
Yeah, it's a nice little micro, and it tangents quite nicely into the game once again. Yeah. After all the technical pause, though, Forever Mentioned are actually going to call a tactical timeout, have a little break to recuperate, to talk things over. We are actually on stage rules here, so during tech pauses, you're not allowed to chat. Online, that's, I think, a little bit of a loose rule, isn't it? I don't think that's really too enforced. But yeah, here on stage, you got the stage managers, they're keeping an eye on things, the admin's up there. So yeah, just that extra sort of 15, 20 seconds to talk things over, make sure everybody's still on the same page, they know what they're doing. We finally see that AWP out. It's the first time it's come out here, and it's taken until round 7 for it to be in play. Made in red, a formidable sniper. We've seen him on that Nordics roster, 777 for a while as well. And yeah, he can definitely hit shots with a big green. So let's see what he can do right here. Oh, we might not be live.
Yeah, looks like we have some issues here, but no biggie. We'll get them fixed ASAP, and we'll get this match on the way. But I don't know, like having pauses like this, maybe it's gonna sound weird, but I feel like it favors the CTs, right? Because they're the ones, you know, feeling the pressure in the LAN environment, and they want to get as much experience as they need. And there you go. Have some technical pauses. That's also part of the experience.
That's what it's about. That's why it favors them. It's the full LAN experience.
Yeah.
It never goes smoothly. Your stuff breaks sometimes for no reason. It's all brand new gear, but yeah. No, I kind of feel you. I kind of feel you. But yeah, I think in general, it's always a little bit difficult when you're having those technical pauses on the T side. I think, yeah, just being the team that has to sort of put a little bit more thought into the rounds and actually control that pace and stuff in the rounds. Yeah, I do think that sort of causes you some issues. I think technical issues are always just painful because then you're always, especially when you have like a mid-round technical issue, you're then always kind of in the back of your mind paranoid. If you get into a gunfight, you might disconnect or lag or something.
And they also have to look at us, which is also quite painful.
Oh, yeah, and there's that. I don't know, I'm wearing a bit of a fancy jacket today. I thought we dressed up. We dressed up. We were talking about this. We were trying to coordinate.
I did, man.
I said, let's try and like coordinate something a little bit. Are we both wearing shirts? Are we both wearing jackets? What's the deal? And,
listen, I think I've gone for the classic Sardani look, which is getting brown, just lots of layers of brown.
Yeah.
Brown. But at the same time, frugal. You know, you got a 50-cent shirt here. You got a €1. Yeah. Wow. It's all about the second-hand shop grind, man.
Yeah,
you know, after I cast some Counter-Strike, where do I go? Straight to the second-hand shop.
Straight to the second-hand shop, trying to find new threads for the next cast. Yeah,
hell yeah.
I feel you. I don't know, I think we cooked. I think we kind of cooked.
Yeah.
50 cent. 50 cent, that is a cool show. You've got to show me where you shop.
Listen, you'll still be here in Vilnius. I have the spots. I'll show you.
All right.
Though, I feel like Konas has good spots as well. Shout out to Konas.
Can I give a shout out to, like, London? Oh, yeah.
I don't know.
I don't even live there.
I mean, do you want to give a shout out to London?
Not particularly.
Yeah.
No.
You know who you shouldn't give a shout out to?
Who?
Birmingham.
Yeah, no, definitely not. Big shout down.
Shout
Off.
down.
Shout down.
Shout down.
Yeah, no, we don't like it there.
Yeah, but man, talking about this best of 3 though, I guess we could also just return quickly to the context of this matchup as well. Is just how. We mentioned a bit earlier how those VRS points are just mega important nowadays. And yeah, we had a chance to talk about it with Chris as well, where on the one hand, you can think of, the CSGO days, open circuit, anyone can qualify to the major. You can live in your dream world fantasy of having a 5-stack of players and then participating in an RMR and perhaps getting some stickers if you are, able to cobble up a few players from Ukraine, Morocco, and perhaps even the middle. I don't know where I'm going with that one, but anyhow, the whole point is as well that with the way the circuit works nowadays, like I feel like the system itself, on paper, is pretty good. Like the whole idea of every single tournament you play counts. Every single time you get a chance to play in a LAN environment, all the matches count. It's not like, I don't really care about a third-place decider. Like, no, nowadays, even third-place deciders, they matter. The extra points you get from beating your opponent, the extra points you get from, finishing on a higher position. Like, that stuff matters. It's just that as well, if you're trying to, start off on the grind, man, is it difficult.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. I think it solves actually some quite interesting issues, though. As somebody, I've worked with teams, I've managed some teams in the past, right? And part of being a team manager is trying to get invitations to tournaments. And that was something that over the years was just so difficult.
Yeah.
It's like you have certain organizers that would just blacklist certain teams because maybe they were late to a game once or something, and it'd be like, we're not inviting those guys anymore because they double booked themselves or they were late to a match or something. And then it just massively hinders you as a team and your opportunity to play these events and win prize money and things like that. So I think it kind of addresses that issue and says all tournament organizers have to have this fair level playing field, that they invite all of the worthy teams. And I like that. I like that a lot. I think that fixes quite a big issue. It also, but it also has these downsides, and I think one of those big downsides is if you go on a little bit of a rough streak, you can find yourself. I mean, firstly, what you just said with the whole getting onto the ladder in the first place is a nightmare. That's something that we've seen Tricked really struggle with. They've had to play a lot of these smaller tournaments and open qualifiers to get onto the ladder in the first place. And then also, if you're a team that has a little bit of a rough ride, you can go from the top to the bottom very quickly. We've seen this with GTZ recently, right? Now Portuguese Family. They were a team that were within like the top 35 VRS. They were getting invitations to all of these big events back in March. They then went on this horrible loss streak where they lost a player. They picked up this guy called Jay. They had a little bit of a rough time. They lost like basically 19, 20 best of threes in a row or something like that. And they went right from being a top 35 team that were getting invitations to all of these big events to now being like outside of the top 100. They're getting invitations to nothing. And that's that. That kills your roster, you know? Once you then don't get those invites anymore, that's it. There's no opportunity back in.
You know, I kind of see a paradoxical situation in all of this. It's just because even right now, if Forever Mentioned somehow win this event, right? They get some of those important VRS points, and then you're kind of put in this peculiar situation where you kind of have to stick with the core because you already have those points, and it makes a lot of sense, you know, to stick together, keep on grinding. Perhaps, you know, maybe switch one player, maybe a second player, but for the most part, you still have to, you know, stay on the grind. So imagine if we end up in a world where they win an event, right? They get those VRS points, but then they just keep on having such a difficult time, you know, qualifying to anywhere, you know, losing games, but you still have some points, and you're wondering, man, maybe this roster should just explode, disband, but you still have those points. You're thinking, maybe I should still stick with these two guys. I mean, at least we get some points and some sort of foundation to try and keep on participating in World Counter-Strike.
Yeah, that kind of goes both ways, doesn't it? Because, that leans teams to be less flaky and, you know, less hasty with some of the decision-making to chop and change players, which we have seen plague teams in the past. But, it does also mean that if you do have real and genuine issues and you're not really able to address them out of fear of losing points by changing those pieces, it can have that detrimental effect. But we don't need to waffle anymore because we can get back into the game. Technical issues are fixed, and Forever Mentioned will be finally able to pull out that strong buy we were talking about before. Made in red with the AWP, darting towards outside, wants this opening pick, but no one will be there to receive it. Instead, it's another fast-paced round into the A side.
I'm telling you, man, this is exactly what I expected out of Valde's playbook. Just a full-on commitment on the upper side. No, where is the second smoke? At least the Molly takes care of Claro, but Valde has made his way down the side, but no backup.
So much util deployed early, leaves it a little bit dry for the post plant, but with that C4 tapped in, we saw their struggles on the retake last time. Ellen coming to join the party, but it's again Valde who's managed to slip down to B. He's got that C4 beeping away. And the pressure now coming, but it's Croc in for the back lines to take another. Numbers in their favor.
This is such a weird setup. But they're giving it a shot. They still have the kit to work with. Well, they're waiting for a chance to strike. He's got the A key for defuse. Oh no, it's coming in. Someone's gonna have to hit the spray. And Valde does, but it's a tad bit too late.
Some real mistakes shining through there from Tricked. It felt like all of the other players were a little bit preoccupied trying to catch out the stragglers, and they left Valde high and dry on the bomb site. It wasn't planted for ramp, yet the post plant for two players was outside of ramp, so Valde was the only one with actually a sight line onto the bomb. And when that spray starts missing, there's no one else to pepper bullets in. The nade comes too late to blow it open, and it does just feel a little bit disjointed there from Tricked. So maybe some kinks in their armor. We'll see if Forever Mentioned can expose that further. They win the round, but it's a damn expensive one. It's FP9s here in the next, but a lobby crunch, continuous pace. This is what we need from them. And finally, we see some success.
I'm telling you, man, They got those land jitters out of the way, and this is exactly what you want to do if you're Forever Mentioned. Play aggressive. Go for those aim duels straight to their face. Aim for the noggin, get headshots, and most importantly, get that bomb dropped. And Tricked, man, this is a very difficult conundrum. They got to recover the bomb, but at the same time, we basically switched up positions. It's as if the Ts are in the CT's position and vice versa. And now, Salazar trying to go for this engagement. I mean, they still have a fair enough time on the clock. I mean, if they somehow recover the bomb, they can still just push it onto the side, and it's looking pretty damn good. As Naughty is finding big frags, Clyro, it's his time to shine, but he will be going down to the shitter, and that is now LM on 19 points of health.
It doesn't feel like there's anything he can really do with this. He'll work his way up heaven. Try his luck, or maybe he won't. Oh wow, it's all just double fakes here. Tricked to pulled off the ruse of a lifetime. They're down to B. Elm doesn't even have any equity in this round, and I think really needs to just back off and hold on to this AK. That is a brutal one to lose after such a good start. Yeah, has a little look at that Vents, thinks about it, says no. No chance. Second I drop down, especially with 19 HP. So has to pull the plug on this one. It's going to be tricked onto 5. But it does feel like the last 3 rounds since that tech pause have just flown by.
Yeah. Yeah, there's nothing to be happy about it, LM. Quit smiling. You lost the 4v2. You had great positions as well. But man, oh man, the Tricked managed to bounce back. Big frags being found. But I felt like, yeah, that whole setup was a bit disjointed and to my liking. I'm surprised they still held up 2 players in ramp. I feel like those 2 players were way too deep. I felt like they probably should have been, you know, in trophy room. That way, they at least can react to the lobby crunch. But in this scenario, Trick just managed to isolate the aim duels, win some big fights. And that's a big win as well. Just look at the economy for Forever Mentioned.
That's a bank breaker. Seen a couple of those in the past rounds, right? The fall by, they were able to just about win it, but yeah, they took all the casualties. It was a kind of ninja defuse to get it over the line. Found themselves with SMGs in the last now with no cash in the bank. It's Ellen with that saved AK, but not a whole lot to work around it. So it'll be past the parcel if he dies. And Leaks already down to the lower site, just showing no respect here. A Tricked, ready to take this space, but Clyro. Sap, but Zeus in hand, upgrades into the rifle, doesn't have the Kevlar, so needs to stay on this head angle. But he's connected for one more, and Made in Red's not ready either. Well, they're not ready for him, I should say. Croc returns one back, but it's another 4v2, Danny. It scares me a little. Forever Mentioned should be able to snatch this one. An eco round win of all things.
Yeah, I mean, it's just not looking good now, is it? The one saving grace. Maybe Croc can find some success to recover the bomb. There we go. That's big. The smoke. Oh, they must have seen him. Doesn't want to re-engage. He sure does. But that is now the bomb being dropped for the 2nd time in a row. And with 40 seconds remaining, man, it feels like Forever Mentioned. The one round they've managed to win, the one sort of big round, I feel like was, again, on pistols, the 5.7s. And once again, it is an eco round they're able to win. Like, Tricked are making big mistakes, and Forever Mentioned are capitalizing on said mistakes.
It isn't too repeatable. It doesn't fill you with massive confidence when these are the only rounds that you can win. But it is an important stepping stone, right? You get a couple of rounds like this, you build up that confidence a tad, and then things can start to work your way, especially when the economy is in your favor. And whilst we've been commending Tricked on this no-respect approach and taking loads of map control and getting quite aggressive, in this round, it actually really plagues them. Leaks just going in solo down to the lower site, playing into the vent without checking his corners, dying to the Zeus. That's what lost it for them. It was Clyro's Zeus kill and then picking up the AK and following up from that makes that round happen. And yeah, if Leaks doesn't go on a solo mission and get so aggressive so early on with no one to trade him, then that doesn't happen.
I feel like as well, one of the great things about Tricked when you get to see them in online CS is that they're pretty methodical on their approach in the rounds where they decide to play it slow. You know, they're clearing out the corners, they're making sure, in this case, I'm sure they would clear out the vents. But yeah, it felt like they weren't thorough enough. And maybe it goes to show that Tricked, I mean, they're feeling like they are the heavy overdog in this matchup, right? They're feeling that this is a matchup we're supposed to win, but in that confidence, you can find glimpses of them making mistakes. If they keep on making these mistakes, it could definitely come back to bite them. Here you can see Tricked at a fast pace. At least initially, you get to see a few players to the outside, and Leaks finds a big frag, and now Salazar with another opener. Clyro remains, but this time the Zeus won't save him. Nor the gun, nor the god. And Maiden Red left to blush.
Every single gunfight going their way. Leaks with a mega entry outside, playing through that smoke. Trying to make up for his mistakes in the last round. He certainly does redeem himself. It's really Valde, though, with the big kills on the elevation. It's always difficult entering into that A-bomb site, especially when you're coming in from main. You've got to worry about, you know, players at head level on the floor, but then also maybe there's one on top of Heart, maybe there's one up on the rafters or in heaven, and yeah, it's very difficult, and that's where that smooth mouse movement that you were talking about earlier really comes into effect. Big kill from Valde to finish it off, though, a triple out of him as he sits 12-5. Smurfing right now on the server. He's doing it all.
Yeah, that's pretty huge. I mean, 12 frags, top of the scoreboard. Great to see as well, you know, Croc able to slot in Queenix's position. Like I said as well, you know, I feel like, you know, them not having a player for any team feels like it's a big minus. But in this scenario, you know, Queenix, the way he's able to play his positions, I feel like you can definitely slot in a guy like Croc without too many difficulties. But look at this, man. They want to change things up. I like it. The CTs, they need to go out there, look for opening frags, and right now, at the fog of war, it favors the T side, but not for long as LM is close by. That's now a big gun retrieved in Leaks. There are gaps in the defense, big gaps, but he's able to retreat. Maiden Red with a big frag of his own, and now 40 seconds pass. It's only 2 players left standing from Tricked.
It's another huge entry frag out of Leaks. We've seen a couple of those in the last rounds, but none of his teammates able to capitalize upon it. Valde still crisp as ever. Beautiful shot onto Maiden Red. Contact up from heaven. Just doesn't even know where the bullets are coming from. So it will be down to the aforementioned man, the stand-in, Croc. And you're absolutely right. Having a stand-in for someone like Queenix, it's very fillable roles, right? If say there's any issue and Valde can't play, and you got to find a sub for him. It's very difficult to sort of replace someone like that with the impact that he brings on the server. But Croc realizing that the AWP is quite valuable. He'll just grab it, try and bring it into the next. It wasn't allowed anything in this round. That sneaky 5-7 from down below made sure of that. And now Elam has reason to smile. Weirdly, though, as he was running away, he didn't actually get away with a weapon. It was just about trying to escape.
Yeah, I believe the AWP was dropped right behind the box, or maybe on top of it, and yeah, unable to retrieve it. At 5 rounds. This is, I believe, one of the few gun rounds they've actually managed to win, because recall, they won the first pistol, they won 2 rounds on pistols, basically, and this is probably their second gun round win, I would assume.
And it kind of wasn't even necessarily a gun round. We saw the 5-7 up close outside.
Yeah,
and
that's true.
Yeah, the money wasn't great, so it's just about the initiative, though. And this, earlier on, I said, if they can take a serviceable amount of rounds on this CT side, and 6 is absolutely that benchmark, then I think going into the T half, they should still be feeling confident they can bring something to the table here. Last time we saw these 2 teams on Nuke, Forever mentioned we're only able to take 2 rounds, so this is certainly an improvement on last time. They've got to try and reel it in, bring it home. Giving up this outside control now, but it's all a bit of a ruse anyway from Trick. Cross smokes in place, but no one crossing. Instead, just sat patient in lobby, hoping that those cross smokes will bait Forever Mention into trying to take a little bit of inside control. They won't fall for that trap. They're sat patient. Minute 15 on this clock.
Yeah. Didn't want to fall into a trap. And I've seen a lot of those in Comic Con. But,
that was a good one.
slide away from here and into the A-bomb side. Valde again looking for the opening frag, gets a big one, but there's the double peek. Tasha's up close to the Emperor Vanessa, it's good for 2! And now Salazar remains with leaks. Again, this is looking mega awkward for Trick, but maybe there is still a chance for Salazar. Oh, that is big timing being found. And now he's just booked it, and the CT is completely unaware of what's going on, but now they will. As the digits are punched in, hit Salazar against 3.
Finding the timing's great, but that AWP just feels like a bit of a one and done. He's got to do great work to isolate these fights. Little jiggle, sees Glyro, knows that the last should be coming in from ramp. He's just trying to bait out the shots and waste a bit of time. Sees the second head poke over, and Salazar is playing this to perfection. He just needs to connect the shots, and he's on the right angle. Should be jumping into him, connects a leg, but it's nothing more. Team still alive and kicking. No scope, just misses the mark, and it all gets a little bit sloppy, but it's Salazar with a 1v3, the Tech 9 to deal the finishing blow, and Trick to make it 7-5 at the halfway point. What a round from Salazar.
Massive, massive round. Oh, that is a very loud replay, but fair enough, that was a loud play. Tricked, loving it. I mean, think of this as well. We talked about the experience level for guys like Valde, of course, but I mean, we still have some ecstatic players on this Tricked roster that have played in the major. They have played in the big leagues.
They got their names on their guns, Danny.
Yeah.
That is a big sign of respect, right? That's
Yeah.
wild stuff. I think explosive plays like that, though, we were talking before about sort of playing on stage, playing on LAN and whatnot. We haven't seen too many explosive plays, too many big clutches, big moments to get those cheers, get those roars and the fist bumps going. One like that really does. Then you start to feel fired up. It's like, we can do anything here. Let's close this out. Let's lift this trophy. It's a damn cool trophy, by the way.
Yeah.
I might struggle getting it home. I feel like a bomb-shaped trophy. Airport security would be a fan, but
Yeah, it could be problematic. They'll find a way.
they'll find a way. It's very cool. Second up pistol then. Underway. Tricked. With the Julies in hand. We saw the same for Forever Mentioned, and it was successful last time, but it seems like the Glocks just pack a nastier punch and a bit of pace here onto the A site. The C4 will go down, and it's all onto Salazar and Nodios, 2v4.
Flash rains in though. Nodios looking for those engagements. So many players. I'm surprised he's able to stay alive for as long as he did. But now here comes the two-man peak. Nodios. And now it's just all up to Nodios. He's going to have to win an amazing clutch. I mean, Salazar pulled it off, but for Nodios, this could be tricky. 1v2, nonetheless, no kids to work with, so I just don't see him winning this round. Might get a few more kills, or it might be Forever Mentioned to make a statement. They win the pistol, that's great and all, but we saw them mess up on the first half. This second round is really important to win.
Really, really good stuff from them there. A couple of nice shots at the end out of Trick, so not all doom and gloom, and it's actually going to be enough to entice them into a CT4 spy here. We're seeing this more and more at the moment. MR12 limiting the amount of gun rounds, so trying to get out those SMGs and take the reins back away as quick as possible. As you say, there was success last time. They're going to try and repeat it here, but Forever Mentioned right down to the lower site. Nodios trying to play this MP9 at range, but on the cross they don't have their guns out. And he's able to deal the damage, just about unable to escape. Team makes sure of that. The bomb going down, the retake's already on, they're hot on their heels.
We've got Valde from Decontamination, Salazar from Ramp, and they know there's still a player in Trophy Room. Salazar is so aware of it. And this is where, on the CT side, you don't have to rush. Plenty of time on the clock. And with that bomb being dropped to the side, there's a chance. However, it's all up to a lonesome Valde. As Tasha picks up a big frag, and LM, easiest frag for him. And 7-7. Ooh, a pretty difficult round to take. Goes down to the 2v2, but luckily, it is Forever Mentioned to win that all-important round. Like I said, they need to start building up some of that momentum on the second half. You don't want to win the pistol like fist bumps, yeah guys, yeah, 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 and then just lose the second round. It's just dead silence.
Yeah, it becomes a bit of a flop, is what we saw in that first half as well. But yeah, things got a little bit awkward in that last round, didn't they? Missing that initial and really only window of opportunity to get that bomb down. Made things really complicated. Elm on that back burner though, closing it out, and he'll be the one to open things here too against the Pistols. Easy entry out onto the A site. Should be able to make light work of this eco round out of tricks. Nodios and Velde have actually bought Kevlar, and there's a couple of upgraded Pistols, so expect maybe some damage here, but not a whole lot more. Interesting flank. Made it red. Was hungry for some Mac 10 kills, try and farm some money. Ends up being denied that, but he won't mind. That's fine. Reason to upgrade in the next. It's almost a blessing in disguise. You don't really want to go into the buy round with 2 Mac 10s.
No, not necessarily, unless you're thinking of going for the vent dive, which in that case, actually, having the 2 Mac 10s might be quite good. Speaking of quite good, they've actually killed 3 players in this round, which is quite surprising because they had full bombs to control, and they probably should have made it a lot cleaner. Losing those 3 players, that's going to leave a bit of a dent in the economy. Nothing major, though. If they lose the gun round, that's where things do get nasty.
That's big impact from Valdi. The fact that he's still finding impact in rounds that they're down and out of like that, so important. And that was onto 2 rifles as well. Toshash was actually outside of the ramp. He was tucked behind the box with a Mac 10. He had no opportunity to go and recover one of those weapons. So it does mean that, yeah, it hurts the finances. They're going to come into the buy round. Previously, they had 3 rifles in hand. They're thinking, okay, we don't really need to reinvest here. We can build up our economy a little bit. How they were so very, very wrong. They do have the lead, but I'm not sure how long that will last. Tricked have got a strong buy behind them. Salazar on that AWP again. We really haven't seen any success out of the AWPers in this map so far, which is interesting for a map like Nuke. Maybe that'll change here. Trick try to claw things back.
I do remember, when Salazar decided to pick up the AWP, man, did he find impact in the end of that first half. But yeah, now it's on the CT side. Speaking of impact, though, I feel like Croc has been somewhat silent these past couple of rounds as well.
Yeah.
We said that he was able to perform pretty damn well on the first half, T side, finding impact alongside Valde.
Yeah.
Here, though, I feel like he's going to have to step up. But this is going to be a lot more stationary, right? CT side, they got to focus more on their aim. And for Forever Mentioned, I wonder what's going to be the readjustment. Do they want to keep on playing it fast and loose? On some level, that could really work. But at the same time, you need to have a fair amount of team cohesion for that to work, right? If you want to make those upper bomb site hits, you need to have drilled them in. And right now, Forever Mentioned, I'm not sure if they have that level of practice coming into, let alone this map, but in the grand final in general.
I think they're going to keep playing it fast and loose. I'm a little bit worried, though. The admin on the stage just sort of shrugged his shoulders and shook his head and didn't look like he knew the answer. So, yeah, hopefully things will be sorted very soon. We've got a little bit of a crowd going, though, which I like to see. Any supporters on either side? Anybody? Any Tricked fans? Any Forever fans? Maybe they're just here for the love of the game, Danny.
Yeah. Love for Counter-Strike. It's pretty good CS as well.
Yeah.
On Lithuanian soil, nonetheless. Which is, like, when you think about big events in Lithuania, I know one. There was one back in 2016, I believe. There was a studio event. I think it was called, let me think, Global Esports something Showdown Season 1, I believe.
Sounds like a very Counter-Strike gamer name.
Yeah, that is true. And I think it was like a 250K event, though. They had teams like Cloud9, Envious, I remember. Didn't have any Swedish teams from what I remember, but that was quite cool. I remember that event was in the studio, though, so no viewers allowed.
Oh.
You could try to peer through the window and see, like, someone like Cloud9's Freakazoid. I think that might have been one of the first, like, international events where Cloud9 was with Freakazoid and someone else.
Oh, wow. Goated roster, best of all time. Nothing Freakazoid, Shroud, Sean Garris. Oh my god. Take me back. Take me back. Right now, though, we're back into the game. Forever mentioned, as we said before, just inching ahead here on this T side, but the bank account's fragile. Toshas is down to that Mac 10. Util's lacking a little bit as they've deployed a lot of it early. This outside control on the menu. Valde sat behind the smoke. Leak spamming away. But no recipient just yet. Things still quiet.
A very slow one indeed. Smokes have dissipated. Claro waiting for a chance to strike as well. I mean, he's expecting some of the CTs to get nervous, to try and fight and gather map control. But the CTs are not giving in. They're not moving an inch. Playing it safe and steady. But as we can see, Forever mentioned, now making moves. Deploying some utility over the upper bomb site, but it's nothing much. Claro, actually, I thought he's just going to be on the lurk, but he jumps down at the site. This is still awkward. It's 25 seconds. Sure, they have a player on the lower bomb site, but they still need to hit the upper side. But it's good. 2 big frags being found, and now Nodios. Oh no. He's in prime position. He should be able to do this. No, the spray. It's simply not good enough. And now Salazar needs to come in huge with the USPS, but at least he's got the op as well.
This is going to be difficult, but a very good opportunity to isolate these two because Ellum is on a bit of a side quest. He's round towards ramp. Salazar will be none the wiser, worried about his flank here, knows that he's blown his cover out of hut. Can't really continue peeking. He's missed the key shots. Now, Ellum is in a better position and he'll have to pull the plug on the round. So it will be 9 here for Forever mentioned. The trades were just good enough coming out of the squeaky door. It got a little bit sloppy, but they found the kills that were needed. They're just about able to pull ahead. I do want to put the spotlight a little bit on Leaks, right? It really surprises me that he's only on 6 kills because it feels like we've been saying his name so much. Yeah. But the consistency out of him to find the opening frag in so many of these key rounds has been quite impressive for me. But yeah, the numbers are just lacking a little bit there. Opportunity to increase that. But only with the Desert Eagle here in this round. Going to try and sort of half buy around the AWP. They'll have a full investment in the next, but that will likely be after Forever mentioned, hit 10 rounds. I think we tricked up for the favourites in this series. Certainly the favourites here in map 1, but the scoreline's showing otherwise.
Now, I wouldn't say it's getting scary, but you know what? Maybe it is. 7-9.
The spiders are crawling around.
Yeah. Oh, and no one's suffering from necrophobia. Necrophobia? One of the phobias.
One of those, yeah.
Forever mentioned have made their way down secret, but for Balde, this is a great chance. Checks in the smoke for good measure. Slows down the eventual push, but that is a lot of intel. Now, obviously, in the land environment, it's a lot difficult to hear any of the footsteps, but even if you don't hear, sometimes you just see. And Tane already eliminates Croc out of the equation. Forever mentioned, okay, big frag being found by Leaks. There we go, another chance for Leaks to step up with the dig up close. Another headshot comes through. Oh, he's gonna go for more, but this time he has been challenged. And Toshas wins the fight, and Forever mentioned, I think they're trying to big brain this too much. They had secret control. Now they're going outside, and the problem is time, and time is of the essence.
Sometimes, Danny, you just feel it. Leaks are certainly feeling it in this round, and Nodios will get that spidey sense kicking in, that there's danger close. MP9 around this corner could make or break this round, as Toshas has got the bomb on his back. If Nodios takes both, then that should be the hammer slamming down. And Tine can't do anything about this. There's just not enough time on this clock. That is brutal. What a statement from Nodios there to put Trick back in the equation.
And Leaks as well, you know, out of nowhere, comes up with 2 big Deagle headshots. Let's see the replay of that as well. The first one, impressive. Second one, he struggles, but still gets it across. But Nodios, this is the round-winning kill cam. And problem is as well, this is the problem where Forever mentioned, they just try to big brain it, man. I felt like once they find themselves down secret, I thought this is, you know, the final play. They will just commit on the lower bomb side, and that's how the round will come to an end. But, you know, trying to big brain it, try and move up heaven when you got 20 or so seconds remaining, that is super risky because you haven't properly cleared out hell, let alone heaven itself. And well, tricked. They're able to secure a pretty important win, but again, all eyes on Croc. He has been pretty damn silent on this second half, and he is the A-side defender. And if push comes to shove, he'll have to perform.
It was that patience, that persistence from Nodios in that last round, recognizing that they were at a disadvantage and he needed to make a play. He had the right idea. Didn't peek, didn't make a sound. Such an awkward fight to take and an awkward one to trade as well when you're sort of treading on each other's toes coming up heaven there. So a shaky buy out of Forever mentioned, but it's a similar investment to what worked for Tricked in the last. Croc just on top of the hut. Ready for the pop out of the squeaky door. Ellen doing the same here in the trophy room. Just very patient. Somebody waiting for a mistake. Somebody waiting for their enemy to make the first move. It's Salazar to miss the shot. He actually misses both. That's going to give him some legroom here towards round.
He's got to book it though. At Titanic he goes. Let's try not to fall. Hold the line. He's got backup coming in as well. That's good. Balde up close with the M4 Ibanez, but does go down. The bomb plant is looking doable, but Nodius with a quick response. Tasha's goes down to Balde, and now there's simply no time to win the round. That is such a swift rotation from Tricked. I mean, that pace is something we did not get to experience in the first half. It felt like when Tricked went down the lower side, it felt like the CTs were like, okay, guys, don't go out there one by one. Let's just try to group up. No. Trick, don't do that. Trick, we're like, okay, they're taking bomb stick control. Let's just get in there, guns blazing. Whoever's first, he'll get the big frags. And of course, it was Valde.
That definitely puts Tricked back in the driver's seat now. And a bit of an awkward taint on the economy here for Forever mentioned as well. As Clyro saved in that last round, their loss bonus isn't great. So whilst everyone else will have a pie in the next, he'll sort of be sat somewhere in the middle. Maybe has to go into a Galileo right here, trying to find impact with that save rifle, and he will not. Dealt the goods by Valde, made him red with a big entry on that Desert Eagle. They definitely need more out of this. AK recovered, but slipping away. Croc will find collateral damage. And actually ends up with 2. What a HE.
Yeah, Croc needs to get those frags as well, but he has been pretty damn silent in this second half, and if anything, let him get those easy frags. Unarmored opponents, he doesn't care. He needs to just build up some confidence. Oh, that is a bit of a confidence-shattering round. Nodios goes down. 2 players still alive and kicking. The 2 rifles as well, which is pretty damn good for a potential exec, but the big problem is, of course, lack of intel of what's really happening on the map. They're expecting a big flank any moment now, and they might consider just to linger about, hope that the CTs make a mistake, but at some point, they will have to just aggress.
Yeah, run out of options at this stage. Salazar has been spotted, but has the information. Oh, double dip in there. Was maybe not the move. Needed to take a page out of Nodios' book. Just patience up there in heaven. He gives up the bomb plant. He gives a 2v2 here that feels very winnable for Forever mentioned as they try and give Trick a taste of their own medicine. With a scrappy by victory, Valde draws the first, but his team at the back of the site almost lines up the second. It was a 3K, he needed 4. And Croc the savior with a triple of his own. The stand-in becomes superstar as Trick hit 10 rounds.
Yeah, that was a good example of Trick making mistakes, right? I mean, they were in a 4v2. They should have very easily win that one. We saw Nodios aggressing, missing the shots, going down. Timeouts also, we have been seeing a lot of timeouts in this first map, which props to Forever mentioned as well, you know, for taking the timeouts, having the time to discuss. I feel like some teams don't take the timeouts, not because they, you know, don't really have anything to say, but feels like what are we gonna change up? Like, man, let's just keep on doing what we have. It should work at some point. But Tricked, mega serious, and I mean, this is a great example. Perhaps Vision, I mean, saw as well from the director cam that Nodi was making mistakes, Salazar as well, and this is like, okay, guys, timeout.
Yeah.
Let's make a cut. Just deep breath, chillax, relax. You have this one in the bag almost. Just stop making these silly mistakes.
Yeah, we mentioned before about, not being able to talk during those tech pauses. The same applies here, but Radiant's not able to get vocal unless there's a tactical timeout. So that ability to just kind of tap Valde on the shoulder and say, let's call a pause. I want to get some insight in here, try and patch some of these holes, because the ship is very nearly sinking, but it's just about afloat here for both teams. A decent buy out of Forever Mentioned. I said before, in this next buy round, Clyro would be down to a Galil. There's a little bit more to work with than anticipated because of how much success they had. They brought it down into that 1 versus 1. Slight cash injection, but still not enough to get him onto an AK. Over on the other side of things, Salazar with that sniper once again. It has started to find a bit of a groove, but it's Leaks with the entry.
Balda as well with follow-up, and Forever Mentioned. Oh no, they're pushing onto the side, but they're just being gunned down 1 by 1. I mean, you just saw in that round, the spacing was awful. There were plenty of moments for Trick to just sweep this round under the rug. And yeah, Croc as well. I mean, we talked about him as well, relatively struggling in that first half, but in that second half now, 2 rounds in a row, finding huge impact.
Yeah. Yeah, massive stuff there. You're right to point out the spacing. It was miserable from Forever Mentioned, just 1 by 1, giving Croc those easy fights. And of course, he chomps down, he eats him up. More than happy to take duels like that. All grouped up here, though, in the trophy room, ready to try and go for a pop into ramp. It's a good nade from Nodios. He'll be on the other side of this. He's got an M4 in hand. Remember last time we saw a ramp pop out of Forever Mentioned. It found success because it was Salazar holding with the AWP, but he missed the 2 shots. I don't think we'll see the M4 making the same mistake. Running down this timer, though. Fire at their feet, minute 15. Now they'll start to aggress. Salazar does arrive at the party, but he misses his shot again. Instead, it'll bait them into the rifle.
Good readjustment, though. We just saw in the last few seconds, Nodios and Salazar changing up positions. And Nodios was put in the off angle to succeed, and it sure does. 2 frags being found. That's already huge, and now we have seen a 4v2 in the past where Tricked almost lost the round. This time, they will not repeat the same mistake.
Alan.
Oh, that was cool.
We're in sync, bro. This is a good little crossfire, though. No way they should find both. They definitely won't expect Leaks in the corner, so he will jump down. Put his 10th on the board. Tricked hit 12, and a little bit of an anticlimactic end to this map for Forever Mentioned. Feels like they fought hard, but that key swing round when it was 9-9, they weren't able to take it. They weren't able to capitalize on the follow-up either. And Tricked have just pushed themselves to this finish line. We'll see one last hurrah from Forever Mentioned here. The AK's in hand, team down to that Galil, but Maidenward has got that AWP. Round number 22 might be the last one here. I still feel like Forever Mentioned have got a lot of equity in this series, even if they do drop the ball here on Nuke. They've given us a strong showing, and I expect a whole lot more on Mirage. But Made in Red looking for this early fight over the top. Did spot the head, didn't react. Look at this, in the smoke crop, this could be dangerous.
But he's got intel, loads of it as well. Leaks going for the fight, but he loses it. And suddenly it's a 4v2, but Valde still in a prime position. Oh, he must have heard the footsteps, though. He seems to be aware of what's going on. The big question is, can he find good timing? And excellent timing is found. And he knows there might just be another scout for the taking without dropping a single point of health. And look at this. Those two big frags might have made all the difference in the world, as now they have no idea of the incoming backstab, as the Danes are really good at it. And now Tane left in a 1v2. He's got to recover the bomb with two players, Valde and Norios, top fraggers, for Tricked. They've been looking stellar so far, and this time around the clutch, they should be able to pull through, but Tane, it's his moment to shine, but sadly, the light will be dim as Tricked win the first map of Nuke 13-9.
What a map from Valde there. That was so sick. And in that final round as well, a huge, huge double kill to pull the attention his way, to allow Nodios that space to get up secret, find those final two frags. Trick take it 13-9. It's their map pick, so still Mirage up next. Some equity in this series for sure on the side of Forever Mentioned. But a lot of work to be done to pull off a reverse sweep as the underdogs, that's for sure.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, I feel like, for Forever Mentioned. But then again, I saw their demo in Mirage, and they can definitely play some pretty solid Counter-Strike, especially with the way they take mid control on the T side of all places. But yeah, guys, looks like we do have a bit of an interview going on, so let's jump straight to Mark that back.
All right, and now we're joined here on stage by Tricked player Croc. Quick question, did Forever Mention bring the resistance you expected overall? How are you feeling, man?
We were feeling pretty good throughout the whole match. They won a lot of the key rounds and the pistol rounds, which led to a close match, but in late game we felt we had a pretty good grip of the match.
Overall, I remember you lost the pistol round at the start, but then you came back with those beautiful Tech 9s. It's retaking the lead and just continuing on the onslaught. Did you feel like you were feeling overly excited about that round? Was it just, how are you feeling during that when you just won the second round with those Tech 9s overall?
It was pretty great. It was a free call by Valde to do it because of the sound, because we were rushing onto the gate. We were pretty excited after that, and we knew it was going to be a good start for us.
And are you expecting another win here on the second map overall? What's the feeling in here that you're having right now?
We're feeling pretty great. Hopefully we're gonna pull it through.
Well, that's it for the question part. Thanks a lot here for joining me, man. Best of luck in the next match. And right now we're gonna be going to a little short break here for the ads, but everybody stick around. There's a lot of prizes to be here given away. So a couple more minutes and you might have a chance to win a very big something.
Oficialu, tik Telia 5G veikia net 95% Lietuvos. Faktas. Tik dabar užsisakęs Telia 5G internetą namams išsirink dovaną Samsung Galaxy planšetę arba itin išmanų ir stilingą Rincon žiedą. Ir mėgaukis numeris 1 greičiausių mobiliuoju ryšiu visoje Lietuvoje. Telia, nes kokybė svarbiausia. Faktas.
Minutes here! Sonja! Ramenas! Rabais Kanus Ramenas! Jauris Kanus Sonja! Ramenas! Sonjan! Skonistogarana! Sonjan!
Oficialu, tik Telia 5G veikia net 95% Lietuvos. Faktas. Tik dabar užsisakęs Telia 5G internetą namams išsirink dovaną Samsung Galaxy planšetę arba itin išmanų ir stilingą Rincon žiedą. Ir mėgaukis numeris 1 greičiausių mobiliuoju ryšiu visoje Lietuvoje. Telia, nes kokybė svarbiausia. Faktas.
minutes here! Sanyan! Ramenas! Rabais Kanus Ramenas! Jauris Kanus Sanyan! Ramenas! Sanyan! Skonisto Garauna! Sanyan!
It's time to turn on the button.
We had one job, Danny. The guy literally came and showed us big red button that says on means turn mic on.
That's true, but I can always turn.
One job.
But I can always turn it back on. But yeah, at least now we know how the buttons work. That's good for second map. But speaking of buttons that will be pressed, Forever Mentioned and Trick, they'll be pressing a lot of buttons to try and win this second map. But admittedly, this is where Forever Mentioned do have a good chance to actually click their way to victory.
Absolutely. Yeah, you were talking about their performances recently on Mirage. They were able to beat Trick last time they played them. It was a 13-9, but still a fairly serviceable result. And yeah, they've looked good on Mirage. They're a team that I think are quite tailored for Mirage as well. It's always going to be difficult to play against a side like Tricked, who are a tenured roster with players with a lot of experience on a map with a tactical aptitude of Nuke. Yeah, that's just always going to be really tough. It's like playing a side like Sashi on Nuke. They're just really, really good at Nuke. And yeah, you're gonna really struggle to break those protocols. And I think that's why so many of the rounds that they won were those sort of sloppy forced by rounds where they had pistols and they pushed and things like that, because that's the only rounds that you really get when you're playing against a super structured opponent.
Yeah.
But yeah, here on Mirage, it's sort of back to basics a little bit. We can see some of that raw mechanical skill fire through. We can see some of these 18-year-old talents in action, and I'm excited to see it, to be honest.
I mean, I'll say this as well, from seeing Forever Mentioned play on Mirage, well, they have adopted pretty well to the new meta of Mirage, which is, you know, every single team nowadays seems to be throwing in 2 smokes in the middle every single start of the round. So it's the start of the round, you throw in the window smoke and also the top mid smoke. And afterwards, then you basically try to fight for some of that mid presence, or you just, you know, just send in one guy, let's say top mid, to try and hold on for any flanks. But in all fairness, from what I saw Forever Mentioned, yeah, they are lovers of taking Mirage middle control. And on their T side, that's where they actually found major success against Trick. They were constantly pressuring Connector, and despite them pressuring, you know, Connector, I don't know, 4, 5, 6 rounds. It felt like every single time they were just winning the aim duels, and Tricked, despite them having protocols to respond to, it felt like, you know, they'd lose an important gunfight there. They'd have, you know, someone from the T side, you know, flanking underpass and also coming through with big frags. And it felt like Tricked crumbled on their CT side, and yeah, they basically lost so many rounds that I think they might have ended the half like 9-3 in favor of Forever Mentioned. So that was pretty huge, and that was the one map Forever Mentioned actually looked pretty decent on.
Well, looking like we're fixing some technical hiccups on the stage. It looked like they were downloading mouse drivers, so we might be a little while.
Word.exe.
Hopefully not, hopefully not. So it's time to pull the notes out, I think. I think it's time to see if there's any other sort of interesting talking points. So Tricked on their way here. They beat Rebels. That was a 2-0. They made really light work of them, actually. It was a really, really comfortable 2-0. Rebels are a side that have sort of had a bit of a fall from the top, haven't they? But not so long ago, they were playing at a very high level. They, you know, were playing in the Shanghai RMR. They fell just short of making it to the major, and are a good team. Sadly, we weren't able to see them here. But I think it was also a very convincing Nuke in that series as well. Talking points on the other side, Forever, they beat Chemistry, a team that not so many are going to be familiar with, but it's that ex-Garden Garage roster. They're an ECL team. They've been really good recently as well. So, yeah, both teams sort of proven themselves to get here. We mentioned as well that we saw the same veto against Chemistry in the best of 3. It was 2-1 for Forever. So they're a side that can get things done in 3 bites. They're a side that kind of proved that against Chemistry as well when they lost their opponent's map pick. They came in, they won Mirage, they won Ancient. So there is sort of proof in the pudding that they are capable of taking this map 2 and 3 against a strong side. Will they be able to do it again against Tricked? I don't know.
Yeah, you got to think of this as well. I mean, a couple of weeks have passed, and there was plenty of time for, you know, someone like Rajin to look back at the demo, look at some of the mistakes that were made. Whereas you feel like if you're Forever Mentioned, I don't know if you'll be doing a lot of soul searching, looking through at what helped you win Mirage, what didn't. Though they themselves probably realize this is by far their best bet to try and get a map in this series, right? They get a map here, perhaps make it convincing if possible, and then we might still have a pretty intense third map in the form of Ancient, just because, you know, I feel like Ancient as well lends itself pretty well to what Valde is trying to do on his T sides. You know, he loves the A upper bomb site. Why? Because it's one of the bomb sites in the current map pool where you can throw in those smokes, those mollies, and instantly go in for the push. Think of the B bomb site on Ancient as well. Perfect for, you know, setting up for some smokes, mollies. You throw them in. Basically, you can even throw some of them whilst running into the site itself. And then you have a bomb site where the CTs are like wondering, like, oh, what's going on? And if you have an unexperienced roster, you can quite easily, with just flashbangs and some smokes, just absolutely decimate them.
Yeah, it's an interesting point actually to talk about the lurk potential on a map like Ancient, and you know, we'll probably keep an eye out for it. We'll be seeing Valde trying to sneak into a main, offering some B contact. We'll be seeing him sort of lurking around towards the elbow position and trying to take maybe late round mid control, catch out those rotations. It is one of those maps that can be very, very punishing for that. You're doing a bit of DJing. Yeah. I feel the temptation to turn the knobs, but I think we'll get in trouble. But yeah, a player at this level that actually does that very well is Shane. I think he's a fantastic sort of tier 2, tier 2.5 lurker. And yeah, his Ancient performances specifically are very, very good for that very fact. We do have another poll in the server today as well. Yeah, we haven't sort of delved into the Forever lineup all too much. You've got the two players that I think are quite well known, Clyro and Made in Red. Obviously, Clyro had a decent stint on Levadia, but he is only 20 years old. He's still a very young player. Made in Red has played a fair bit within the Nordic scene, but I have heard that he's actually Lithuanian.
Yeah, I believe so. Haven't had a chance to chat up the guy, but yeah, I believe so. And that Norway flag is deceiving.
Yeah, a little bit. I like the Grogu onesies. That's cool. But yeah, Tosha's a Swedish player, his second ever event on HLTV. He's just 18 years old. You've got Ten, who's Polish as well. I said before he had that short stint on ESC. He was playing with, you know, some very tenured players and Master IGL in that roster, which is always interesting. He's just 18 as well. And for Elam, this is his first ever event. So, you know, there's a lot to prove here, but the expectations are low. And I think that puts the pressure off a little bit, or at least it should, because for Tricked, I feel like they're the ones with all of the pressure right now to deliver, because they're supposed to, right? If they lose this game, the expectation is they're just supposed to take this comfortably. If they lose this game, I think there's a lot more criticism and a lot more eyes that go on them versus Forever, who, you know, if they give us a good fight, they gave us a good fight on Nuke. If they give us a good fight again, people will say, okay, yeah, you know, this is a roster with potential, but very young players, very early days in the roster. They've only been together a month. We've already seen, by the fact that they're even here, that they beat Chemistry in the qualifiers. They even qualified in the first place. We can see that there's some real potential within this team.
There is that, but you could also just look at it from the perspective of, you know, Forever mentioned for them, this is their sort of big appearance in an international LAN final. So they are probably, if anyone is giving them pressure, it's they themselves, right? Because they're the ones feeling that, okay, this is our chance to prove the world, show us what we're made of, get important VRS points across the finish line, perhaps, you know, get an invite to an event here or there. Like, for them, even though you could say, like, yeah, we're not expecting much out of them, but they themselves know, like, this is their chance to finally get back into the big leagues.
It looks like we will be just about ready to get back into the game. The second and potentially final map of our best of 3 grand finals here at Comic Con Baltics 2025. Trek starting off on their T side here, Forever mentioned on their attack. A little bit of util to work with is Made in Red and Team to wield it. P250's in play as well. They'll lean over towards this A-bomb site.
A bit of a heavy setup here from Tricked. Right now, it's a good thing they still have one player. Keep a close eye on things. He's about to see the first smoke being deployed. There's a bit of a gap to work, but that's exactly what Salazar was hoping for. And it's going to be a simple hit on a side from Forever mentioned. Salazar, a great pick being found. Surprised, it says, through the smoke because he had obvious vision on the guy. And obviously, if you're the T side, you just have to keep on fighting for CT spawn control. But I'm surprised the CTs are actually fighting back. This is looking tremendous for Trick. It's a 1v3 against Lonesome Tane. Sure, not aware of his position, but smoke has been deployed. They have the kit to work with as well. Like Tane, I just don't see him winning this one. Okay, he suddenly gets himself 2 massive headshots, but sadly, there is simply no time on the defuse. Yeah, that's, man, that could have been an awesome highlight reel, but womp womp.
Yeah, a bit of a shame there. Decent stab at it, and 4 kills on a bomb plant is kind of as good as it gets without winning the round. However, definitely mistakes made there by Forever Mention. Can't be leaving that gap in the jungle smoke. It gave that opportunity for the opening fight. And yeah, I mean, when you're spamming through the smoke at the end there with the Glock, you're hoping, you're praying that he doesn't have a kit. But when the smoke goes on the bomb, you can be pretty confident that Vale's probably got one in his back pocket. Forced by into the second round regardless though, as to be expected after the plant in the pistol. That extra $600 that goes in their pockets goes a long way. Croc under pressure here, B-side, Nodios will alleviate that with an entry. Croc follows up. They are making light work of this one so far.
Yeah, light work because they're just, peeking out there one by one, and even though the smokes rain in at the site itself, I mean, Croc, he's got plenty of time to work with as well, repositioning himself. And the T's, as they go for those engagements, yeah, they just unsure what to go for. Josh is just cracking open a cold one.
I'm going to try one of these bad boys. Woo. Packs a bit of a punch.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I see where he gets the name.
Sure.
Yeah.
Pipeline punch, straight in your pipe.
Yeah, something like that. I like the little totem, the little cat. Good luck charm. It's like Shui's chicken, but not a chicken.
Yeah, I believe some cultures definitely enjoy cats.
I'm a cat enjoyer.
Yeah. Never been a fan of dogs as well. Especially ones that are, Huns, so to speak. Certain Huns, if you will.
Ooh. I have a dog. She's called Gengar. She's really fluffy. She's a little doodle. You'd love her.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll see. Cool.
Wow. Okay. Yeah. Keeping this really clean. I mean, when you're up against a couple of upgraded pistols like this, you do worry that you're going to take some casualties. We saw Valde pop on a couple of heads when they had the same buy on Nuke, but it is just the one. So damage control handled quite nicely there by Tricked. Amos Forever Mentioned have been, trying to patch the holes of the last time they played Nuke and give us a better performance on their opponent's map pick. You can imagine that Mirage maybe went largely untouched because they had that success. There wasn't so much to fix necessarily for Tricked. That party goes both ways. Right now they're looking much better. Calling for the aggression up middle. This is deadly, but Toshius has the right idea. Clyro's going to find another elsewhere. This is an absolute mess into lower mid. But Alum on the fadeaway will catch Salazar through that smoke, and they'll end up with a 2-man advantage here.
Oh, this is a good position. Oh, forget about it. Yeah, we saw the mid play. I mean, it was obvious. Those smokes, they will rain in, and they should rain in every single time. And Tricked, as I mentioned earlier in the broadcast, they got shut down more than a few times as they try to play aggressive in middle. This time, they decide to bring the fight to their opponents, but it's exactly what we saw last time around. This a couple of weeks ago. They'd go for some of these top mid engagements, and the linchpin, the player from Underpass, would always wreck them. This time was no different. Despite actually deploying a smoke for Underpass, that still wasn't enough. We still saw the T player aggress. And Forever Mentioned, huge fights being won in middle, opens up the round single-handedly. And now, once again, those 2 middle smokes come out, but no full commitment from either side.
And bizarrely, when that Underpass player activated, oh, what an entry from Clyro on the phone. My thought can wait, because these entries and the space that they've created on the A-bomb site might just make round 5 happen. Fully blind, Leaks finds the kill, but can't get around the corner, stuck on the wall, so trade is imminent. Salazar takes it back the other way, but a man advantage, free reign of the bomb site. Salazar and Croc in no position to contend for this one. I'm not even sure if they're going to play for the retake at all. I mean, they've both got kits, they've both got a bit of util, but their positioning says otherwise. So they'll tuck away, they'll hold on to this AWP and rifle combo into the next, but that means Forever Mentioned will be on to 2.
Yeah, this is a very explosive start for Forever Mentioned. We saw how quickly they just rushed into the site. Some big fights being won as well. Individually, looking stellar. Sure, it's early days of the second map, but already they're bringing the fire, which they absolutely need against an opponent like Tricked. You do not want to see Trick dictate the pace.
No, we saw how horribly wrong that went towards the tail end of Nuke. This round was all Calyro though. Sick entry onto the stairs player. They didn't even want the smoke. They just went for the heat. He pulled it their way. I'll finish my talking point on the mid play, right? So when the underpass player actually activated, Salazar just went for this crazy Hail Mary where he jumped out a window and tried to trade it, didn't he? And that didn't work either. So it does feel like, yeah, in terms of that mid play, Forever Mentioned have still got tricked in a bit of a chokehold. They didn't have the answer, and what they went for didn't work at all. Back into another buy, trying to go around these 2 safe rifles, but it's 3 for masses. It feels a little bit fragile here. Important to get that AWP activated. That's why he's playing down towards lower.
Oh man, it's a very precarious position to say the least. If he goes down, I mean, there's no backup. That's the scary part. He's going to have to depart, and the smoke just about gets back into safety. They're losing a fair amount of HP. That's why I always feel like if you have someone from the CT side going for the underpass push, you just desperately need a player in window, in connector to try and work as sort of backup or at least deter the T's from going for these easy spammable kills.
Need a bit of air support there. Didn't receive it, almost cost him his life. Valde wasn't too keen to play deep window with the FAMAS though. A little bit of an awkward angle to take with the lesser rifle. But very slow here, 45 seconds. Forever Mentioned start to group together. Transition from that default into an A execution. Nodios close to this smoke. He beats the flash, it pops behind him, so won't be a victim to the first, but traded by the second. Salazar in the meantime with 1 in mid. And the numbers now leaning in the CT's favor. Time pressure mounting, Forever Mentioned against the clock here. And Valde ready to pounce.
Wow, I thought that flash is gonna basically telegraph the incoming push, but either how, LM tries to hold on, but it will be Croc to shine through. Very important round for Trick to win. They know it. Lose that one, and Economy is wrecked.
Round number 7 underway then. AWP out once again for Salazar, of course, carrying it across from the last. He's had a monster start though. We're talking about, you know, the lack of presence from the snipers on Nuke. He's at 9 and 2 here, having a major impact in these opening rounds. This is an investment out of Forever Mentioned. It's falling flat on its face again, tricked back in the driver's seat for sure. As Elementane left alone, not realizing what's just hit them, not knowing what to do here, to be honest. An AK and a Tech 9. No real damage dealt, no real space taken. We'll start to route underpass. See if there's an opportunity for that Tech 9 to upgrade into a rifle in the meantime. Team's gonna work something out of the apartments, but all by himself. This round feels all but lost.
Looking for opportunities though. And Tane, this is got the horrible position to be in. This is how Croc gets activated, but Tane with a big frag, of course. It does reveal his position out in the open. Damage inflicted. LM has made his way through. Molly will force Tane out of position at the CTs. All they have to do is just coordinate this one. I think they should have it, LM. He knows they cannot just sit and wait. They have to go for these engagements, otherwise the CTs will come first, and they will be lethal.
Alum's desperately trying to get active here, but he knows that the flank's coming in, and they're just trying to buy time for him. Team will be able to trade it back, but 1 versus 3, the pincer should suffocate, and Salazar's there for it. So a 5th on the board for Tricked. Gets a little close for comfort at the end there, but keeping 3 alive. They'll be happy with the outcome.
But I have been loving these mid takes from Tricked. I feel like they have learned from their past mistakes. Like the fact as well that in the past, when they were struggling to hold on middle, they would put more bodies in connector. This time around, I feel like the right changeup is in fact to have players in bottom mid as well as in short. And as we saw, Forever mentioned, despite their fast pace, they got shut down super early in the round. Well, at least they have something to work with, some upgraded pistols with util, but again, no real rifles. And this is scary because Trick might just start, running away with this first half. Already on 5, and those 6 rounds are looking almost inevitable unless it is the pistols to come through, but Croc waiting for a chance to strike. 2 big frags being found, and he's got the backup of Nodius as well, but unaware of the incoming pistols. Oh, what? 2 big frags, but there's a great response. You got Valde and Salazar to close it out.
Not making the mistakes of Forever mentioned non-nuke. We see such fast rotations out of Tricked. It did really feel like that was a bottleneck for Forever mentioned when they were on their CT side of that first map. When the fast-paced rounds came knocking, they weren't quick enough to react, and especially getting down to that lower bomb site and whatnot. But right there, Forever mentioned they were fast to trade, they were fast to get that space. But Tricked responded so quickly.
Yeah.
Valde and Salazar were ready to just chomp down, finish that one off. So 6-2, round number 9 will yield some weapons again for Forever mentioned, despite the lack of bomb plant. They kept some pennies behind them. But this really needs to be a win, to be honest. You really don't want to allow Tricked onto 7 and beyond here.
And I feel like the situation is difficult also just because Forever mentioned. I mean, right now they've been playing some pretty static Counter-Strike, They throw in the early mid smokes, they try to fight for mid control, and then just go connector to A. That seems to be the game plan for these past couple of rounds. And this is where, not having that team cohesion and not necessarily, knowing how to potentially fake out a bomb site properly without overcommitting to it, I feel like this could come back to bite Forever mentioned. That's right again. Trying to throw a spanner in the works, a bit of a fake here and there, and this could work out. I mean, Valde, how is he still alive? Dead now, of course.
Yeah, it doesn't last long. It's a good entry. You've got a bit of time to maneuver here as well. Love the boost. Nodios none the wiser as Alem ends up with one onto Croc as well. Leaks and Salazar all by themselves. Leaks has got a pretty powerful position. He could do something here. As the bomb starts to work its way round to A, Salazar's irrelevant out of this round. And when Leaks dies, he'll almost definitely just opt to hold on to this AWP. And as I say, Leaks in a powerful position. Could find a couple of kills, make something happen here. Big entry, follows up with the AK, but can't tackle the elevation of the third peeking into it. Salazar sniper feels all but irrelevant here. Does hit the shot. Maybe he does have a go at this.
He's gonna try though. Not aware of the incoming player. Oh, gets the one, but again, unaware of Claro's position. Yeah, I mean, sure, why not? Go for that peek as well. If you got a player like Claro in jungle, I mean, you just know that player just can't turn quickly enough unless you whiff your shots, which that would be a whole different scenario. But yeah,
Leaks for that round though screams confidence. I mean, there was sick from Leaks, but it screams confidence, especially on Salazar, who's 13-3.
Yeah.
Because you look at their money now, there was really no justification to go for that 1v3, right? Any other scenario, you fall away and save. But they've got the rounds advantage. They're just feeling confident, and yeah, why not? Why not?
Gotta wait for a chance to strike. There's one, but more players out of ramp. And this is where Tricked will make the full rotate. No need to overcomplicate things, but yeah, what's going on there? That's awkward, but it works out with the T side. They will get that bomb planted. LM just pushing through a smoke like that. The Polish madman.
Wow. Here's some screams over on the stage. People getting hyped up. That's what we need. That's what we need. We need a little bit of energy in the building for Forever Mentioned. It has looked stagnant. It's looked dead in the water here on Mirage. But if they can claw this back to a decent half, there's absolutely a conversation to be had. And up against a full eco, they will all but guarantee themselves a fifth. As long as no fumbles. Try not to die as well. Try not to take too many casualties, because yeah, the money's not great. You do still need finances for that final round of the half.
Yeah.
Should be easy pickings here on short, though. LM has a field day in front of him.
Oh, LM, so many players, but yeah, just gets overwhelmed eventually. Whereas Forever Mentioned, yeah, they already have bombs to control, and this round will come to an abrupt end. But yeah, at least Tricked, if they somehow end this first half with just the 6 rounds, they'll be still looking way better than in their last encounter, where Trick just got, I think, 3 rounds on the CT side, and yeah, try to make a comeback from that. It's just super difficult on the T side, but again, MR12, anything can change in that second half. Those differences of just, you know, around here, around there, doesn't really matter as the first half ends. Really matters how the second half begins.
Well, Salazar has fallen all the way back to Palace. It was Valde and Leaks that wanted some more exit frags, but yeah, it didn't yield any fruits there. So it is just going to be that AK carried across. Not bad, to be honest. Fully go around, 1 kill, rifle recovered. Tricked can shrug it off, but they need more here going into the final of the half. They want that 7-5 lead. After such a good start, they were 6-2 up. They feel disappointed if they can't take it. It's been a little bit of a drop-off in performance from Valde. Finished that last map with 25 frags. But of course, he has to slow down at some point, and it seems like the ceiling has maybe been hit. He's got to dig deep, find that energy. Salazar, first of all, made him red with a very fast pick. And in desperation, the flashback through the smoke. Leaks will be able to trade it out. The 4v4, pressure now on.
Lots of pressure in middle, mounting, but wait, out of nowhere, Tame, but a big frag being found. Leaks aware of the ramp position. Interestingly enough, this is a very, I don't know, peculiar choice from Forever Mentioned. All they got to do now is just hold on to their positions. Oh man, I mean, Leaks, he's just so aware of what's happening. Oh, he's just gonna go in straight to his face. Not sure if that was the right play, but now Lonesome Nodius in a 1v3. I mean, this is just looking impossible to bounce back from. No kid by his side. Lost a fair amount of HP as well, and this is just the round that Forever Mentioned cannot mess up. Like the fact as well, they take some deep positions, which make clearing out the bomb site so much more difficult for Nodius. Just to get out of stairs seems nigh impossible, but he will give it a shot. Last round after all, and he will be the last to fall. 6-6. So a pretty nice bounce back at the end from Forever Mentioned.
Oh yeah, absolutely. 4 in a row. It's the best they could ask for when they were 6-2 down. It's a shame that it takes so long to find that form on their T side. That could plague them. If second half pistol goes their way, they're absolutely in a position to take Mirage, bring us to a third map. Things all got a little bit messy there with the Tetris fight. Just desperate to take that jewel before his buddies arrive. Tricked falls short in the 2v3. So, a lot rides on this second half pistol for both teams. For Forever Mentioned, just knowing that, yeah, to get the ball rolling on this second half, to stay relevant in this series, it's a really, really important ask. For Tricked, they would love to close this out in 2 bites. The second that you lose momentum, even though they're a confident Ancient team, they were able to win it last time these two teams butted heads. A 2-0 just feels so much sweeter.
Yeah.
They would keep that unbeaten run as well. I said that they won Gamebox last month. They didn't drop a single map in the playoffs. They didn't drop a single map against Rebels. If they can 2-0 this one, they'll keep that streak going. 10 maps in a row in the last 2 events. Minute 30 on this clock.
Raccoons don't bite. They steal, Josh. And Tricked. Try to steal away this pistol. Because right now, it's a slow burner. I'll give you that. That is Claro just waiting for a chance to strike. Spots out the first player, but Tricked. I don't know, man. If they really want to commit through connector, they might do it right about now. The smoke for jungle is good. Luckily, they push the short player far enough that he just doesn't find any impact. Valde will try to get that smoke planted for short. Oh, that is risky, but luckily for them, the rotations are happening through kitchen. And in fact, CT spawn, this is where things are getting mega tricky.
It's a really good read for Tricked. They avoid pressing into the stack B bomb site with 3 and route up to A, where even the defenders were out of position. And it feels like Forever Mentioned making the same mistakes we saw on Nuke. They're just a little bit too slow with this. You've got this back burner, this insurance policy coming in from ramp, eventually activates, but it's a huge whiff out of Toast. Everybody whiffs their gunfights, and Croc ends up with a triple to close it out. Tricked onto 7, and Forever Mentioned. Yeah, that was hard to watch.
Yeah, I mean, that was a very, very slow retake attempt, but we know why. I mean, they had a player in the backlines. Imagine if he kills that one defender on A side, suddenly the guys who are in jungle, in connector, they're frustrated, they're confused of what's going on, and that's when Forever Mentioned should be able to make that push from CT spawn. The problem is, he fails. He dies, he doesn't get that kill, and Trick can just focus fully on the players encroaching from CT spawn. With a pretty impactful pistol round, but this round also has loads of impact. It's Crocs and it's Leaks. Big entries being found, and Maiden Red will have to go down as it's all up to Alem in an unwinnable situation.
Very fast-paced, yes, is what we saw off the back of the technical balls on Nuke as well. Shifting that tempo. I said Valde called a very good T-side on Nuke, and it seems to be the same here. It was a great read in the pistol round to route up connector and hit onto A. Post plants were fantastic, dealt with it, no trouble. Then just saying, right, let's run it back. Let's do it with the MAC-10s. Let's get this util popping over. The flashes were brilliant. Forever Mentioned didn't stand a chance. Has to be the eco here. Trick to be on to 9. And they pull just one step closer to that finish line. After this one here, it will be 4 rounds away from lifting that trophy, crowning himself the Comic Con Baltic champions. Will those nerves get to them?
Yeah, Forever Mentioned. You gotta wonder as well, that this is where they also have some pressure to win this map. After all, it's their map pick. They know they have won it in the past. Then again, this is a different Trick. And look at this incoming onslaught of players. Wow, that is mega clean from Trick. Might even win this without dropping a single player. Wow, the stack just falls apart completely. Would have loved to see, you know, maybe a single flashbang or a chi nade in ramp. That way, I feel like the players on pistols still have a chance, but yeah, just playing it dry to get absolutely wrecked.
This is where we sort of lent on this previous matchup between these two teams as a bit of a crutch, but obviously for the open qualifier, they're not doing prep, right, for this game.
Yeah.
For a grand final like this, they watch back those demos.
Yeah.
They'll be doing that prep. And this is where Tricked, having the support network that they do, they've got Coach Raging in the back lines that can cook up some of these strats and work with Valde as the IGL. You've got another great brain, Nodios, as well, as previously an in-game leader, that can really cook up these T-sides. Forever Mentioned, it does feel like they're on their own a little bit, August, without that support network. But still, the aim to get things done. Clyro only ends up with 1. As once again, if the entries go in the way of Tricked, and the round likely to go with it, Forever Mentioned, just pull the plug, hold on to these 3 guns. But that'll be 10 rounds, double digits hit.
Yeah. And what we saw there again, the typical Tricked masterclass. Very fast play on B side, chucking it through smokes, and yeah, they just rain in. Big frags being found as well. Just 2 players on the defense, and the remaining squad will try to maintain their weaponry for the next round as they face economical conundrums. Keeping at least some rifles at play means they're still dangerous. Armed, but not to the teeth. That will be 10 rounds for Trick. Double digits have been reached, and ooh, that's not sure what happened to Nodios. Anyhow, plenty of cash. Danes usually do have lots of money.
Yeah, it's not a vicious stereotype. Things are really expensive there. Yeah. Not a cheap holiday. Happens back out, though. Of course, holding on to 3 in the last, forever mentioned. Really trying to prioritize this economy, because whilst they're desperate for rounds, they know that they will not come in the form of pistols and scrappy force buys. They need the big guns out to overcome the beast that is Tricked. Tane with 2 big entries, but a good trade back from Croc. Man advantage here for the CT side. Nodios been given free rein in middle. Made in Red has gone elsewhere with that sniper. They've given up that space. It could come back to bite them. The bomb's going to wrap in through the apartments. They're going to go for a B split hit. Oh no, maybe they won't. Nodios is just going to come up through under. This will be a single-pronged approach in the apartments.
Lack of intel as well for Forever Mentioned, but I like the fact they're trying to, just reaggress in the middle, see what's going on, and try to spot out if anyone's there, but that's the big problem. All of them have reaggressed in the middle, which left the B bomb site completely open. There we go. Claro and Tasha's now aware of what's going on, but they've given up a valuable map control. Luckily, Tasha's is able to respond with 1. Claro is getting up close with the M4. He knows all he's got to do right now is just wait for backup at Nodios.
Oh, no.
Valde missing a crucial shot, and now it's all up to Nodios in the 1v3, but he simply misses the shot, and this time a Lady Luck shines upon Forever Mentioned.
It felt like the stars aligned there. There were 2 great opportunities to win both of their duels, and then it would have been a 2v1 in their favor. You would have had Made in Red stuck with an AWP, trying to clutch it out, but shots whiffed. Forever Mentioned back on the board here. Slowly but surely snapping at the heels of Trick. A cruel reminder that they're not in the clear just yet. As you said before, the cash is no issue here for the Danes. Loads of money to reinvest. They've almost got this sort of infinite money glitch where they'll fall by here. If they lose the round, they'll fall by again. And then by that point, they'll have the loss bonus. So it's just not a problem. We won't see them at any time take a full eco.
Yeah.
Forever Mentioned will realize that. They're going to call a pause here, try and talk things over.
I like the fact as well that what I've noticed that Forever Mentioned seem to be taking these tactical pauses not after, them losing 3-4 rounds in a row. They usually win a round and then, okay, guys, pause, discuss. Let's see what we can do, how to change up our setup. And yeah, Forever Mentioned, this is... the round difference isn't huge when you think about it, just the 3 rounds, but the big problem is that from this point on out, they'll have to win every single gun round because they'll be going up against gun round after gun round after gun round, and that is a really difficult task for any team. But for Forever Mentioned, they have to put the first step in order to begin.
A pause like that as well is all about trying to anticipate how Tricked are going to respond to what happened in the last round and how they're going to try and react to taking care of Teen, for example, who was able to find that early double. Look how much space they've taken through middle, once again given free reign of it. Salazar's here in jungle. Forevermore, they've just been given way too much legroom here to the Trick side. And they'll get the bomb down without really any contention. There's no friction whatsoever on that A bomb site. Toshas and Ellen left with nothing really to say about the matter, but they haven't even got any map control to go and save. You've got Nodios on the B site. Salazar's holding the cross with the AWP here in jungle. This was a disaster of a round for the CTs. And it really does, to me, boil down to the fact that they've been giving up full mid control. You just can't do it on Mirage.
No, and we saw as well that was particularly the one part of the map Forever Mentioned just constantly exploded upon. They exploded upon it and exploited the defense of Tricked. And right now, we saw Trick giving a taste of their own medicine. We saw one of the players actually just snaking through the smokes. He was practically on stairs by, what was it, a minute 20 on the clock? Like, that is just so much intel and a great position to be in, especially because, okay, we don't have to worry about jungle. Let's put all our emphasis on just taking the site and killing anyone in CT spawn, or in this case, ticket booth. And we saw Tricked fundamentally, they just had some amazing positioning, and I feel like Forever mentioned, you're right about it, Josh. They have to keep a close eye on middle. This has been a big weakness for them.
Well, maybe this is the answer here, Clyro. Fast-paced into the ladder room, but they have smoked window and short, so for now, won't have too much relevance. They will sneak 2 players out. Leaks on a dangerous angle. He'll see the feet first, but Teen still wins the fight. Anticipating the close man. Valde unable to trade as well. A little bit of a whiff onto Made in Red, but the pincer up from middle again. Nodios given so much leg room. He's able to chomp down. Ellen with another in the meantime, but Made in Red in way too deep and with no support.
Yeah.
That all, it falls. And Nodios with 3 kills are going to add to that tally. Here comes the retake.
Oh, Cloud was aware of the guy behind the smoke, but now all up to Valde. Oh, okay. That's a good recovery. I have no idea how they pulled through. I mean, Nodios, we saw, again, prime position. They should be able to close that one out, but yeah, not really sure how that went on, man.
Flankers got flanked.
Yep.
And to be honest, right, as much as he gives up that room in mid, Clyro on that back burner, remember we saw him cross the short in the very start of the round. He was smoked off. And I said, he's not too relevant now, but later on in the round, he'll have that opportunity to activate. And once Nodios had carved out that space, found that entry onto mid, Clyro was then right behind him. I think one of the big things is if you're giving up this mid control, it feels like not only does that information need to be relayed, but also acknowledged. So much of the time we've seen these A players just with their pants at their ankles, right?
Yeah.
Stood there holding ramp, holding palace, completely unaware of this connector flank. It's punished them so many times.
Yeah. Again, luckily, Forever Mentioned had some great backstabs, great flanks to win the round. I don't know about you, Josh, but I'm hungry for some Doritos.
Yeah, they keep walking past, don't they?
They do.
The little, yeah.
I feel like it's
Cool things
intentional.
on their backs as well. The fans that have the,
Yeah,
yeah. We really live in the future.
indeed.
Well, timeout called. Raging, getting vocal. I call something here for Trick. Seems like a good old-fashioned A execution to push them on to map and championship point. Leaks will barrel out for the entries. We saw him so good at finding the opening picks on Nuke. Right here, he's had a decent map as well, but Forever, they're playing a very passive approach to this. They're playing for the retake, and Ellen's the one to draw first blood. Ooh.
Just the one player for the CT spawn push. I'm not sure if that was good enough, but Forever Mentioned they could slow it down. They have one player in a super impactful position. He should be the one to deliver the lethal blow.
Huge.
And it's Made in Red. And Valde, sadly, so many players to go up against. And Forever Mentioned, you know, they're hyped.
Wow, Ellen is pulling out all the stops here to try and keep Forever Mentioned in this game. He's 18 and 12. He's leading the charge for his team. And when you try and draw some of the parallels, Made in Red has struggled on that sniper. Meanwhile, Salazar's been having a great map, especially on that CT side with the orb. He was having huge, huge impact. Nodios been doing a whole lot as well. A little bit quiet in that round, but 19 kills to his name.
Yeah.
TV reflects what's going through the minds right now. It's just fuzzy. We get to the end, neither team necessarily having the answers. As the economy whittles down for both. Going into round number 21, this is a key swing round. Could be Forever Mentioned's ticket back into this game.
Think of this as well. We haven't seen a lot of, fast-paced CS out of Trick. But the fact that they whip out the AWP, this is a telltale sign. They want to slow things down, right? And again, they'll be chucking in their own smokes early on, and it is Salazar with a big frag being found that instantly, there's no one defending the A-bomb side. So Forever Mentioned, if they really want to commit through middle, they got to do it in a convincing manner. And interestingly enough, you had 2 players backing away from short, and still Tasha's able to find a big frag.
Yeah, it's huge. When you said they got the AWP out and that was a telltale sign they might be slowing things down, I was thinking, I don't know. He's got the ramp spawn, gets an instant pick. But yeah, Forever Mentioned wanted to try and contest middle in this one. They just go balls to the wall for the fight. They do come out behind Made in Red, who I said before has had a bit of a quiet map. Had to deliver there in the 1v2. He just couldn't do so, only the single there. And it's 12 on the board for Trick. 3 championship points, 3 chances to close this out and lift that trophy. And I can't imagine that they'll be passing up on any of them. A weaker buy here for Forever Mentioned. Their backs are against the wall. They have to come out swinging. Let's see what they go for here in round number 22.
Oh, we got the push going on. Haven't seen it in a while, but the T-side seems to be aware of it. You got Leaks picking up the first Leaks with a second big frag, and that instantly puts Tricked in a winnable position. It's a 5v3, and Made in Red, despite his big weapon, just doesn't see any players in his crosshair. And if anything, I feel like we'll see some more desperate plays from the CT side.
Salazar, knowing that those desperate plays are coming, sits patient. Feels like Toshas has to make a move. But for now, the solo anchor, the one defender here at the B site. He recognizes the importance of not dying. Little jiggle, Salazar, uncharacteristic miss. Falls asleep on the angle a little bit. Not capitalized upon, though, by the FAMAS, so still the 2-man advantage here for the T side. They're going to try and funnel up short. Toshas has to deny this.
Love the fact as well that they're pretty close by mid, trying to react quickly enough, but the short player has departed. And now Trick to have a great opening, but Made in Red, he's got the op out. Already finding the first. This is awkward for Valde, but in fact there's a great chance for him to step up. And now it's all up to Lonesome Toshas. It's a 1v3, and now it's a big win for Trick. They close out the series 2-0. Forever Mentioned, making them sweat a little bit, but no problem. It is Trick to close out and get the W.
Wow, wow, wow. Yeah, fairly convincing stuff. I mean, both maps, carbon copies of each other, back-to-back 13-9s, moments where the going got tough, but it did really feel like they were in control throughout. Valde was calling a great T-side on both maps, and yeah, a real force to be reckoned with at this Trick side. Well-deserved victory.
Yeah, big win, absolutely. And I'm sure the Trick boys are happy, absolutely. It was still a pretty important victory for them, but yeah, we still have to figure out what can the players give us. So let's send it over to the stage, see what's up.
Once again, ladies and gentlemen, your champions of Comic Con Baltics 2025 Counter-Strike champions, Tricked! Make some noise! Now, guys, it's your time to lift the trophy. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Yeah! Okay, guys, may I have a quick word with you? You won a grand final in a foreign country, the land stage. What is going through your mind right now?
I think it's like pretty happy, you know, since obviously we came here as favorites, but every land victory counts in CS2, and we got to get the points for the ranking list. So obviously every victory counts, right? So super happy.
Did you expect that your opponent team, Forever Mentioned, will show that resistance?
To be honest, I feel like the biggest mistake you can do in CS right now is underestimate your opponent. You know, everybody can fight back, and I think these guys showed it as well. So yeah, props to them.
Nice. So, any final words for your supporters watching at home?
I think we're just super happy to be here. You know, so thank you and appreciate all the support. And yeah, we'll see you on the next tournament.
Thank you very much. Once again, Team Tricked! But let's not forget the runner-up team, which showed us the final worthy performance today. Forever Mentioned, come here on the stage. Come, come. Come take the prize, come here. Today they fought with smart, they were very smart, they fought very hard, and absolutely they earned a lot of respect from your fans. Make some noise for Forever Mentioned! And that it is with awards today. But just don't go anywhere, because just in a few moments we will meet in the couch analyst and we will see an interview of the winner team.
All right. I'm sitting here with the winners of the competition, Tricked. First of all, Valde, and then Regin, the coach or manager or whatever roles you want to call it. Everything that you can take care of, basically. So, congratulations. How does it feel?
Check. There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, it feels good. You know, it's a long way for a single game, but obviously, like for the ranking, the VRS ranking, every land victory counts. So I think it obviously was a game we saw ourselves winning, but nevertheless, you shouldn't underestimate anyone. So happy we won it in the end.
Yeah, because I was thinking about it before the game was starting, because like since you're quite a new team and you have to like climb up on the rankings with the VRS points, the whole new system that everyone is fighting about. So you're coming here playing a game, you kind of like have a high expectation, you just want to get over it, you want to win and then go forward to the next one. And that is a good stepping stone, right? But it kind of looked a little bit shaky on Nuke there for a second. Like, what was going on? A Zeus kill, 5-7 kills there and there. Like, what's going on?
Yeah, I think maybe a little bit of land jitters. You know, we have a couple of young guys on the team, but no, I think in the buy rounds, I think we were pretty much in control all the way. But obviously, like when you lose those anti-force buys, then it gets tough, right? And it's CS2. If you give an inch, they will take a mile, right? So yeah. I think it's just the way the game works right now. You know, 1 or 2 kills go their way, and then somebody feels they need to make a move on the other side of the map, and then the round just crumbles and falls apart. So, yeah, it's part of the game, but obviously mistakes on our end.
Yeah, I mean that's understandable, and it always happens during the LAN game. But Alan, since you were sitting behind the guys and seeing those kind of things happening, were you a little bit frustrated then, or were you still like, we still have it, so I don't have to worry too much?
I mean, I was never in doubt we had it, but it was like, it's frustrating when you see us losing unlosable rounds in some ways, where like communication being missed or ignored at some point also, which is kind of pissing me off, to be honest. Like I also said that after the game, let's start listening to each other and do what they actually said. But I mean, I felt we were in control the whole game, and we knew what they were doing. We had the so it was like it was okay in the end, right? So.
But I heard also something that you played these guys before, right? And you lost last time on Mirage, for example.
Yeah.
But you still like, because of Nuke went the direction you wanted, you started off well there. Mirage can be a little bit more public, a little bit more open for everyone, even if you're not like fully controlled as a team. Were you anywhere like a little bit nervous because of going into that, because you'd already lost once against them on it?
Yeah, of course that was back in our minds, but I mean, in Mirage is just sometimes you throw a dice and you hope for the best. I mean, like they win 2 or 3 rounds where they just rush up A on a good timing and kill Velde, and it's just like that happens. We tried to do the same without success, but that's Mirage for you, right? So, but I felt like after we got the 6 rounds, we got the pistol round, I think like, okay, now we have the ball rolling, and now we just need to be lucky once or twice, and they have to be lucky every round, right? So, yeah.
All right, okay, that sounds
Oh, by the way, Chris, I have a question for you.
Oh, wait, what? Me?
Yeah,
okay.
Because how much is a mile?
No, we're not doing this. No. No, but that's good, and you came what you came for, and that's the best part of it. But have you guys ever been here before, though?
Not for me, no. Been to a lot of countries, but the first time in Lithuania for me. So yeah.
Okay. Well, now you have at least a couple of more hours potentially before you're gonna leave tomorrow, and you should enjoy the city and also the event itself, because Comic Con is a pretty cool place, if you ask me. Like last time I personally attended a Comic Con was 15 years ago, so a lot of things have changed, and I think it's a pretty cool event, and you should definitely take the time for it. And once again, congratulations on the win.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
1-2.
Hello, hello, production.
Ladies and gentlemen, and all the racing fans, welcome to the Comic Con Baltics 2025 Trackmania Finals! My name is Aurelia, also known as Ragana, and it is my honor to be here on this stage today. Whether you're here live at LITEXPO or watching comfortably at home from all across Europe, thank you guys for tuning in. This weekend, dozens of duos entered the qualifiers of Trackmania, and only elite 4 teams remain. But before that, let's take a moment to thank to our amazing partners, Doritos, for making this tournament happen. Are you ready, guys, to see some quality Trackmania? Are you ready? Please welcome on the stage first team, Blah, with their racers, Elcon and Letster. Come here on the stage, guys. The second team, Glacier Orcs GP, with Twin and Demotivator. The third team, Nemesis, with Mime and Pashti Topako. And finally, the team Boca, with Banks and Coco. Today we have a wonderful international team of casters and analysts. Let the engines roll and make this grand final happen. Take it away, guys.
Thank you so much, Aurelia. Hello, my name is Import, and we are getting in for some Trackmania action for Comic Con Baltics 2025, and I hope you are just as excited as I am. I am here with Critty, who will also be talking in a few short moments as well. But before we get into that, let's go ahead and talk about what our players are getting into and what they're competing for. They're going to be competing for a 3,000 euro prize pool, and not just money, but they're also trying to get points for the Trackmania World Tour season and also the Ambit, which is a Trackmania community circuit initiative, which will lead into XP Evo in September 26th through 28th, and that we'll talk about a little bit later. But we've had a long journey over this weekend, a lot of intense matches, a lot of stumps even, to be sure, and now we are here at the final for the 2 semifinals of the grand final match that is going to be covered on stage live right now. And before we get into that, we have a little bit of a format explanation video to go through, so let's go ahead and hand it over to, I think me. I think we're going to hand it over to me for the format explanation.
That is indeed true.
Maybe? Maybe?
Maybe.
Howdy? Oh no. Huh?
No. I will.
It goes.
That's a bit awkward.
Take the Doritos, you will throw to the audience because we have some technical issues and we need to solve it for a few minutes. So grab the bags.
If you want, you can get ready to, taste the chips and tell everyone everything about the sponsor. You will tell them when to start if we're ready, but some kind of technical issues happening. Yeah, just...
Also, they just try it or just give it to the audience?
You can try it, you can rate about it, you can just give it back to the audience, whatever you want. Just give it back to me.
We have many of us.
All right, well,
What's up?
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to the stage after that introductory format video. I'm Thomas Mengozi, aka G-Geek, and alongside me is the one and only Kyle Ludwig, aka Luckers Turbo, and we will be here to take you through the first of the two semifinals that are going to be played on the stage, starting off with Blah versus Team, well, Org-GP and Glacial. And yeah, two teams that have been really exciting to watch, including over the course of the play-ins, for instance, on Friday, where the dream really started for both Tween and the Motivator, the players for Orcs Glacial, who have shown a good amount of composure, and especially in the morning today on the playoffs, they've looked really, really strong.
Yeah, I agree. They played very, very good. I mean, map 1 in the previous match that we have seen, they kind of gave this one away, but I think it's all coming down to that because they have won then 3 maps in a row after that. And
Indeed.
We're sending the local duo of Aurus and Zyron to the spectating booth. So great job still from Aurus and Zyron, sadly not making it on stage, barely missing out on that. And I also want to mention that it is LITEXPO's first time playing on stage. So maybe the pressure also comes into play because Tween has so much experience, but I think on the flip side of things, Demo also is not that experienced when it comes to stage play.
Yeah, indeed. There's a lot of experience in the form of Tween, who has been more of a, I guess I used to call him a LAN dinosaur. It is true in a sense because he's been to so many LAN events over the course of his Trackmania career, including in 2024, where he already attended, of course, the Comic Con Baltics in Vilnius, where he came away with a top 5-6 finish as a result of being knocked out in the consolidation final. This year, he'll be looking to go one better, trying to access the grand final alongside the Motivator, who is not that well versed when it comes to playing on LAN environments. It's an entirely different kettle of fish compared to playing tournaments online, but I'll be waiting to see how he fares on the backstage, because so far in the booth, Demo has really passed the test with flying colors, I might add, and Letster as well. Letster probably one of the best rising stars in this start of 2025, having joined Big Selecta, the Big Selecta Academy team in November alongside Yami, and having taken part in his first duo competitions with the Beacon Duo League earlier on this year. And he's shown himself to be a really, really consistent driver and being able to pull clutches exactly when the team needs it. And especially this weekend, he's taken on another dimension where he can also bring pace at the table.
Yeah, I mean, he also drove world records during the matches, and I was very much surprised, but pleasantly surprised by the pace that he put on the tracks, because he played against none other than Binks and Coco in this match. And I kind of said, whoever is going to win this match will have an easy ticket into the final, because Org-GP and also Demo, they looked very strong, but I mean, the pace is just incredible from both teams. So Letster and Elcon have a good shot. And I mean, I don't have to mention Elcon has won the Comic Con already, I think, in the second iteration that we've had.
That was indeed 2023.
In 2023, and he is one of the best players when it comes along that. For me, he's top 5 all-time players. So
Honestly,
good, worthy teammate for Letzter in that case.
I can definitely get down with that argument that he's among one of the top players of all time to ever grace Trackmania, ever grace the tracks of Trackmania, to come by and joins the likes of, well, I guess we can riff off about the names of the international scene, people like Carl Jr., like Pac, like Bren, instance. I would put Tween among that field of around the top 10-ish of world of best players of all time in Trackmania. It's always a bit of a tough list to make up because there's so many great names.
And it's so diverse, right?
It's so diverse, and it's also nice to see new names crop up every once in a while. People like Letzter who are trying to make a stand for themselves, looking really, really good as well.
Yeah, definitely. And I mean, Letzter is slowly but surely coming to the top field, and the match is about to start here very soon, of course. I'm very much hyped to see who's going to make it into the final. The team that is eliminated from this match will also go home with 400 euros, so 200 euro for each player. That is nothing to sleep on, let's say the least. The players are getting ready, and we will start with the pig phase here very soon. It will be 5 maps that are in the map pool, and of course we've already seen the explanation beforehand. It will be played in a duo format, and either the first team winning 3 maps will be going into the grand final.
Yeah, indeed. And first, each map is played up until the team reaches 10 points, or in case both teams reach 10 points at the same time, there will be overtime kicking in. And it's always an exciting prospect because we, at the introduction of this game, we didn't exactly know how often these overtimes were going to be cropping up, but they came to become occasions to cherish whenever they actually come up, because it was the sign of a really great tussle between the two teams going at it together. As we are getting started with the pick phase, Elcon has locked in the opening map, which will be indeed Snack Attack. And yeah, we'll be bouncing around Dorito chips here and there. The Motivator locking track 2, which will be Laumed, and Tween choosing Huma for map number 3, which leaves only Trakai and Cosplay to determine which is map 4 and which is map 5.
So Laumed for me a no-brainer pick for Glacial Orc GP there, because Tween was an unstoppable force there. Cosplay as map number 4, and then we have Trakai as the decider, the only map that is left over from there. So we things off on Snack Attack, an RPG-themed map with a lot of transitions, qualified pipe jumps all the way, and also a very distinct freewheel section, I would say, in this regard, where you really have to jump smoothly into a wall ride. So here we go, Snack Attack as the first map, and who's gonna win it here? I think Elcon and also Letzter both set world records in their runs.
Letzter in particular, in his first match of the day, was looking extremely potent on Snack Attack, so I would definitely not rule him out at all to potentially either improve the record we have with this weekend so far, or go for the outright world record here on this track, which is a 104.595, courtesy of Binks, which we'll see in the semi-final as well after this particular match. But yeah, you've pretty much summed up the map perfectly, somewhat RPG elements. And in terms of competitive aspect, it's nice to see maps like this crop up, and I think we can trace that origin back to 2023 World Cup with the map Edge. It feels like a direct descent into that, but evolved in a certain way where everything just sort of pops, be it the use of custom items like the Dorito chips, or the use of a bright color palette. Everything just screams chef's kiss about this track.
Yeah, it's a very, very nice map here indeed. I'm a big fan of this. Also, that the Dorito chips are actually drivable. It's the dirt surface in that regard, so that is very nice to see, and also makes this a very special map. So the players have one warm-up before we're gonna kick things off, and that also gives you accustomed to the map as if you have not seen it maybe beforehand, if you did not follow the Trackmania tournament, even if you're here, or either if you're here at on stage or watching, or if you are at home and watching the tournament on any of the POV streams.
All right, so we are towards the very end of the track with that transfer jump into a Dorito chip before the final corner, where we've seen a few people clip with the front axle and thus get a little bit of a wonky landing, but we will get to witness the finish a little bit later on, as for the first time on stage, as the lights flash from purple to teal, the field is let loose, and we are racing on stage here in Vilnius.
Here we go into the first round. Tween with the best start here, finding himself bit quite far ahead already after just 10 seconds, 600 of a second, but look at the speed from Letzter going into the lead, and it is Elcon not too far behind. Demo, I mean, was always a bit far behind in those matches from the get-go, losing 0.2 to 0.3 of a second, but can still deal some damage. But Letzter and Elcon, as you said, looked very, very good on this map, and it is now Tween who has to deny the very, very overpowered ace towards them, and it is Elcon currently behind, as well as Letzter. Tween finds himself in the lead.
Tween finding himself on the lead, and this is one of those tracks where Tween has has a chance to actually hold off the charge from Blaz, Elcon, and Leicester. This is a track where he feels really comfortable, as we do see two different strategies, and Tween trying to go for the low jump, but didn't manage to sink the landing quite well compared to Leicester, who got a much better safe landing and a much better nose slide as well to that little dirt part, and Elcon pressing B for boost before the final transfer and the final corner. Tween trying to retaliate with a bit of a lower transfer. Will be between Leicester and Elcon. Can he try to snipe him to the line? Is it going to be enough? The answer is a yes for 10 milliseconds, and we start off great with a .855. 2 tenths away.
Perfect.
Pixel perfect finish. 2 tenths away thereabouts from the weekend record, and 3 tenths away from the overall record. But what a finish by Tween.
What a finish by Tween. They're going full risk and barely able to clear that ending. So it is 1-1, denying the ace, denying the victory, and even getting the draw out of it. So 2 valuable points being denied. And also Tween in this round with a very good start, already .14 ahead. And it is Demo with the first slight mistake, but I also see one player for the blue team falling or crashing a little bit, but I think it was Leicester losing a significant portion of his speed.
Well, it's not looking all too shabby all in all for Leicester, that first sector. There might have been a little bit of perspective playing with our eyes. However, it is indeed Demotivator who had a bit of a fumble at the beginning of the second sector, thus dropping 1.5 seconds down compared to his own teammate, who's continuing to anchor the position really, really well and anchor the draw situation for OGP. But a very, very bad landing, very bad transition from Tween, drops him down from first to third, and this is the first ace opportunity for Black coming in.
They should definitely use that. So let's go into the last real decisive part here, the quarter pipe jump. And Leicester gets it through, but gets his wheel stuck, but still gets away with it. It is still on second place, but Tween with more speed, and Tween will overtake here to the line again. 4 thousandths of a second. Tween denying so many points to Team Blah, but still Blah leading after round number 2.
I feel like this is a lifeline that has been thrown once and will not be thrown again over the course of this first map at the very least, because Tween got very, very lucky that Leicester had a bit of a hot time in the last transfer on the Dorado chip, as we start round number 3 with Blah now 1 point in the lead still. Elcon with a great start will be leading Tween and Leicester, and the Motivator in that order at the end of sector 1 just after the little 180 spin.
Yeah, the 180 spin. For me, it's really the first section where players lose or really gain a lot of time. Right now, it is Demo falling a bit further behind. The Polish player, also very new to the competitive environment, put on a great performance this weekend already and looks to even clock in some more good times. But right now he's behind. He's 0.4 behind Elcon. Tween tries to deny the victory or even ace to the others, but also now Leicester not with a good transition here. As you can see, he falls behind and will not play a role for that top 1 battle. Good transition there as well from Leicester. So Tween and Elcon fighting it for the first position. Elcon with a very good line, jumps very far up, clips. Tween could have more speed for the ending. Will it be enough for Tween to overtake? Elcon, however, will make it through and secures another victory for Team Blah. It is 5-3 and also a great time. Another sub 105, and also for Tween, a sub 105 was not enough to win the round.
Yeah, imagine you drive a .95, for instance, and you end up in second position. That's how much you have to push. You have to potentially maybe go a little bit over your driving ability to try and just keep up the pace that is currently being printed by the guys at the front of the field as we start round number 4, and Demo already having a bit of tough time, and Tween with a very bad transition off of the wall right as well.
Yeah, Tween with a very poor transition. You are in free wheel there, so you cannot accelerate. You need to cross a reset block or just make sure to cross a checkpoint, and Tween lost so much time, half a second, and that is a huge opportunity for Blah that they missed out on in round number 2, where it was Tween who was able to snipe it there, and it was only the victory. It could be 3 points for Blah, and it would be 8-3 then, and then only 1 victory would remain or would be left for them to win this map. Leicester not with a good transition there, and also Elcon is on a good time. Let's see the point of view from Tween here. Good nose slide, but slides out there a little bit, so it is Tween who is currently on 3rd and needs to find a mistake or needs to have a mistake from the other team in the end, but it is not happening. Leicester and Elcon will get the well-deserved ace in this round. Let's take a look onto the time. A .698, 3 thousandths away from the world record. Great time from Elcon.
Great time from Elcon. I was looking at the splits, interested to see what he was going to cook up, and one down below, 0.6 after the final transfer. This is some clip, as we say in the universe of Trackmania there, as we are now on map point attempt number 1 for Team Blah. Elcon and Leicester having made amends for the missed opportunity of an ace in round number 2. Right now, Leicester Elcon currently trying to pile on the pressure on Tween, but Marek Pakar, the Slovak driver from OGP Numilops, has been there way beforehand, and he now has to go for the
Respawn.
draw at the very, very least. He cannot afford to drop down to second place, because if he does so, it will be game over on map 1. And currently Tween managing to hold his place really well, forced to release quite a bit on the transition, thus still keeping himself within, well, Letzer is still within touching distance of Tween, and Tween is not really in any kind of resting position whatsoever. He continues to have to push, and again, that little transition over the bubble looks a little bit sketchy. Elcon pressing B for boost after that, trying to get a correct snow slide, and he moves up into second place, and now gets the fight on for Tween for the final transfer before the final corner. On board with Elcon, he clips at the entry to the Dorito chip. Tween versus Elcon once again, down to the wire, down to the line for map 1, and it will be a draw secured by Tween with a .765. And down to the bitter end for 20 millisecond. Tween extracts one more round.
Glacial Orc GP on live support here, but Tween just denying yet again a lot of points here. Tween with PB when it really matters, sniping Elcon there in the ending, who slightly clipped the finish there. But I mean, they still got 1 point out of it, but also now Glacial Orcs, they need to find 2 consecutive aces in a row to make it happen and win this map here. Can they make it or not? Let's see. Elcon with a great start though, finding himself very far ahead, and also Demo and Tween cannot match the pace here, because Elcon is just on a banger time. I think we could see a new world record if Elcon continues like that.
Yeah, I think Elcon is definitely onto something here. We'll have to be mindful of the splits as we go throughout the track, but Elcon has already completely checked out. He's just absolutely gone up front. Although look at the attack from Tween. It's not going to pay off again because of the release that he has to do on the way into the transition. The apex is completely off, and thus the line at the exit of the corner severely compromised, and that plays ahead in the favor of Elcon, who continues to hold that 3-10 lead. He can afford to maybe lift a little bit and not push for an outright record, even though we did see a great nose slide on the part of the Czech driver. Tween in second place has absolutely no answer for Elcon, but Elcon himself completely fumbles on the final transfer, although Letzer is here immediately to pick up the slack, and it will still be the map win for Team Blah with a score of 10-6, and that's an unfortunate one for Elcon. I think it was going to be on another .6 likely.
I'm not a mathematician, but he was 0.3 ahead. It would have been a low 0.6 there from Elcon. He was really pushing it there, risking it for the biscuit, but Blah wins the track. That's what is important, because it was Letzer securing that second position. So getting 1 point out of it was enough. 10-6 was the scoreline, and now we go to map number 2. Here we go. It will be Laume as the map, as you've got also seen it on Elcon's screen there. So good performance, and that's also the first pick for Glacial Orc GP, and this was particularly a good map for Tween. He was absolutely unstoppable on this one.
Yeah, he seemed absolutely unstoppable. And talking about the philosophy of the map pack that we have, this is among the more conventional competitive map packs that we've come to see over the course of the life cycle of this Trackmania game, where it feels very much tightly integrated with a very well put together transition between different types of surfaces, different also mechanics, and also a couple of very tight sections that can catch you out and don't really leave any margin for correction if you place your car wrong.
Yeah, I mean, I just love the mapping from Kerberos here. A very talented French player and also a fine mapper, as you can see. So great addition to this map pool, and also the usage of the penalty surface here, just squeezing yourself through the turns, and then also making the ending not particularly risky, but it's somewhat still risky because you can push so much. You can find different lines there as well, maximize your speed in some of those corners. I'm really a fan of this map. For me, this is the best map out of the map pack.
For me, I would go along with you and probably say it's slightly nudged by Huma from Clear Vision, which we'll get to see a little bit later, because it has its own set of traps that can really catch the drivers out with all of the different changes in grip, which really brings out the mastery of car control out of players, as we will get to see in a few moments. I hope so, as map number 2 is getting underway right here, right now. 1-0 so far for Blah. Can Glacial Orc GP answer back on their own map pick?
Yeah, let's see if they can answer the call here. Demo sadly was not really feeling a 33% crash, a 0% top ones, but right now he finds himself in the second position. Tween slowing down there a bit, maybe going a bit too tight in the turn, so he doesn't really accumulate as much speed as Letzer, Elcon and Demo, so thereby they caught up. But Demo with a great line. This part very important to go very far to the right, as you can see. Demo with a good amount of speed, but Tween clipping. Tween with a mistake, and he's out on this round. He doesn't have to go for the respawn, but doesn't have any speed to work with. And it is Elcon, LITEXPO, and Demo fighting it out for the first 3 places.
Yeah, it's all eyes on Demo on the side of Glacial Orc GP. He has a lot to live up to. Even trying to anchor the second place is going to be a bit of a tall order with Elcon behind, but Elcon himself has a little bit of speed entering sector number 3, and now it's going to be Demotivator bringing the heat on, trying to pressure Leicester into a mistake before the final corner, but Leicester absolutely is having none of this, and he will take to the checkered flag with a .888 and a 58.088, a brand new PB for Demotivator, who still secures the first point on the board on this map for Glacial Orc GP. So really, he starts to show that he can actually perform when it counts to try and sort of act as a life raft, essentially, whenever Tween kind of falls behind.
Yeah, definitely. In some of those rounds that we have seen beforehand, it was Demo then losing the individual fight between first or second position, but here he at least gets that 1 point, denying the ace to Blah, who are right now in the lead by 1 point. But Tween again with a great start. Also unusual mistake, Tween usually on the more consistent side, and also in the match from beforehand, Tween won 60% of the rounds, give or take, but now he needs to find another win somewhat here. He falls behind, and Tween is currently on last place. It is his teammate who has to deal some damage here, but it is LITEXPO and Elcon currently in the lead, but now we have Tween and Demo fighting back, trying to deny the ace or the victory towards their opponents.
Yeah, currently LITEXPO could rename himself as Elsta, because right now this is the place that he likes to occupy the most. First position on the road and in the individual standings. LITEXPO Elcon will guarantee the ace. Tween has absolutely no answer, and what a time from LITEXPO, a .708. 400ths away from the weekend record, and you can see Elcon quietly confident, quite confident in that man, and LITEXPO absolutely locked in.
Absolutely locked in indeed, and indeed Tween is beatable. I said before, like when the map got picked, Tween is an unstoppable force here, but he still needs to find his first place on this map here. So it is looking dire. 5-1 for Blah right now, and they have a very good start here as well. Demo has made the first mistake, 1 second behind. Tween has to fight back, else Demo and Tween are in dire need of some points in the next round.
Yeah, unfortunately for Demo, he fell foul on the chicane, checkpoint number 2, and also LITEXPO this time around, having found the clip that Tween found into round number 1. So it will be Elcon promoted up into the lead, and Tween promoted up to second position, albeit some 3/10 down, and still with no answer. And LITEXPO actually dropping down to P4 and actually leading up to his namesake, as it were, finding himself in last position, some 9 seconds down. So it will likely be a draw. That will be enforced. Elcon completely calm, unopposed, undisturbed in his lane. Absolutely nothing to worry at all for the Czech driver, who clocks in another very respectable time of a .802. Tween and Demo confirm the draw, and it will be 6-2, still a 4-point lead for Blah.
It's incredible. It looked so safe in the end there for Elcon, and he still is only .15 away from the weekend record. It's the draw, but of course hugely advantageous for the team in the blue color here. 6-2 it is. Glacial Orcs, they need to find some points here. They need to get a victory in every next round, or in the next 4 rounds, to force overtime, or preferably find an ace in this round to come by a bit closer. But we see a mistake here already. From whom was that? I see 2 blue players in front, so it was Demo again falling behind.
Yeah, again Demo having some trouble in the first sector, and already the start, first 2 checkpoints really proving to be very troublesome for the Polish driver from the Glacial Orc GP duo. And Tween going toe-to-toe with LITEXPO. This is looking very, very racy from the Slovak versus the German driver from Team Blah, and Elcon acts as a bit of an independent adjudicator in 3rd place, a little bit further removed compared to where he would like to be, but still within striking distance to really make the battle really, really interesting for the top placing. And now Tween moving on the attack and taking the lead away from LITEXPO. LITEXPO having to try and maybe force his teammate to try and take the mantle for him, and actually LITEXPO clips on the inside before the drop down, and he will be dropping down to P3 as a result of that. But Tween results the assaults of Elcon to force in another draw with another very good time of a .828.
Very good time there from the Slovakian player, finding himself in the lead, I think, for the first time on this map. So it is at least 1 point, but more to be found for Glacial Orcs here. 4 points behind right now, and also good news for Blah. They only are 1 ace away of winning the second map here as well. So here we go. It is Demo who finds himself a bit further behind, but didn't crash out this time around. Only 1 to 2 car lengths, so still in striking distance here, as you can see. But it is Tween again fighting out with LITEXPO and Elcon, playing absolutely phenomenal on this map. Of course, a couple of mistakes have happened, but great pace all along.
Yeah, great pace all along. Unfortunately for Demo, he was trying to keep close contact with the top 3, and that is not really going to be working out for him after that sluggish exit from that little chicane before checkpoint 5. And now we circle back to the front between Elcon and LITEXPO. Ghost within Ghost within Ghost. 27 milliseconds separates them from first to third. Tween currently leading that very, very hot trio at the head of the field. LITEXPO trying to go on the charge on the inside. Tween trying to go for the bit of an overcorrection. LITEXPO and Elcon moving by Tween, but Tween retaliates to the final corner and takes the win with a .745. 10 milliseconds ahead of Elcon and 23 ahead of LITEXPO. And so Glacial Org GP stay alive for one more round, but they need to pick up the slack right now.
Tween denying so many points here also on map 1. That was absolutely phenomenal from the Slovakian. And now it is 8-4, so Blah ever so slightly moving close, but it could have been disaster striking there for Glacial Orcs. But now Tween with the mistake, and this could be the last nail to the coffin here on this map, and it could be 2-0 going into the third map. Elcon and LITEXPO with a very good start. Demo, not with the best exit, also hesitating there a little bit, so look how much he lost. He's quarter of a second behind Elcon and LITEXPO. They're about to win the second map here.
That little tap from the back wheel on before checkpoint 3 from Tween might be the straw that broke the camel's back for the Slovak driver, and now Demo has it all to do, and he's running out of time to do it. LITEXPO now under threat, moving up to P2. Demo goes, very good move, but it will not be enough, or will it be? LITEXPO looking very slow, but Tween crashes on the way down the penalty grass, and with that out of the way, it will be a .712 for Elcon, less than 600ths away from the weekend record, and 10-5 the score on Laume for Team Blah, who lead 2-0 in the series.
Yeah, what a great performance there. Tween trying his best, maybe was overheating there a little bit in the ending, trying to push out every possible time gain there, and it wasn't enough. But still, 5 points have been gained there for the team. Great performance. And I mean, there was a duo that just came here on Friday and was like, yeah, I'm just gonna play kind of thing. They probably have kind of decided to play it. Of course, they have practiced extensively, but they did not qualify through the online events.
Yeah, indeed. They went all the way through to the play-in on Friday, so they have a lot of on-site experience. They have a couple of matches of on-site experience already in the fingers to deal with and to kind of learn from. It's especially important for Demo, given that he has not really attended all that many LANs so far in his Trackmania career. So I think those 2 matches that they had as a head start in terms of getting the mental game ready is doing wonders for them, trying to cope for situations like this, even though the fruits are not showing quite yet.
Yeah, that is true. The fruits cannot quite be harvested just yet, as we are going on to the warm-up, onto the next map. It is Huma. I think that is a map that you alluded to beforehand, that this is one of your favorites, if not even your favorite map.
Yeah, indeed, and this one really has a display of car control and dealing with rapidly changing surfaces. You go from platform with full grip to plastic, which is slightly sideways, to ice, and then you go back onto wood, and then trying to make your way through with the super tight turning radius, and then go back and try to force yourself sideways. And this is what can happen if you enter wood sideways a bit too fast. You end up doing a bit of what we call grip roll, if I were to take a term from the sim racing community, where you try to go in too fast, and in the end you end up loading the side tires on the outside a little bit too far, so you have the inside tires actually popping off the ground, and you can end up in a rollover just like that. As we are starting map number 3, Blah 2-0, they have their first opportunity to get their spot in the grand final.
Yeah, 2-0 ahead here in the preliminary final here. As you can see, they're just so close of reaching the grand final. Elcon and LITEXPO, however, finding themselves in the lead here, going over the no grip. Very important to have as much speed as possible going in. Yeah, LITEXPO pushing and steering a bit too early to the left and finding himself on the wall, respawning. And now it is Tween and Demo, who are actually both first and second, because Elcon also made a mistake, but Tween with the clip going for the double respawn here. And this is a 3 point, if not even more, maybe even a draw for Team Blah.
Tween pushing too hard too soon. He tried to go all out and leave nothing on the table, and unfortunately that clip completely thwarted his plans. But the motivator here to absolutely anchor the boat for Team Glacial Orcs, clocking in at 55.5. It will be a draw at the very end of the day due to that clip, monstrous clip from Tween, who finds himself 8/10 down compared to Letzter, who took advantage of the situation. So it will be a stalemate to start this map off, and in a bit of a similar situation to what we had on map 1, which was of course Snack Attack. This time it needs to actually go in favor of Glacial Orcs GP. They need to absolutely get everything down to a T.
I hope that Glacial is able to find the check on this map and then hopefully the checkmate on the next couple of maps. So on map number 5, I mean, they have to win 3 maps in a row to have a saying here, to make it into the grand final of things. But for that, they have a mammoth task in front of them. Elcon with an absolutely great start. Look at that, so much speed, he's on a banger.
Oh, Elcon looking very, very racy. Could we go for another sub 55? To the credit of the Czech driver, goes very, very wide on that little wood 180, and Tween takes advantage of that. And look at the entry of the plastic from Tween. Actually, Elcon was stuck way too far out wide, and he even loses second place to the benefit of his teammate Letzter. Demo is not really in any position to take advantage of all of this due to the deficit that he incurred over the course of the rest of the map. 55.03. Oh, we were so close to a 54.9, maybe even a 0.8 from Elcon. I think we could have gone world record for sure.
We could have seen a 0.7, like he was like 0.25 ahead. Yeah, I think he wanted to maximize the speed there on the plastic, going very wide. But I think this is a very, very interesting job, because if you go very inside, you get a good entry into the bobsleigh afterwards. And if you go outside, you have the speed, and that also pays its dividends. But I really see why this is one of your favorites, if not your favorite track, really.
Yeah, this is very much one that brings out the best of a driver, trying to deal with so many changing conditions, dealing with icy wheels on plastic, and then dealing with the tires thawing out and regaining grip very progressively. It's all about managing that sort of turning point, trying to get the car inside to the corner. Unfortunately for Tween, we had a little bit of a slowdown on the way down to the wood of Sector 2, so Demo is left all on his own to deal with Letzter and Elcon, and both are looking very, very good to try and get their first ace on the board.
Yeah, this is the round where Demo has to get at least into that second position, but he's too far away. 0.1 of a second, if not even more, in this checkpoint. Yeah, make it 0.2 now. Elcon lets us swarming into the finish and will get the ace halfway through, and also great times here, 54.9 and almost a sub 55 for Elcon as well. Tween crumbling, and it's another mistake from the Slovakian ace, and that is just the first glimpse for maybe the next rounds to come, because that's done Elcon. If they continue to drive those times, it will be very hard, if not even like almost impossible for Tween and Demo to beat them.
This is looking like a bit of a bad omen indeed, what we saw transpire in that last round for Team Glacial Orcs. And in terms of the round times, we've been slowly but steadily ramping up the quality of the times, as we did get a bit of a slowdown on the way into the plastic bubble road for the motivator. And as I was saying, we were slowly but surely ramping up the heat in terms of the times driven. Let's start going so close to the booster side block, 55.0 on the second to last round, and then on the previous round, a 54.9 demotivator response. It's looking very grim for Glacial Orcs.
Yeah, it's looking absolutely grim. They need to find aces, and I mean also now Demo with an individual mistake. Tween can solely not match the pace here in this round, and I think both of them are again on great times, probably not beating a 55, the 55 barrier here, but it could actually be the case. Elcon risking so much here and is able to survive it. Letzter also holding the gear, and Elcon with a new world record of 54.738. What a time, what an ending by the Czech player.
And that is a strong statement of intent. Not only the weekend record, but as you've alluded to, the world record. The time from mine, 0.754, is officially obliterated thanks to that worldy of a round from Elcon. And we are now on to match points attempt number 1 for the Czech driver and his teammate Letzter.
So it is not only a weekend record, it's the official world record now. So I think that was also the first one that we have seen during this weekend.
Yeah, indeed. First seen in a live match, actually, because I think about 2 days ago during practice, there was also Letzter who drove a world record in one of the other maps. I'll have to check that out. The motivator forced to respawn, so Tween left on his own to battle with Elcon. Letzter still finding himself in last place, some 4 seconds down. Elcon down to second, trying to retaliate to the attacks of Tween, but the Slovak driver looking very, very good. Stakes it all the way around the outside and gets a really nice late dive at the apex of the plastic before the bulb. Continuing to hold the lead, but look at how Elcon is catching up at the final bulb, the final wood part. Can he try to make the move stick in the 180? And Elcon trying to go 2 wheels side by side! Tween resists once more with a .902 to close this round out, and it will be a victory for Team Glacial Orcs, but they have their backs against the wall. It's ace or bust, all or nothing, if they want to try and get a comeback going.
Yeah, ace or bust, and then we will go to a decisive last round because 9-7, every outcome will result into either of those teams winning, even if it's 10-9, either it's 10-8 for the other team then, or it is 11-8 or something along those lines. So here we go. It is ace or bust for the red team, and Demo has made that first major mistake alongside Elcon here as well. Half a second they are behind. So as long as LITEXPO survives, this match is over.
As long as LITEXPO survives, this match is over, and even Elcon to try and get a bit of a word in as he gets himself a bit closer and closer to Tween, as unfortunately for the Slovak, we're going to have to relinquish the lead at the end of Sector 1, but LITEXPO with a significant clip, promoting Elcon up into second place automatically, and now Demo has a lot on his plate. He has potentially the chance to secure one more round here on Yuma for Team Glacial Orcs, but he has a lot of deficit to catch up to. 0.2 of a second to catch up in the final bob. I think he's going to run out of time to do it. It looks as though the writing has been on the wall all along in this matchup. Tween may win on the road, but it will not matter. Elcon secures the final point needed for Team Blah. 10-6, the final score on Yuma, and 3-0, the final score of the series. Elcon and LITEXPO are the first team through to the grand final of the Comic Con Baltics.
Blah making it look so easy. What a great performance, setting a statement, asserting dominance, and you have a worthy opponent already in the grand final. If you see it from the second match that we're gonna see very, very soon here, it will be between Team Nemesis and then also
and
we
Team
have
Boca
as well. The Frenchies are also going to play in that match. So it will be very exciting, but what a good performance it was. And we have also seen a new world record, Geek.
Yeah, first time that we were witnessing a new world record on stream, which is always a special occasion to behold. And the way that Elcon was just in such a flow state, pitching the car perfectly into the corners, stringing together the sequences of corners absolutely to perfection. It's always something special to witness, and we're glad that we got to witness it here on this very first semifinals. That means we got 2 more opportunities to witness that once again.
Hopefully, and I mean, Elcon is also in the grand final, so he's able to show us that pace there. Also on Snack Attack in particular, we have seen an absolutely incredible run there from Elcon on the last round, where he was 0.3 ahead, and he could have obliterated that world record. But there you go, we're done with the match. So semi-final 2 will be coming up very soon.
Semi-final 2 will be coming up very soon, and we're just trying to get some words in ready. We're trying to get some stuff on the stage, but overall everything has been really, really fantastic to follow in this tournament, be it from the play-ins to the group stage to the beginning of the playoffs this morning, and of course this very match. There has been a lot of action that has been really, really served up, and it looks as though we might be getting the go-ahead to actually get back to the stage and get a little bit of a last glimpse of Tween and Demo, who have really given it their all. And we saw a little bit of a debrief from Tween and Demo. They were kind of sharing thoughts, and honestly, I think this team did pretty well, all things considered.
Definitely.
Okay, guys, welcome on the stage. First semi-final runner-up team, Glacial Orcs. Come on here, guys.
All right, I got one more coming.
You did a great performance today. Let's chat a bit, okay? So, guys, how was the overall experience of this tournament? Are you happy with the real result?
Definitely. Like, we aimed at the top 4 initially because we knew there are like enough big teams that could beat us on our way. Like on paper they were better, but we knew like with good approach, with like accepting our pace, we can achieve that. So we're definitely happy to be on the stage.
Nice, good to hear. Any final words to your supporters or fans?
Just wait for more, that I just started.
Okay, once again, Glacial Orcs! Wishing you guys to get home well. And after a short break, we will be heading to another second semi-final. Stay tuned, guys.
also playing for. The players will be playing not only for points in that circuit, but also the winning duo will be granted a top 64 seed slot to XP Evo, which is the major for the Ambit circuit. A little bit about XP Evo. It is an event. It is the largest Trackmania international event in Cologne, Germany, hosted by yours truly, that we are going to be happening in September 26th through the 28th. And we just now today announced that we are accepting map submissions for that map pack. The maps that you see for Comic Con Baltics, all these maps that you see are created by the Trackmania community, and we are also looking to have maps just as cool as this event as well. Also, on top of that, a special announcement just for this event as well. Tickets, early bird tickets, will be going on sale June 2nd for that event. So if you are keen to going to Cologne and visiting us there, seeing all your favorite Trackmania personalities, content creators, and players, tickets are going to be going live June 2nd. But before then, we have a little bit of a video for you if production is ready, and then we'll be back after a few short breaks.
Somehow she's able to hold that grip. 3 milliseconds. Can the unthinkable happen for the freshman? But he's one mile. A perfect trip for everybody into the uphill dirt, and then the finish line crashed in the wall. He crosses the lead. There's nothing that can stop him now.
Stop.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. For those at home, hopefully you can hear me too. Welcome to the second semifinal that we are about to get ourselves into. It is going to be Team Boca versus Team Nemesis for our second semifinal. We're going to get into that pretty shortly. But before then, let's go ahead and kind of break it down. And with me, I have joining me Nua Lake, one of our casters for this weekend. Mr. Nua, how are you doing?
I am doing absolutely wonderfully, Import. I'm looking forward to this. It's been a fantastic tournament so far, even if we have seen an awful lot of sweeps. If we could kind of tone that down, I'd be having an even better time.
An even better time? Sure, of course. But as far as the Comic Con Baltics event for itself, how have you been enjoying it?
Oh, it's incredible. I mean, like, huge. I knew it was going to be big. I knew it was going to be exciting, but so much bigger, so much more exciting, so much going on. And honestly, just seeing all the cosplays around the place more than anything has been sick. There's so many people who put in such incredible effort to it, and it looks great.
The first time today I saw a Jax and Rengar cosplay. Me and Nua are both like League of Legends fans.
We can't admit to that in public.
Well, I just did. Anyways, but I did see those. They were pretty accurate, pretty cool, high quality. I was like, man, I can't imagine how much money they put into that stuff.
Yeah.
But we are here for Trackmania instead. So it's not really about League of Legends, about Trackmania. And honestly, this weekend has been pretty action-packed. As far as the matches are concerned, I think we can both agree they were kind of stomps more than they were close matches. I mean, I think we've had maybe one or two.
Yeah, I mean, even with that, with the amount of sweeps we've had, you'd look at it and say, wow, what a one-sided tournament we've had. But a lot of those sweeps have still been very back and forth. You know, it's 3-0, but the actual individual map scores don't necessarily reflect that final sweep score. It's just been some teams able to clutch up when they need to more effectively than others. And right now, to me, the kings of that have been the team we just saw in semi-final 1. Blah have been absolutely insane at just closing out maps when they need to.
I cannot deny I do have a little bias for Blah just because of Leicester. He is like one of my good buddies. We talk to each other a lot with our team shift. He's obviously for Berlin International Gaming, but he's with the club Team Shift, who have a lot of talented players, and so he is representing two teams. So there's a lot of pride on the line for at least us as Team Shift is concerned. But yes, very excited to see him in the grand final. But let's focus on semifinal 2, what we're getting into with Nemesis and Boca. These two teams, Nemesis has been, I will say, and I mean this in the nicest way possible, quiet, but in a good way, because they've not really had a ton of stream time action, but they've been pretty much sweeping every opponent they've come across.
Sure, and it's something I've talked about on our stream over the weekend as well. This is a Team Nemesis with Paco as a very young, a very good and upcoming player in some ways, and I still think he's kind of looking for his breakout tournament a little bit. And pairing up with Mime, in theory, that's been the goal this year, is for Paco to have that really big breakout tournament to dominate this year. This is meant to be the year of Team Nemesis in some ways, and maybe Comic Con Baltics is where it starts, because in some other team events we've had this year, they've not quite been living up to the promise that this team has.
Yeah, for the Hungarian player, he has had his ups and downs as far as that is concerned. But with his teammate Mime, who is a well-known entity within Trackmania, very successful career in Trackmania, several wins as well for under his belt for multiple competitions.
Yeah.
He is a good, solid player. Always shows up to perform. He may not be the fastest, but he's always going to put pressure on everybody.
Absolutely. I mean, look, though, over on the other side in this semi-final, things are not going to be easy for them.
True.
Boca are a team that equally have a ton of experience. Binks is an incredible player. Coco's been around the scene for a long time as well. And I think the scariest thing for me about this Boca squad, if you're playing them at this point of the competition, is Binks' tendency to ramp up not just throughout a competition, but over the course of a day as well. I mean, they lost their first match today, and since then, Binks is starting to turn into the force of nature that we know he can be.
I call the situation the French equivalent, where essentially, if you're coming against a French duo or any French player for that matter, and we'll probably see at this match, they're going to struggle on the first match, or maybe your first couple rounds.
Yep.
And then all of a sudden, they're going to become this unbreakable wall of complete pressure, and some teams can overcome it. A lot of teams can't. And I mean, Binks definitely is one of those players, top 8 player for the World Cup last year, as well as a top 4 finisher for XP Evo. So super talented player coming again. Still at his peak, I would say. Still definitely fighting for his spots and for that grand final. I definitely think he's that exact definition of a French equivalent, because he has slow starts, but when he gets his momentum going, it gets pretty intense.
Yeah, I mean, either way, I think the main thing hopefully we can agree on is that this match is going to deliver. This should 100%. Be fireworks. This should be spectacular. Hopefully, it makes it past map 3.
Hopefully it does. Hopefully we get a full 5-match set. That would be very
Don't
nice.
be greedy.
Okay.
Don't be
well,
greedy.
I want to be greedy, and I'm going to be greedy anyways. But do you know, I know who also is greedy is the fact that our casters have been waiting to talk about this match and get us into the action. So let's go ahead and head over to Turbo and G-Geek to get us into the second semifinal.
Well, thank you very much, Important. You've changed. Wait,
oh,
it's
Critty.
Hey, welcome everybody.
But yeah, welcome along, Critty. Thank you very much for joining me on the stage, Mr. Critty. And yeah, semi-final B, Team Nemesis versus Boca. This is one I've been looking forward to, and I might come off a bit biased given my country of origin, but I'm kind of rooting for Binks and Coco a little bit here to get the French duo some justice, get them into the grand final. But yeah, Boca actually taking part in our first LAN event of the season, with Coco also taking part in his first ever Trackmania World Tour event this year. Well, not first ever, first event of the year rather, as he is debuting for Otak, who's a regular part of the roster for Team Boca. And yeah, these team have been very much silent, but in a good way, as Import and Nua have been alluding to, and I'm really expecting them to come to the forefront very early on.
Yeah, that is something that we're going to be expecting throughout the entire tournament as well. I mean, we already saw in a spectacular match as well. It did end up going at 3-0 in that regard, but I'm still happy that the Tween and the Moderator got the show that they deserved us, and Blah awaits one of these teams in this semi-final. I mean, we have an absolute slugfest with Team Nemesis having Mime and Paco, and as your little favorites as well, with Binks and Coco on Boca's side as well. I expect fireworks. I've seen both of these teams play. They are high caliber when it comes to the usual 1v1 tournaments we've had, and with the duos as well that we have here. It's going to be phenomenal, and all the power to these players. May the best man win once we get into the matches soon after as well. But plenty of excitement, and I hope that the Comic Con Baltics behind me is equally as excited once we get into the matches. But the excitement can wait for now.
The excitement can wait for now, and I gotta say, when it comes to Binks especially, I feel like 2v2 has really brought that side that he became a really, really good clutch player towards the final phase, especially of 2023, back when the Trackmania Grand League was played in 2v2. He became really one of those drivers that could really pull wins out of a hat, like you could pull a rabbit out of a hat if you're a magician. And he was able to salvage seemingly unsolvable situations for his team back at G1. And also in 2024, when we went back to solo, I feel like it was the confirmation of him as an absolute force to be reckoned with as a solo player, as he was managing to get some really solid results in World Tour events such as the monthly cups, getting very, very close to winning here in this exact same spot 1 year ago versus Stufts, Mime, and Epos, and of course recording his best ever World Cup result last year at the Paris Games Week with a 3rd place, which is absolutely nothing to scoff at. And Coco, one of those players that is always a sight to behold in LAN, because he has that warrior mentality that I absolutely love. It might start off slow, but he knows that he can thrive under pressure. It really brings the best out of him, and whenever he gets to topple the seemingly unfathomable tide ahead of him, you know he can scream like a lion if he wants to. He is that kind of person who's really passionate and can let it all out once things go his way.
Yeah, that is the fire we're looking for, especially from Boca's side as well. They fell a bit flat against Blob and when we got to the first matches of the day as well, but I'm sure they're more than fired up as we get to the picks in just a moment as well. Now, the question is more so about what are we going to expect here as well. I know that Paco and Mime also, well, Trakai, that is just off the bat that we get on here as well. I mean, I don't know where Boca is going to go. They do have a very good strength in Lame, so I do expect it to come very early on. They really want to get the point on the board. You cannot really leave it to last chance. You know, you're on the stage. You have to make these points count. So I expect it to be Lame, unless they leave it to 3rd. To be fair.
Yeah, I would expect them to maybe leave Huma to the pick of the randomizer or the Nemesis, because this is exactly a map where, not exactly a map where Boca is feeling exactly super confident on there. Because I've been watching some of the games. I've been looking over the shoulders of the players whenever they were playing their games, and it seems that Huma is still a little bit of a problematic map for both Binks and Coco. They were not able to really get their marbles on there, and that is reflected in the picks, with Lauman chosen as map 2. Map 3 will be Snack Attack. Map 4 will be Huma, and Cosplay will thus be left as the decider. And yeah, that was the suspicion that is pretty much confirmed with the picks from Boca, preferring to try and get the Huma map, the Clear Vision map, out of the way for very, very late late in the game to give themselves the best possible chance of actually standing their ground against Team Nemesis, because Mime and Paco, if you give them an inch, they'll take a mile.
Oh, absolutely. And now is the case who will take the biggest mile as well. And as you can see as well, we have Trakai intro playing as well. It is a beautiful map made by Spec and Azix as well. It's beautiful. It starts off so innocent. I've said this many times before. It looks innocent. It's very casual to shot, but this jump up there as well, anything onwards from there is an absolute fiesta. We've seen ice spins, as you clearly can see on the display as well, backwards into a bobsleigh track, turning around and having a glorious time as you leap of faith into the finish. It has plenty of exciting moments throughout the track, but it's sort of a build-up track. It builds up to that final momentum, and then all hell breaks loose. Left, right, center clips there. Everything can go wrong, and everything can go equally as right.
Yeah, indeed. And this is probably, I've been talking about the general vibe of the map pack. This is definitely the map that has the biggest difficulty spike of the entirety of the map pack. Sector 1 and 2 look pretty fine. I mean, ramp up in difficulty, sure, but they look conventional. But then as soon as you arrive to the statue, this is where things get diabolical. You have to go either camera 2 from the near chase, or go camera 3 from the cockpit of the nose cam. Otherwise, you don't have any reference point to go off of that statue. And then you have that double transition into the ramp before getting back on the road. And then that ice spin, where we've seen plenty of players break their teeth in terms of trying to get that end consistently. And you also need to have a certain speed. It is indeed a speed check ending there. And we've seen a couple of players getting caught out, not only during the weekend, but also today at the very start of the playoffs day, as we get started for semi-final 2 for the second time today, as the lights go from purple to teal. The field is let loose, and we are racing for Nemesis versus Boca.
Yeah, and we have Coco's perspective here as well, as Mime, Binks, Coco, and Paco are gonna be neck and neck going into the first quarter pipe jump. Everybody gets through it as well. Nice, clean here. Penalty grass section with the reactor down, keeping it nice and grippy as well. Nice little turns, left, right, drifters. Yeah, really need to make sure you get a nice exit here as well. Jumping right as we have a good perspective from Paco's side as well. He's gonna be our camera guy for now. Everything now. Now we go into the jump and can cause a lot of trouble as we go into the jump here. Is anybody getting a bit of a fumble? No, everybody gets it clean, but it's Paco who falls a bit further behind at the moment, but it's neck and neck racing as we go into the final second. But the first touch at Coco also, it is Team Nemesis who takes the early lead.
Nemesis take the early lead with an unfortunate low slide for Binks, which has been compounded by a very wide exit from Coco, and both of the Frenchmen are forced to respawn, and Paco might not even be able to make it through the risky fin. That's a bit of a close cut, but he makes it through. Mime also securing the win individually with a 58.474, and things start off very, very strong with the first strike going the way of Team Nemesis, who lead 3-0.
Yeah, that is a perfect start for Team Nemesis. They are looking to keep this clean and clean cut for them as well. It is their map pick as well, so it should be that's something that goes their way, but we know that Binks and Coco are more than happy to make it a big problem for them at the moment. As we can see, the 2 red cars of Boca, well, at least in the name tags as well, are in the front end, but it is a neck and neck. Oh, Coco almost going a bit too wide there, but Paco still a very nice and lenient camera guy for us, leaning towards the back, but we're moving on to Coco at the moment, who's gonna give us the best perspective.
Yeah, currently Coco at the tail end of the field, and it's his teammate Binks who's deciding to try and make a bit of a breakaway run for freedom, but unfortunately gets a little bit too close for comfort to the pole, and even Coco gets a very nasty clip on the way to the statue, and that looks like another Team Nemesis round, and yet Binks is absolutely done for with that clip, which happened right as he triggered the checkpoint. That is the worst possible kind of crash that you can have, because it is one of those things that is completely unsolvable, and it shows on the right hand side of the screen with Binks continuing to respawn, as you can see in the activity feed, and Paco once again taking his sweet time to make it through the end, whilst Mime will score a 58.291, 2.5 seconds clear of his teammate, and that's the second consecutive ace for Team Nemesis, who lead 6-0, and unfortunately for Binks, he will not be able to reach the finish line. 24-30 seconds, there is absolutely no way to make it. He's missing 5 or 6 checkpoints at best.
Yeah, you have 15 seconds from the first player. If they cross the finish line, 15 seconds, that's the max you're going to get. So 2 aces in a row for Boca, not feeling quite the warmth of the stage quite yet, so as well. So hopefully if somebody is a fan of Boca, they are going to give them a bit more love than that. They need it as well. But if there's one map you can drop, it is the first one, because, you know, it is not their big. It's the best map the Team Nemesis are probably going to go with, so it's going to be a tough time as well. But we do see at the moment that Mime finds himself towards the back end of the grid, and with 1 and 2 again with Boca in the lead. Let's see if they can keep this going towards the latter half of the track as we come towards the jump. No mistakes. Oh, as soon as I mention it, it is an outlier for Paco. That means Mime needs to catch up to the rest of the game, but it's a good start for there, and Binks is on the chase.
That was a bit of an unfortunate sluggish ramp exit from Binks that sees Mime able to at least salvage 1 point from this nasty situation that Nemesis is finding themselves in, although we do see Binks trying to make a little bit of an attack on the Polish driver. The Vice World Champion for 2022 still resists though, and will be able to get 1 point on the board still for Team Nemesis, while Skoko will take the individual win with a .366. The first 2 points on the board for Boca, they're a good start, but they're arriving a little bit too late, those 2 points, and I feel like they have to take up the slack now. They cannot afford to drop one more round, otherwise they're going to be down in the gutter mentally.
Yeah, we still haven't seen that miraculous comeback that, you know, you're down for the count, you know, somebody's already saying, nah, let's move on to the next track, you know, it's probably already over, but there's always that momentum. It is not over until you reach those 10 points. We gotta keep that in mind as we see that Mime is the guy that has, again, giving us a bit of a wider end in that perspective. It's a good start for Boca, but then it starts to slowly fall into pieces, and Binks has to hold the line against Team Nemesis. Quite literally the Nemesis on this track as we go into the jump, and Binks has to hold it on, but that's not quite it, really.
Went way too low on the jump into the first ramp, and you could see the right front actually clipping at the top of the period just before the ramp, which is going to be doing Binks in at the moment, even though he keeps a close contact with Paco. Can he try to go on the attack once again in the spin out of the ice slide? The answer is a no, and that will be a closeout round for Team Nemesis with a .689 for Mime, 2/10 ahead of his teammate Pusito Paco, who has a little bit of a smile on his face, and yeah, it seems like everything is going all right. Taking a little bit of a sip. Keep yourself hydrated, kids. It's very, very important. 10-2 for Nemesis, who take a very easy first map.
Yeah, that is what we expect as well. You gotta go with your strong picks. You get the map on the board. Now it is time for Boca to give the answer. We saw on Lama as well. They hold, as far as I recently checked as well, they still hold the first and second fastest time on this track. So if there's any time to make that point count, it is on Loma. It is more of a traditional competition track that we have in this map pack as well. It has very nice turns, as you can see on the screen as well. Left, right as well, with the grass sections going there as well. Very nice inside. You have a little bit of a reactor there and there with the penalty grass. There's different surfaces that you have to take into account. But the most important part, as always, is with racing, you gotta stay ahead of your opponents, and hopefully that's exactly what Boca are gonna look to do in this upcoming round. And what do you think? Do you think they got it in them? Especially, it is their strongest map in all things considered.
I'm thinking that they are going to be trying their best to take advantage of that particular map, and they're going to do their best to put the incident that was Trakai, the unfortunate start that they had to their series, behind them and say, okay, we just have to focus. And if I may slip in a little bit of French there, c'est pas grave. On fait un reset, on oublie la map 1, on va à la map 2. Let's just reset. Forget map 1, we go into map 2, we got this. And I do believe that they have this, and I do think Binks will be able to come into his own. I'd say maybe not map 1. If it's not map 1, it will be not round 1, but round 2. I was thinking confusing map and round, but you get the idea.
Yeah, that's the idea we're looking for. The idea is that Boca need to make it work, and now we move on to the first round of Lama as well. Let's see what we can do in this. Is there more life to this as well? And I believe that Boca are more than up for the challenge as we start off with this track. Very narrow section as we go into the first segments here. This turn in particular as well, from the perspective of the drivers, is very blind, so they really have to go with intuition as they go into this segment as well. Now they get to go into this nice little right-hander, bit of a swing to the left, now swing left and right. In that case, there you go, but a bit of a wobble there, but we need to keep on going. Coco with the perspective.
Yeah, unfortunately for Coco, had a little bit of an airtime because he went a bit too wide on the exit of that tight turn for checkpoint number 5. As we go past the vertical reactor, Coco with a bit more exit speed will pass Pusito Paco for the benefit of third position, and it will be Binks currently trying to catch up to Mime, but Mime has decided to completely check out in that third and final sector, looking to completely obliterate all chances of Boca of securing at the very least the victory, and Mime will take the individual win with a time of a 57.778, taking up in a very strong fashion for the Polish driver for Team Nemesis. Paco at the tail end of the field means it is a draw and 1 point apiece for either team.
Yeah, the one thing about this track is everybody's good at it, so that's the only drawback of this track. I think everybody's really nailed this down, so even if Coco and Binks have some of the fastest times on paper, Mime and Paco are more than than happy to come against them as well, as we see as we go into the next part of the track as well. I'm hoping that Binks and Coco are gonna come back alive. They really need those aces. I think that will be the good motivation that they're looking for just to get that train going.
Yeah, indeed, as we are currently following along with Coco in sector number 2, once again finding himself a little bit at the tail end of the field, luckily without any airtime at the exit at checkpoint number 5, so that's a good thing, and he goes on the charge versus Paco, but barely grazes the wall on the inside before the vertical reactor part, and now it's Mime and Binks, this time very much locked into battle, side by side, going into this third and final sector. Mime still edging ahead by 23 milliseconds, but Binks continuing to pile on the pressure. Can the Frenchman try to find an opportunity to move into the lead of the race at the final corner, tries to go for a bit of a better exit. No, he slows down a bit too much, too sideways, and yet again, Mr. Consistency Mime, exactly the same time, down to 1 millisecond being driven, and with Paco up in third, it is a victory that allows Nemesis to take the lead.
Yeah, that's a consistency hand and a half, driving the exact same time. This is 57 seconds of track, and to do the exact same time in a round is impeccable. But we already saw that there was a bit of a fumble by Coco again, so it leaves Binks to do a lot of heavy lifting here for Team Boca at the moment. But if there's a man to do it, it's definitely Binks, but he has top up position. Paco and Mime right on his tail as we go into this segment once again. Can he keep that speed going? Good exit from here. Mime makes the fumble, so makes it a little bit easier for Binks to going after Paco.
Paco versus Binks for the lead of the race. Coco promoted automatically up into third position, thus guaranteeing at the very least a draw in case the attack from Binks completely falls flat on its face. But Binks has every intention to make it not flat on his face. He's continuing to push, and takes the lead in Sector 3 ahead of Paco by a 1/10 of a second. Paco without any answer, not able to retaliate at all to the third and final sector from the Frenchman, who takes the individual win with a .885. Paco in second will still bring a point home for Nemesis, and with the victory, Boca even the score 4-4 at the end of we head into round 4 at the end of round 3 rather.
We love a nice little 4-4-4 at the moment, but it isn't something that Boca should be making this a lot more clear cut than it seems at the moment. But we can already see as soon as Coco gets into the drive, into the groove, I'm sure they're gonna go for it as well. But currently everybody's neck and neck as we go into the first segment of the track here. No mistakes so far. Everybody's doing it clean as possible as well. Going a bit wider to get a better exit out of here as well. You really want some good speed as well. Coco falling a bit behind with also, but with Paco as well. No mistakes so far. Good, clean racing at the moment. Coco with a little bit more less space, but still in the mix.
Yeah, currently still in the mix. Very clean passing through first sector and the start of the second sector, but Binks this time trying to take the lead, trying to take charge of the round up front. Mime and Paco in hot pursuit, whilst Coco tries to keep visual contact as best as he can to the tree up ahead, but he continues to see the field completely leave him in the dust as Paco goes on the attack for the lead, gets ahead of Banks before the drop down, but Banks immediately retaliates, but Mime with a much better exit, sniped him at the line, no! Crashes into the finish ring! Banks thus inherits the lead, and Boca also take the lead in the map, courtesy of that full stop pick from Mime, and a .755 as well from Binks, saying to Mime, hey, you drive .7s? I can do that too.
Yeah, the one thing about ring finishes is the fact that if you really want to push them, there is a problem. There is still a ring that you need to avoid, so that is exactly what Mime had to face, but he really needed to push. I think he knew for a fact that they were so close that he had to take every little millimeter possible, but it wasn't to be there for now. But still, it gives Boca the lead that they've been looking for as we go into this next 7, nice and smooth still. Again, we go into this later part of the track, nothing to really separate. Mime giving us a nice perspective as well, as we can see the reactor down, going right around the pole there into this final part, and Mime now trying to chase down the red of Boca, as it's possible that they might be going for an ace here.
Yeah, they might be going for an ace, but ain't no rest for the wicked. Paco and Mime are still in very close proximity, a bit too close for comfort, I'm guessing, for the Frenchmen. They're trying their best to keep them at bay throughout the entirety of the third sector, and it's mission accomplished. Boca move into an ace position, and a .738 for Binks as well. Coco signing a new PB with a .792 if my calculations are correct, and it's map point attempt number 1 for Boca. as we are back onto the road, and we are following along with Mime. The whole shot will be for Pusito Paco, of course, in checkpoint number 1. Now that chicane, we've seen plenty of players actually get caught out, and Mime will fall victim to the chicane of checkpoint 2 as well, and thus will be dropped down to about, I'd say, roughly 6/10 of a second. Yeah, thereabouts. Paco immediately trying to pick up the slack, but it's going to be an uphill battle for him because he's all on his own and cannot really do anything else but try to uphold the individual honor of Nemesis.
Yeah, but this is something that the unfortunate part about it, the fact is that if you only need 1 point, you really need both of your teammates to make a difference. So at the moment, Paco is doing his best to deny. He can just go all out and maybe get a new PB, maybe even a world record. We do not mind that as well. But currently, he's just trying to hope the fact that maybe something happens to Binks and Coco, but a futile effort at the moment as the members of Boca are coming into their own, now going for a back-to-back aces, and that is as clean as you're going to get into the next round. Clean time, sub 58s. That is what you want to see if you're a fan of Boca. That is a bit of heavy weight off the shoulders as well. You're even Steven now with Team Nemesis, and I'm sure they're more than happy when we move on to the next track.
Yeah, indeed, because we're moving on to the second straight pick of Boca, and this is exactly the kind of momentum that's very important to get, actually getting their map win in the books. And once we go on to Snack Attack, I think it is fair to say that it's worthy of celebration in the audience that we are going to be having a series. We are not getting any sweep anymore.
Yeah, it's not going to be 3-0 like it was previously, so all we're going to get a shot.
Can we get a round of applause in the audience for that? Because I think it is a pretty noteworthy.
Yeah. The one thing that we haven't yet seen throughout this entire tournament, that we have gone to map number 5, I believe. So we've still had 3 ones, I believe, is been the one. So we cross our hearts and hope that that is going to be the case, because we want all of the Trackmania action, and the only way to do that is if we go into the final bitter ends and to see who will make it to the grand final. The stakes are high, especially on Snack Attack, the longest track in the pool. It's a visual wonder. Wizzy has done an amazing job. These are Doritos as well on the map itself. It's a drivable surface as well, and it's been made to look absolutely beautiful. It's an eye candy of a track as well, and this just shows what is possible in Trackmania. It's very little, it's just a glimpse of what is possible, but it looks fabulous on track.
It is a very good little peek at what is possible with the map editor that we have, and all the creative tools that are available within Trackmania to give us tracks of a particular atmosphere that are very, very unique. And of course, there are a lot more examples that come up to mind beyond Snack Attack, but that is the example we're going to be driving on right now as map number 3 of this second semifinal is underway. 1 map apiece for Boca and Team Nemesis, who will try to snatch the lead back in this series.
Yeah, well, hopefully somebody's going to snatch a victory, but it's not going to be a start that Coco is going to look for. He goes for the safe route as well. You can do it as well, but it's significantly slower, so it means that Binks is the one that has to deny Nemesis of an ace to start off, but Binks is exceptionally fast. But it is Mime who holds the weekend record as well, as you can see on the top left of you, a 1:04.695. So Mime is on the tear, and we can already see that car is becoming significantly smaller with every turn, but Binks is trying his best to catch up to Mime.
Currently heading into sector number 3, it's going to be Mime, Binks, Pusito Paco in that order. A little bit of a wobble on the way to the rolled up Dorito chip as we go very, very low here on the transfer over the bubble for Pusito Paco, but not able to really make any kind of impact versus Binks. Binks trying to get a good nose slide. Mime manages to retaliate perfectly well, and Paco now falling within the rear bumper of Binks, potentially trying to push himself into an ace position. It's going to be too little too late for the young Hungarian. Mime will take the individual victory with a .718 to kick things off, and it will be the victory for Nemesis, who lead 2-1.
Well, that's the time to start off your day. Mime is more than happy to start off Snack Attack with an exceptional time as well. That is what we love to see. But now we need Boca to get back into action. It is their map pick, so they definitely needed to go their way. But the Coco with a bit of a fumble to start off in the previous round, that's already gone in the past, as we see both of the members full-on attack with Mime, and Paco is the one that gives us the best perspective of everybody as we go into this nice little turnaround, get the checkpoint, come back around, a few Dorito chips on the way as you go into the next segments. Beautiful to see, and now we get to see how the full segment is done with 4 racers on the field.
3/10 between first and last at the moment as we head uphill into the corner that was proving so troublesome in the previous match for Glacial Orcs GP, specifically when we went a little bit too wide, and this time we have a slowdown on the transition back to the flat, and also Binks having a bit of a slowdown into the rolled up Dorito. Coco, his teammates, immediately there to pick up the lead and try to anchor the boat for Boca, trying to enforce a draw here as he resists the assault of Paco. Meanwhile, Binks versus Mime trying to challenge for 3rd position. Currently Binks ahead, but Paco versus Coco. This is the battle for the lead. Can the Hungarian try to finally make the move stick? Has a bit more speed. It's not going to be enough unless at the finish for 7 milliseconds, Coco resists and evens the score once again to Nemesis. 3-3 as we head into round 3 of map 3.
Ooh, that's a close shave there. We're gonna get closer and closer, it seems, with every single round. And that's the exciting point of this track and this match as well. These are titans that are going up against each other as well, and we are expecting to see a full show of that as well. Paco again has a bit of a slower start, but it is something that can be forgiven on this track as well. It is a long track, significantly longer compared to the other ones, so a bit of endurance as well is needed on this as well. But there's a lot of red on the screen at the moment as we go into the latter sections of the track as well. Mime is the one attacking Coco and Binks. Good section here, no fumble so far, but Paco, he really needs to get into the mix, but it's Coco now leading into the segment as Mime is trying to attack.
Top 3 very much having a little bit of a peloton style race at the front. Meanwhile, Paco's completely out of that discussion. Mime currently falling back down to P3, going very close to hitting the wall on the outside. Manages to correct it and gets a great nose slide, promoting himself into second versus Coco, and now taking the fight to Binks as well for the lead, while Paco moves up into third, just ahead of Coco. Binks versus Mime. Mime has a bit more speed. Can he try to slide with a bit of a tighter line to the finish? The answers are no, and a point 7:68 for Binks. The best time that he's driven in match so far this weekend will ensure a draw as Binks and Coco finish top and tail of the field.
Yeah, this is what we are talking about. They are going so close to each other every single round, and that just makes it every time so exciting. And you know, I'm already on stage, but just looking at them going head to head on this track just makes it even more so amazing. We see a bit of a slowdown there as well, Coco, I believe, and Binks has to retake the quarter pipe, so all eyes on Coco. He needs to now avoid the fact that Ace might be brewing for Team Nemesis.
Yeah, currently Team Nemesis having a very solid round on their hands. It is very much their round to lose to Man and Pustito Paco, and they know that they're not immune from surprises. They know that Snack Attack Matt have some sneaky bad surprises in their sleeves, especially in that second to third sector transition right there, as we still follow along with Coco, who tries to go for a very aggressive jump over the bubble. Does not really pay off in terms of the gap that he's trying to come back. Now trying to go for the nose slide and gets a bit better of an exit compared to Paco, so he will be right within the bumper of the Hungarian, but Mime in the meantime is completely checked out up front and will be securing the individual victory. But a great transfer from Coco to at least bring 1 point home for Team Boca, as Mime wins the round individually with a .974. Coco 2.5 tenths down, Paco in third. Binks will reach the finish line, and it will be Nemesis once again in the lead, 6-5. It's still very slim pickings.
Yeah, it's close margins. The problem is that more closer we get to the 10-pointers, it could be just that the ace comes in and that's it, basically. There's very little you can do, especially throughout the later stages of this track, that once somebody gets an ace, it's very hard to just dial back in and get into the mix.
Yeah, indeed, and we're getting closer and closer to that point of no return. Whenever one of the teams reaches 7 points, this is where everything really is on the table for either team, be it Boca if they want to take the lead, or Nemesis if they really want to try and snatch away the map pick from Boca, because that could be very much a key factor going the way of Team Nemesis's mentality if they're able to get one of the opponent's map picks completely out of their hands.
Yeah, but this is going to be a close one as well. Again, Coco in the lead, this is good as well, but he has a bit of a higher jump here, so everybody's going to catch up to him a little bit as well. You can see Mime already reeling Coco in a little bit, but that wasn't the best entry there as well. But Mime still pushing ever so slightly. Mime is taking the lead as well, so the two members of Boca are trying to catch up to him as well. Who makes the quarter pipe the best? Nah, everybody's still 1, 2, and 3 the same way they entered there, so Mime keeping that Team Nemesis ahead with a lead. It is a draw, 7-6 on the board, and now a track point for Team Nemesis, and we are now at the threshold where if they get the ace, that's just the map god. There's nothing Boca can do anymore. 10 is the magic number that we're looking for.
This is indeed the point of no return that has been crossed with Nemesis now on map point number 2, attempt number 1 to get the second map in the books here in this series. Following along with Binks on the jump into the wall right, if already managed just to clear it pretty much pixel perfectly. Coco will be falling to the back of the field just before that 180 aerial, crossing the checkpoint as you go up, and then slide back down on the way into sector number 2. Binks, I thought he was going to hit the pole on the side there. He manages to get away with it and will be still going toe-to-toe with Mime Paco in close proximity behind.
Yeah, it is close to Mime as well, but this segment, oh, no. Coco is the one that makes the little touch there, so it is up to Binks. He has to avoid the ace. He ideally would love to overtake Mime here as well, but they're going to be neck and neck going into this final segment here as well. Hopefully, no, Paco a little bit too far behind, so it is a two-man show. It's Binks versus Mime. Mime has always the better section here, more speed as well. Let's see Binks' perspective here as well. Going into the jump, perfect and clean. Mime gets it as well. Paco is not close enough, or is he? He has probably a little bit more speed. Is it enough to overtake Binks on the line? It's 6,000ths of a second, but just holds on. It's 9-7, sudden death, because ace or bust for Boca.
Binks holding on to second place by the skin of his teeth, and it is ace or bust now for the French duo. If they want to take their second map in succession here in the series, Paco going uber inside on turn number 2 as we go into the jump into the wall. Right, Coco going for the very, very low line, will exit in the lead with his teammate in tow. Mime and Paco about a 10th to a 10th and a half down as we head into the 180 aerial. Paco once again giving us a good sweeper cam overview of the field up ahead. Coco still very much leading the charge, but they have to be aware of sector 2 and 3. This is where all the challenge can come undone for the French duo.
Yeah, it is very much looking good. Paco is out a little bit, not the best line, so he has to bleed plenty of it. He's out of it. The question, all eyes on this man. There's a smile on his picture, but I'm pretty sure he's shaking a little bit as well, but he's looking cool and calm on his camera. But this is the perfect scenario. They need the ace here. If it stays like this, Boca will be taking it. But look at that speed from Binks. He's waiting neck and neck here. If this jump goes badly for Mime, it's Binks so perfect. He goes around as well, and he takes over both of these members, and that means Mime single-handedly takes the lead, takes the track, and puts Boca in 2-1 behind. What a great return by Mime.
And look at the stone face of Mime as he takes a sip of water. Absolutely stone cold aura there from the Polish driver from Team Nemesis, and Paco was taking his hands in his head like, oh my god, I'm so thankful that you were there to pick up the slack, because yeah, that was a little bit of a hot moment for the Hungarian as we're about to switch to Huma, and this is the mental edge that Nemesis were looking for, taking the map away from Boca as we circle back to Huma, a map where they know Boca are a little bit on the back foot in terms of pace and also somewhat consistency. They know they are much more vulnerable to mistakes than Nemesis is.
Yeah, but it gotta keep in mind now, it is Team Nemesis who have that fundamental lead into this track as well. The bobsleigh wood, no grip, there's a lot of this as well. Of course, when you may be a bit new to Trackmania as well, it might seem a little bit underwhelming as well. But some of these surfaces you can see, they have a lot of grip. They can turn like it's no tomorrow. So keep an eye on that as well. That's where you see a lot of these slingshot moments as well, as we have this nice, I do love these intros. They have been cooked to perfection. This nice little rewind section as we get into the track. Well. Now Boca are looking. There's no other way. They just have to win now. It's just that simple. 5 head strats here. Just win. How hard can it be?
Drive fast, don't crash, as a famous German Formula 1 world champion once said in a press conference, Malaysia 1999. I think if I have my dates and my locations correctly, as we are about to get underway for the 4th time in this series, it is time to go racing on Huma by Clear Vision. Nemesis in with a shot of joining Blah in the grand final, and Boca with it all to do.
Yeah, but this is now no slowdowns in the start as well. You can see everybody's in the mix. Good starts by everybody involved. Mime is the one that was a little bit behind, but that's all right. You can easily catch up as well. You can see neck and neck racing as we jump into the bobsleigh track as well. Nicely down there as well. Cool slide into this pusher. You really want to get it as tight as possible as you get a great exit. All of them get it left, right, and now we go down. Paco is the one who has to release a bit just to avoid a little bit of a mistake, but everybody's pushing it. But Mime is the one that is trying to get it back.
Currently, Mime being a bit of a thorn on the side for Boca. Binks going very, very wide, and an unfortunate grip for Coco. And we have a departure from Binks Airlines. He has decided to take himself off of the track and promotes Postito Paco up into 2nd position. And just like that, they get an ace handed on a silver plate to kick off their map strongly. A 55.058 for Mime, and it's all come apart so badly in such a dramatic fashion for the French duo, who are now finding themselves already on 2 feet under. It's not quite 6 feet under yet. It's already 2 feet under. We're starting to get a little bit too low for our liking there on the French side.
Yeah, it's a rough start, but if there is one team that can do it, it's definitely Boca. They have the talent, they have the experience, they've been in these situations in the solo tournaments, duo tournaments. It's nothing new to them, but is it enough? It is Mime and Paco that they are racing against. It's not an easy adversary to take down so single-handedly, so now they have to push it to the very limits, but you can see Paco has taken an early lead, pushing Coco and Binks to the very limits of this track as well. But is it enough as we go into the later stages of this track? Paco and Mime in the lead. Coco is trying to push for the very lead.
Oh, Coco with a great exit from that double left-hander after the wood regrip. He finds himself in second place, right in between Mime and Pusito Paco. Paco continuing to hold the lead. Mime trying to retaliate to the attack of Coco, retaking second place for his liking. Now Coco, last turn, not enough. And it's a second consecutive ace for Team Nemesis, and Paco dipping for the first time of the weekend below the 55s with a .922 down to the exact millisecond alongside Mime.
Yeah, that is what you call perfect teamwork. It is the perfect time, equal time, and that is how you do it. But that is 6-0. Coco gets a slowdown as well, so all again to do for Binks. But if he gets a draw out of this, this is still in the realms of possibility. I know I'm maybe drawing up the most wildest scenario, but it is still possible. Paco a bit shaky there. Binks trying to do his best, but Paco and Mime are pushing these players to the very limits.
They are being pushed to the brink, and it seems as though they are about to come, they have come very close to breaking point, and breaking point has been reached, I think, with the previous round. Binks doesn't really have an answer so far in that third sector, tries to get himself shown on the perspective of Mime's gain, but it's not really paying off. Mime continues to his unabated domination of the race, along with Pusito Paco and Binks. Clips just before the drop into the pop, and that is the third consecutive ace. The back is against the wall more than ever for Team Boca, and what a time for Mime, a .805. He is hungry. He wants to retake his own world record that Elcon stole away from him in the previous semi-final.
Absolutely, but look at that. That is just consistency at its finest. It is in these moments where you go like, you know, Binks and Coco maybe not doing the best, but you gotta give props to Paco and Mime doing a perfect display of what you can do on Hyuma if you are zoned in and they are not letting go. They only need 1 point. Miracles can happen. I've never seen anybody come back from a 9-0 deficit, unless it's maybe a lower league game but that we've had before. But this time, and I believe that was Binks going out, so Coco is a bit slow in this section, so it is a bit of a try run. Paco, a bit of a fumble, but he needs two to tango.
Yeah, he needs two to tango, and as we say in French, pour l'honneur, for the honor. Coco decides to go on the hunt versus Mime to at least get an individual victory for the feel-good factor. But all in all, Team Nemesis has really lived up to the reputation of an absolute threat. They were a bit of an unknown variable coming into this weekend as an invited team, but we could pretty much guesstimate their strength, and their strength is very much for all to see as Mime snipes Coco by 4 milliseconds. It is going to be an 11-1 scoreline on Hyuma and a 3-1 overall in the series. Paco and Mime will face off against Elcon and Letster in the grand final, and if the rest of the tournament for either team is anything to go by, sparks are gonna fly more than ever.
Yeah, that was absolutely phenomenal as well. It shows they got the momentum going, and Hyuma just raised it up another bar in that case. You can see the players talking to each other as well. They know each other from many races, online, offline. They have seen each other play, and I'm sure they're more than happy to go at it as well. You know, it's all smiles at the end of the day. I'm sure Binks and Coco would have loved to do a lot more as well, but you know, it's at the end of the day, this is what we do. We do the racing for the amazing stuff as well.
Yeah,
and here we are as well. You know, a little bit of everything, but that is what we love.
Yeah, it's what we love, seeing the camaraderie from each and every player, as we do see Paco and Mime getting slowly but surely ready up, and it seems as though we are also ready on the stage to get a little bit of a word from Binks and Coco, my fellow countrymen, who are going to be bowing out in the semifinals here of Comic Con Baltics.
Please give a round of applause and welcome the second semi-final runner-up team, Boca. Come in here, guys. So, let's have a quick word. So, guys, are you happy with your performance during this event, during the semi-final?
Yeah, I think we played good on all the weekend, but here they were just too strong for us. So yeah, we are happy with our performance today.
How's the teammate feeling?
What? Sorry?
How are you feeling, the teammate?
Oh yeah, I mean the same way. We aimed for top 4. That's where we finished. So yeah, that Canada goal, they were a bit too strong, and we were a bit shaky on the third map that we should win, and maybe go on a 5 map to decide it all. But well played to Mime and Pussy Topako. They deserved it.
Any final words to your fans or supporters?
Well, obviously, thanks for watching. I would like to thank you guys. Applause to you. To all the fans here, to the French fans who are friends at home, and especially to my family who actually helped me to buy flight tickets to come here. So shout out to my family and friends who watch me at home.
It's so nice. Once again, your runner-ups, Team Boko! And after the very short break, we are going to get into the grand final.
Abbas, Comic Con Baltics, are you guys ready for the grand final? I can't hear you. Are you ready for the grand final? That's what I like to hear.
That's what I like to hear as well.
That's what we needed a little bit earlier, but now we got it. Now we have the grand final coming in. We have our 2 final teams for the grand final. It's going to be Nemesis versus
Team Blah.
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 Blah. If you don't know what Blah is here, let's give a little history about Blah.
Well, Blah is an emote that you can find on various Trackmania streams over the course. I think it started emerging back in 2022 or something, maybe a little bit earlier than that. Yep. And since then, well, it has found some resonance according to some players and members of the community. And since then, it has been an official symbol of Elcon. Wherever he goes and wherever he plays, there always is Blah in the chats.
So, congratulations, you've been educated on an email for even Trackmania's community. And now let's talk about our teams. First, on my left, I have Team Nemesis. Can I get a cheer for Team Nemesis? For Team Nemesis, we have both Paco and Mime. Can you tell us a little bit about this duo?
Paco and Mime are a part of the 4 invited teams that were throughout this tournament, and I'd say they were more coming in as a bit of an unknown variable, even though realistically, for anyone who follows Trackmania, they know very well where they can place, and it feels like their status as a lethal contender for the title is very much confirmed, and they confirmed it in great fashion in the second semifinal especially.
A solidified duo, a very strong duo indeed, but they have another opponent who seems to be somewhat of the tournament favorite going into this grand final, and that is Team Blah with Leicester and Elcon. Can I get a cheer for Team Blah?
Elcon and Leicester, these two have absolutely shown through the open qualifier back at the start of May, at the beginning of the month of May. They really made their mark and they continued to show strength over the course of the entire weekend, with especially Leicester, Elcon's teammate, showing tremendous amount of pace and really progressing very well since the start of 2025.
We have our 2 opponents. We have the grand final. Now it is time to see who is going to win the trophy, the money, the points, all of it for Comic Con Baltics 2025. Audience, are you ready? That's what I like to hear.
And if I may try to do this one more time, Comic Con Baltics race fans, are you ready? I think they're awake.
I think they're awake. I think they're hyped. Let's get into the match. We're going to head it over to our casters for the grand final as we get into the pick and bans. Guys, take it away.
Thank you very much, Import. Welcome to the Grand Finals, everyone. I am Nualeik. I am joined on the broadcast for this Grand Finals by none other than Lucker's Turbo, and we are looking forward to a very exciting matchup here. Turbo, both of these teams come into our Grand Finals having dropped only 1 map along the way. Both of them dropped that map to Team Boca. It is too close to call coming in.
It is too close to call indeed. I think this will be a very good match as the pick and ban is starting here. Let's see what will happen. Snack Attack is map number 1. I'm very much hyped for that one because I think both teams were in particular very good on that, especially Elcon and Leicester. They both set world records on this map. And then Cosplay is map number 2, the first pick for the team Nemesis here. Then Huma is map number 3, also a very comfortable pick for them.
Oh, it's going to be such an exciting match already. This pick order is crazy in some regards. Snack Attack has been so strong for both of these teams. As you said, especially Blah have looked unstoppable on it. But if Nemesis can disrupt them on that map, map 1, on Snack Attack, all of a sudden this entire match goes up in the air.
Yeah, I guess so as well, but it will just be very, very close, and I do expect that we hopefully gonna see 5 maps being played out here in this grand final. And guys, it is 1,500 euro for the winners on the line and 700 euro already going home for the second place. So that's already a lot of money to be played for.
Well, we kick things off in our grand final with the Doritos, our sponsor for this event. We're heading straight on into Snack Attack. Even if it's a 3-0, we have to make sure they got in there, right? It's going to be a fun track. We've seen some serious battles on this track already this weekend. It has been dramatic, especially that final quarter pipe jump landing on that Dorito up in the air. It's a dirt exit. It is a dirt texture underneath that Doritos texture, and it has caused some problems for players. It also gives that opportunity to catch back back up right at the very end.
Yeah, also huge shout out to Wizzy, who's also in the crowd and has played this competition, of course. Unfortunately, barely missed out on being on stage, but still great performance and bringing us an astounding map for this competition. Very unique style, and here we go. The first round is about to start here very soon. LITEXPO and Elcon versus Mime and Pusito Paco. Let's do a small prediction. What do you think? Who's going to win it?
Blah have looked so strong all weekend, but I will say since they got on stage, I've been so impressed with Team Nemesis. With that said, I'm still kind of leaning with Blah. They've looked so good.
3-2 Blah.
3-2 Blah. It feels like not a safe prediction, not by any means, but at least a reasonable prediction. Honestly, though, I think you could have gone for either team in this grand final and not look like an idiot, not look crazy for making that prediction.
True that, actually. So here we go. The warm-up is currently winding down. Players are getting ready, situated. World record, or weekend record, is a 104.695. Nice time. And Mime also has the official world record of a 104.525. But here we go, guys. The finals officially started. It is LITEXPO and Elcon versus Mime and Pusito Paco.
It's going to be a battle the entire way through. Starting things off on Snack Attack, close through these first few corners. Absolutely, all four of these players fighting for it. All four of them have looked really strong on this map in particular, and we're expecting close rounds between them. Of course, close rounds could mean draws, could mean close wins, could mean close aces, and a close ace is as good as a blowout ace. It's still 3 points.
Yeah, and right now this looks really good here for the red team. Now it's important to nail that apex. You see a clip from, I think that was LITEXPO falling to last position, so Elcon now wants to deny that ace or victory towards his opponents, but the red team getting a good line. Paco jumping a bit tight there, losing a lot of speed, so it is Mime versus Elcon. The former teammates fighting down Elcon up with a good nose line, so it's the red team swarming up to first and second position. This could be the disaster striker for Team Blah, and the first ace is in close reach for Team Nemesis. They just have to start letting but Mime with no speed. Elcon to the line! Elcon snipes it in the end, and Paco with a new PB as well.
LITEXPO nearly caught Mime as well there. Mime just about had enough speed to still make that ending. If he didn't, we would have had a draw in round one. As it is a win for Team Nemesis in round one, up by 1 point after one round. Expect that to change, expect this to be close, although maybe Team Nemesis just take this lead on Snack Attack and never look back.
Yeah, maybe they'll never look back, as they have a great start on this round as well, but they find themselves on third and fourth position actually. Elcon and LITEXPO right now finding themselves with a lot of speed into that sector. LITEXPO jumping very far up, and look at the speed advantage that he has in comparison to the other players. And Mime and Paco have to pull the trigger here. They need to make something happen here in the last part of the track.
Yeah, need to try and catch. There is, of course, this nose slide coming up, the possibility to gain so much speed into that final quarter pipe as well. As things stand, LITEXPO dropping a little bit towards the back. Chance then to maybe catch back up to Mime and Paco as we enter these final couple of corners. Paco dropped to the back, good speed from both Mime and Paco. LITEXPO a little bit awkward on the exit, going to have to try and catch them in this quarter pipe. The landing though is good from Mime, it's good from Paco. Elcon leads the way. Mime up front doesn't quite have the speed to catch Elcon, and that is going to be a draw, but it is a world record.
Weekend record.
The online world record is a little bit faster on that track. 1/10 faster.
Yeah.
Exactly 1/10 faster. I mean, it's still an incredible time for Elcon in that round.
Yeah, very nice time there. Shows us what he's able to do. I think he has beaten that time 2 times already beforehand. It was also LITEXPO occupying that time here as well. So good time, but the official record is by Mime, having a time that is, as we said, 1/10 faster. But right now, who is behind is Pusito Paco, the teammate from Mime. So the world record holder has to make something happen, but Elcon on an insane start, and he was on such great pace. One match beforehand, he was on an absolute banger of a time, but then failed the quarter pipe jump. I think he wants to beat this time again.
He might try and beat it again, but Mime is not going to give it to him.
Not a good line.
Mime is pushing him. It's not an ideal line from LITEXPO. Has dropped a little ways back, and Mime is starting to fall a little bit away from Elcon as well. Still, this transition to go. LITEXPO does land early with a great speed down this hill, but the gap is just a little bit too big. Mime gets such an early straightening on that. Elcon does not. It's Mime far off into the distance at the moment. Elcon trying to catch up to his teammate. Great low jump from Elcon. It should be processional to the finish from here. LITEXPO and Elcon hand in hand, wheel to wheel across the line, but Mime takes home the round win.
Elcon was at some point 0.2 ahead, wasn't he? Or like 0.15, something like that. He was on a very, very good time. Sadly, failing at the nose that they're oversteering a bit, thereby his car sliding out, and he loses control in that turn. So sad to see that, but look at that. After 3 rounds, the scoreline is 3-4. Only Team Nemesis has found a victory so far. So they're ahead by 1 point. Mime, ooh, that wasn't a good landing here. As you can see, over the 3-wheel, this will compound into an even bigger speed loss, and he finds himself behind. Also, Paco slightly catching the checkpoint there, not having too much speed over that sector. So it's Elcon and LITEXPO now finding themselves on first and second, and that is the opportunity for them to regain control in this match.
I was about to say, this is the type of match, it's so close, both of these teams so evenly matched, where an ace at any point can blow a map wide open. Blah in position, 1-2 at the moment, hunting for that ace, the 3 points, denying their opponent anything on the round, but Paco will do his best to deny it himself. No slide coming up on this corner. How quickly can Paco straighten out? It's very quick. He doesn't quite get the speed he wanted out the egg, but LITEXPO's line is a little bit awkward. There is the chance for Paco to catch her at the end. It's such a good transition from Paco in front of LITEXPO around the bend towards the finish, and it will be a round win for Blah, but damage limited by Pushtito Paco.
Yeah, definitely. This second place was so important. Ace is just so overpowered. A point discrepancy of 3 instead of a point discrepancy of 1 is just insane if you think about it. It could have been 6-4, but instead it's 5-5 in this regard. So very important point there, and it's tied here to the point. Halfway point is marked already, but of course if we go into overtime, this is not mattering at all. But Elcon and LITEXPO again, great start here into the round as Paco and Mime, now overtaking LITEXPO here, who's indeed in last position.
Yeah, respawning again down the track. It's up to Elcon to hold on to this first place, keep the teams tied up. We've seen Mime be very quick in the back half of this track, though. There is definitely the possibility of a push from Mime to try and catch Elcon. The gap of 2/10 though may just be a little bit too much to overcome. Possibly a little bit of a handshake agreement, you know, the gentleman's agreement. Look, a draw is fine, right? I mean, you expect at this position maybe to see players start to save just a little bit and say, look, we'll get him next round. Not Elcon.
Elcon, if he's on a good time, he just tries to risk and push for it, and I think he's on a very good time here. As you can see, he's 0.2 ahead, lose like 0.2 in the ending, and Mime had it really good, but it's a 0.8, and he lost 0.2 in the end.
Yeah.
So that is a very serious time. Elcon, however, denying points to Mime and Paco. It's 6-6. It's getting very exciting here, but no team is really pulling away.
Yeah, and I mean, look, it's not a great round from LITEXPO, but you'd have to say a great tournament from LITEXPO so far.
Definitely.
I mean, definitely the name that we, as the Trackmania community, kind of knew more than the other coming into this tournament was Elcon on Team Blah. LITEXPO was a little bit of a question mark, a little bit unknown, but he has been showing up for the team. I mean, in rounds where Elcon falters, even in rounds where Elcon doesn't, when Elcon's on great pace, LITEXPO has been there with him more often than not.
Yeah, I mean, LITEXPO joined the big selector, so Berlin International Gaming, very recently alongside Yami, so that is good to see. He branched out from Trackmania Nations, actually, where he had a couple of world records on those maps, and then played some events. I mean, also previously XP Evo as well, where I think he got a top 12 finish in. So he had some experience, but he has never played on stage, as he has alluded to us beforehand, and now it's his second match on stage, and now Paco with an unconventional slowdown there, so that is the door wide open for Team Blah to have a saying here, but currently it is Mime ahead. Elcon with a great nose dive. Look at the speed from Elcon here, just pressing B for boost, and also LITEXPO overtaking Mime. This could be the ace for Blah, because Mime also with a respawn. Elcon first, LITEXPO second, and the scoreline is 9-6.
What did I say earlier, Turbo? I said this is the kind of match where an ace blows things wide open. It doesn't get much worse for a team than losing an ace to your opponents when you're both on 6-6. Your opponents sit 1 point away. You need to deny them top 2 in every round from here on out. And Nemesis, they're not even on track point themselves. Even if they get that ace in the next round, they don't win. They just bring it back to level. It is scary times right now for Team Nemesis.
Ace or bust for them, indeed. And I mean, the point gap was always 1 point. It was tied at some point for like 2 rounds. And now one ace is so overpowered in this regard, especially when both teams are so close to each other and every player is just giving it all that they have on the track. And look at this, LITEXPO and Elcon finding themselves in the lead. Paco also, I think, not with the best line, gets a little bit of a skid mark landing there, so he slows down tremendously, but Mime is going back into that fight, but Paco indeed is behind.
but they need that ace. He has nothing to lose. He can only risk up until this point.
You gotta send it. Paco's gotta send it as well.
Oh,
Mime
my
gets
did.
slowed down, a little bit of a clip on the inside there. He's out of the race. It's a victory lap for Blah. They're looking to take map 1, and with 2 of them sitting 1, 2, Paco can't deny both of them a top 2.
Yeah, sadly it cannot, so they just have to hope for a miracle. I mean, those things do happen in Trackmania. I just referred to the 2023 World Cup, but surely this will not happen. It's only 1 turn and 1 jump, and even if Paco overtakes, which will probably happen, yes it does, great effort. Actually, he's a bit behind, so good effort there, but it's not enough for Nemesis to come close to the map victory. It will be Blah winning 11-7.
You do have to say, I mean, incredible push by Paco in the back half of the track. There was about 2 tenths down entering the second half of the track, and just
Imagine that would have mattered.
Absolutely sent it, yeah. It nearly worked. It nearly worked. It was just that clip from Mime, especially that was a corner for Mime that could have caught him back up if the risk had paid off. Closer than it looked in that final round, in those final couple of rounds. A little bit unfortunate for Team Nemesis, but it is time. They need to regroup. They need to get it back together. We are heading on to our second track of the Grand Finals. We're heading to Cosplay.
Yeah, Cosplay by Nixotica as the second map. Weekend record also from Mime here on this map. And I mean, wow, this one also has a very, very unique taste to it. Underwater physics being used here as well. Reactive boost left, right, and center. And you can definitely lose a lot of speed here if this map catches you off guard.
It can be tough. We've seen big mistakes at the start of this track when you go through the water with that reactor down early on. It's not common, but also not very uncommon to see players kind of skipping off the surface of the water like a stone instead of getting properly underneath it like they should. So keep an eye out for that if it happens. If it does happen, it's a result of an improper entry angle, usually a little bit of oversteer going into the water is the reason that that does happen, and it loses you a lot of time.
Yeah, or catching some airtime there as well, which could happen at the inside of the block there. So those are possibilities of how you slow down at the start. So a bit of an odd way in a competitive map to map, I would say. It's something that you usually do not see that often. I have to think about a map. I think it was also from Wizzy. I think he has built 2 maps that incorporated water last year as well. Also, I think 1 map for this competition. Yeah, there were like plenty of maps last year, but here we go. It is this time a map from Nixotica, and let's go into the first round. Let's and Elcon, of course, now leading. They are 1 map ahead of Nemesis.
That's what it looks like. Paco goes for a little bit of a float rather than a swim, and unfortunately, you'll see it come up on the scoreboard a long way behind immediately as a result. A small clip from Leicester as well, though, has kind of given Paco maybe a little bit of hope in this track, because Paco not that far behind Leicester at the moment. Up front, though, the battle is between Mime and Elcon. Racing to see how much the battle behind matters as well, as Mime is pushing Elcon through these dirt corners.
Oh, wow, what a great line from Elcon there, but Mime with a lot more speed over in that sector. The former teammates are fighting it out. Mime with a good exit there as well. Elcon having to readjust. Mime with a better approach. He has a bit more speed. Good entry into the dirt as well. This will be for the victory or the draw, but will be all decided in the ending. Elcon with a good approach. Mime as well might have more speed here. Will it be enough? It will go down to the line. It is not, and we have a new world record as well, a .505 by Elcon.
That is Grand Finals racing. That is big stage racing from Elcon and Mime. New world record. Mime 0.03 of a second behind as well, and it is just enough for Elcon to provide his team the opportunity to take a round win. Blah up 1 point already in this second map, up 1 map already as well, starting to look very, very good in this grand final, but there is a lot of driving left to be done. There's no early mistakes this time around. It's Leicester who falls a little bit behind out of that dirt bug slide and is now trying to catch back up.
Yeah, but look how close it is. It's still only 0.2 of a second, but the red team is in front. Elcon with a great approach there as well. Might have some more speed here over that sector, but bumps there a little bit. So Paco and Mime now first and second. Leicester, however, coming back quite nicely here into the ending we go. Leicester who has the online world record with a mistake, as well as Paco. And it is again between Elcon and Mime. Elcon with a great line here as well. And it could be Blah taking the second victory because Elcon looks to be in the lead. Yes, he is. Mime with a good amount of speed. Will he make the jump? Yes, he will. He actually clipped 15 thousandths of a second.
He clipped on the entry into that last stone block.
That was
very nearly didn't have the speed to make it over the finish line. Mime hit it and just snuck a wheel over the finish as well. So holds on, very nearly the ace handed away to Blah at the very end of that round. But they only get a win, and they only are 2 points ahead of Team Nemesis as things stand.
But I mean, it's still looking very good for them, winning the individual fights. It is very, very good to see that. And Elcon and Letster again swarming out. Letster touching, I think slightly touching and not having the best angle out of that. So that wasn't that good. But also Paco now with an even bigger mistake. He is half a second behind. The only player who's really fighting for some points here for Team Nemesis is Mime right now. Elcon looking strong, is on a great time here as well. The world record is actually a 0.30 by his teammate Letster. So that is something that could get beaten here by Elcon, but not the best exit out there. Has to readjust. Mime again coming back. Good speed for him. Letster not slowing down either. It might be another victory here, but is Mime attacking? Then he could force a draw. Looking good for Mime. Good line. Mime with the overtake, and it will be a draw. And that's also clipping. So Paco making it from a victory actually against him to a victory for his team.
Yeah, I mean, Mime did the work up front just to put the pressure on Elcon and Letster. 3-8 is incredible for
Elcon
Mime.
was an incredible time.
I mean, Elcon was on a great time. Mime just managing to catch back up, get the overtake, and Mime managing to find the round win for Team Nemesis. I mean, incredible stuff from him on that one. And Paco just staying in it. So often we see players kind of make a little mistake early, they get disheartened, it snowballs into a bigger and bigger gap to the other players. Paco stayed in. Paco managed to hold on, and when the mistake came through from Letster, all of a sudden Nemesis, they claw a point back overall.
Yeah, definitely 5-4. Very important actually that they did not fall further behind. It could have been 6-3, but instead of that it's 5-4. And also now this compounds to maybe an even bigger point loss in those last 2 rounds, because also Letster is on that last position. Elcon has to hold on, has to get that draw here for his team, but Paco and Mime certainly not slowing down. Going a bit slow there, Elcon with a mistake, and this could be map 1 repeating itself, but this time for Team Nemesis, the ace is coming into play for Paco and Mime. They just have to survive this no-set and the ending part. This looks great. Mime gets through, Paco as well, and it's the ace, and 7-5 in favor for Team Nemesis.
That's a PB for Letster online as well over the course of this tournament. He's driving max pace at the moment. It's just too quick from Team Nemesis. They move up to track point on track 2. They are looking very, very solid. It was scary for a second. Blah were starting to pull away just a little bit. Nemesis have pulled it back.
The tables have turned here, and you can see 1 or 2 position changes. One mistake is really sometimes all that takes, but now it is actually Paco who did outstandingly in the previous round with the first mistake, and it's again Elcon versus Mime, who are looking absolutely fantastic on this map.
Yeah, they've been looking so strong the entire way through. This battle up front has been legendary so far, pushing each other for world record times over and over again, but this time around Mime wins out. It is going to be Elcon pushing just a little bit too hard. A clip on the wall there has allowed his teammate through. Letster now in second place, but the gap for Mime is half a second back. Letster slowing down a little bit as well. Paco is still lurking further down the time as well, just in case there's a bigger mistake from anyone. It will be Mime through in first place. It's low speed from Elcon, still enough to make it through. Letster follows. It is a draw for Team Nemesis. They move close enough that a win will give them map 2.
Yeah, and Blah is not at 7 points just yet, so they need to play at least 2 more rounds. And I mean, if they don't want to go into overtime, they have to get that ace in some of those next 2 rounds here. Else it looks dire for them, and of course they should avoid first and third for their opponents, because then we could go to map number 3.
Yeah, the round win, so important for Team Nemesis right now. Nobody has made a mistake early in this round though. They won't make it through that third section either. Letster and Paco dropping a little way behind, the 2 titans of this match, of this map. Mime and Elcon have been so quick, but Elcon was pushed beyond his limits the last round. This time Mime pushed into the wall as he just cannot quite hold the line. That allows Elcon and Letster through, and Ace here puts them back in the lead, puts them back in the driver's seat. They just need to hold it, and they do not have a large advantage at all. That was Mime making another mistake. That is Mime falling further down. It's up to Paco to keep the pressure on, but there's just not enough track left. There's not enough time left. Letster and Elcon just need to hold it clean. They do across the line. It's an ace. It's Blah back in the lead.
They hold the door here indeed as Blah goes back into the lead. It's 9-8, but it's so close. Both teams can close it out here, but all that it takes for Blah is a first position, and I think all eyes on Elcon for that, because he was alongside with his teammate, with his former teammate Mime, the main contender for the wins here. 30% top ones for Mime, as you can see, and 7% crashes. That is an absolutely outstanding performance. Yeah. But look at this, due to the mistake from Paco, LITEXPO and Elcon have a quite easy game because now they only need to get second and third. It doesn't matter if Mime actually wins this round.
Yeah, I mean, Paco 1.5 seconds behind. He just needs to keep the pressure on. Hopefully you can force Blah into feeling that pressure, make a mistake of their own, both of them ideally making the mistakes as well, because you're right, a draw does not matter, but Elcon and Ledster, they are thriving under pressure right now. They are holding this lead, they are holding on to the advantage that they need, looking for an ace to close things out as well. Mime will push, he'll get past one, he might get past two, but it just does not matter. Ledster crosses the line in first, Elcon takes third, Blah take map 2.
Blah also with a second map win, and I mean, Ledster having the world record on this map actually, driving a 0.9 I think as his PB, so he looked, of course he looked absolutely fantastic in the last couple of rounds, but the pace was just there from Elcon. He was the pacemaker there, and also great performance from Mime, just getting so many points and denying so many valuable points towards his opponents, and now, well, it wasn't enough eventually, so we go to the next map. Map number 3. This could also already be the last map here for Team Blah. It could be another 3-0.
Look, we said coming into this match, both of these teams only dropped one match each, or one map each, rather, over the course of this tournament. Both of them dropped it to Team Boca, but it does have to be said, Blah's match against Boca still looked a little bit more dominant. They have looked incredible all weekend long. They're looking incredible under the bright lights of the main stage now as well, as they are 2-0 up, and it's up to Nemesis to try and deny them. It's maybe a difficult map to do it on. I will say maybe the ray of hope for Team Nemesis coming into Huma is that first bobsleigh turn, because I've seen Ledster getting more than one slowdown on that bobsleigh.
Yeah, it was 3 slowdowns in a row there indeed, but also maybe a little bit of an inside story here, because I talked to Forever before we went to stage, and he said that Mime is very consistent on this map. I think he drove it like a 0.9 or 0.8, like in so many rounds in a row. So let's see if this will also be the case on stage. I hope I didn't jinx this one, of course. Or surely I did not do that, but the warm-up already looks good. Paco and Mime are leading, but of course it does not really matter.
Yeah,
it's only warm-up, right?
Surely no caster would ever accidentally mistake warm-up for a live round and start casting. It's never happened. Never in the history of Trackmania. It definitely won't happen now, as we are getting ready, underway with what could be our final map of the tournament for Comic Con Baltics 2025 Trackmania. Blah lead 2-0, and they are looking to take down the entire tournament.
Yeah, interesting start approach there from Mime, not really losing too much time there, and also his teammate Paco opting for a bit of a wider approach there over the first wood section. Mime hitting the inside there, plastic incident, not losing too much time. It's Elcon Ledster looking very good though to take the lead here in terms of points, but let's take a look onto Mime. What will the pace be at the end, because he has made a slight mistake but could definitely come back even if he's half a second behind.
Yeah, exactly, and I mean keep an eye then on the pace of Blah as well, because even with a slight mistake then for Mime, how quick are Blah? Are they able to hold that over the course of the map as well? Will they be able to fend Mime off repeatedly is very much the question right now. The battle up front, Paco versus Elcon, is close. Ledster sits just behind them. Paco a little bit slow on the entry there. There's a chance for Ledster to make it through. It's going to be close. He does not quite catch him. It's a world record for Elcon. It is 4,000ths of a gap between second and third, and Mime, even with a mistake, only 5/10 behind third.
What a time there from Elcon. This guy is just giving everything that he has, and
there's the slowdown.
Gets the slowdown there, unfortunately, and he's right now behind, but he has a teammate who is very potent. 0% crashes, 60% win rate.
Yeah.
What is this guy up to?
It's been crazy so far. I mean, absolutely looking incredible for Elcon in this match. He's looking great. That was very, very good time from Elcon. It was, in fact, better than the actual online world record. So there was a real world record, the fastest time we have ever seen anyone drive on this track. But can he repeat it? Can Mime do one better in this round as well? Because right now, Mime and Paco both sit in front of Elcon. It'll be okay speed for Elcon into here, but he's not catching, he's not gaining, and he's running out of track to do so. One right-hander left into this left turn. Elcon going tight, but there's not enough speed. There is enough speed. There's a flip. He goes to space, and space is a long way away from the finish line.
Yeah, it is a long way away from the finish line as he really pushed there. I mean, he's not bringing some Starlink drones to space here just yet, but I mean, he tried. He was really pushing it there, so good effort there, actually. I mean, he had more speed.
Yeah.
He would have had an easier gear in that sector, and now he also has his teammate behind because it is LITEXPO who gets a very good start alongside Elcon there, first and second, as you can see. Paco and Mime, I mean, they just watched the battle from the back here, brewing up. And I mean, still getting through it flawlessly, but a bit behind. But look at the approach from Paco. He's now down to last.
Yeah, it was an interesting approach. If he pulled it off, it would have given him a lot of speed, but wide enough means you're wide into the wall. So Paco does drop down to last place, and it's a distant last place right now as Elcon and Mime once again dueling up front of this match. Both of them enter the vault together. Elcon ever so slightly in the lead, but it is a wheel's width of a lead as the two of them enter this final turn as well. Who has the advantage? Mime back in front. Elcon trying to catch. Elcon tighter, but not tight enough. It's Mime doing him one better. A low 54-7.
Oh my, Mime with another world record here as well. So this match is just giving Team Nemesis 2 points ahead. Still 3-5 it is. So Bla could still potentially win after just 3 maps. But what a great show we have here. And I think Forever was right. I mean, that is an absolute great time there. But I think if someone could beat that time, it is Elcon. But look at this start here from LITEXPO, Mime and Elcon. They're neck and neck. 400ths of a second. Only Paco falling a bit behind here, but also now LITEXPO with a good exit out of the no-grip section. And now he clipped as well. So it is Mime and Elcon again. The 2 MVPs for me in both teams in first and second.
I mean, win for Nemesis here puts them into map point range, and that'll be so important for them to start to get back on the board, as it is Paco catching up to Elcon, but it's just the tighter turn. Elcon has more speed as well. Into the exit, into the finish. Is there going to be a mistake? Mime's gone. He's gone for a swim, and Elcon will inherit first place. Paco will take second. LITEXPO will take third. Bla, out of nowhere, really a big and unusual mistake from Mime on that particular section of track.
And also
Bla get the win.
Also look at the time from Elcon. It's another 0.8.
Yeah, Mime was going to be low 7 again.
Yeah, Mime was on another banger of a time, and instead of a victory for Team Nemesis, which would bring them up to 7 points, and their opponents only having 4 points, it's now 5-6. So it's only 1 point between them, and again, 1 ace at this point could be this map going into the favor of each team who gets that ace. And right now it is Paco again, not with a good start, also over the plastic, bit of a wobbly landing there. Elcon almost clipping. How did he get away with that? Elcon also not with a good entry to the box. They're losing a bit of speed, but it's still not looking too bad. LITEXPO and Elcon leading the round. Mime not looking too bad either, though. It's 23,000 a second, but LITEXPO with a respawn. So this is the shot for Team Nemesis to go up to at least 7 points.
Surely Mime doesn't crash the finish line this time. Surely he makes it across and holds off Elcon. Elcon's not going to make it easy, though. On Mime's back wheels as if he's glued there at the moment. Paco, though, good speed on this as well as gaining back. He reintroducing himself to this fight for the top 2, but they'll start to pull away from him into this wood just a little bit. So close to the corner. Elcon tries for it. That very tight line. You can risk it, but a risk is a risk. Sometimes it's not going to pay off. It hands the ace to Team Nemesis. Track point, and it is a 9-point track point.
I'm not sure if I was in Elcon's shoes if I would have gone for that line.
It was crazy.
Because
it was a little crazy.
Yeah, it was radical. Let's say it like that. It was a very, very hard line to stick through. And now Bla, instead of needing to at least win this round to not go into the next map, they need to get that ace. Of course, that is possible. That they never did it on this map here against Team Nemesis. They got aced actually, and well, this is disaster striking if it continues like that, of course. But Elcon having a good start, but just when I think about it, this will be Team Nemesis map, so we will go to map number 4.
Yeah, it may feel premature to call it, but that's a big crash. That is Elcon dropping multiple seconds behind, with Mime and Paco sitting 1-2 at the moment. The odds that both of them crash, not 0, but very small, approaching 0 at the very least. They only have a couple of corners left to navigate on this one. LITEXPO will be the player who makes the mistake. We'll stick on board with Mime as he crosses the line in first place, seals the win for Team Nemesis on Huma.
Yeah, very good map to win, of course, for Team Nemesis. Elcon goes for a signature line. He pulled that off during the online qualification as well.
Backwards through the finish.
Yeah, backwards through the finish, but also 5-12. That sounds very, very... It was a strong performance, definitely, but the match was so close as well. It could have also really gone towards Team Blah in this case.
Well, towards the end of that map, Turbo, I was starting to remember what had happened on the previous map on Cosplay, because it had been a lead to Nemesis. They'd been on track point, and they just weren't able to close it out from there. That time around on Huma, they were able to, and we move on then to our 4th map of the Grand Finals. The last time we'll ever see Trackeye in competition, because it is Trackeye. The chance to get to map 5.
Yeah, the chance to get to map 5 for the first time. What I mean, there's no better time than this.
No better time than in a grand final.
Exactly. So here we go. I mean, we expected a close match. We get a close match, but Nemesis, they have to win. And I don't know who to pick on this map, to be honest, because this map is so hard to drive.
It's been scary. I think a lot is going to come down to what we see in the first couple of rounds from Mime and Elcon. I mean, we kind of maybe expected a little bit coming in, right? Mime and Elcon are so good. Both of them have been showing that in this grand finals as well. Both have been so quick. They've been so consistent. Frankly, it feels at times the maps have been decided based on when those two in particular have their crashes. You know, I mean, in the rounds that they crash out, it feels like that's when the other team strikes and gets their big advantage. So eyes on Mime, eyes on Elcon in the first couple of rounds. If you see one of them making a lot of mistakes, you start to get nervous for whichever team's star player starts to crash.
Yeah, the alarm bells should ring there indeed. But yeah, I mean, you rightfully say it. It usually was then at least a victory for, or like a loss in this case, for the opposing team. So they at least get that 1 point instead of getting aced. So you really want to avoid that. I think in this series we have only seen 2 aces so far, maybe 3. So not too many here over the course of 3 maps, but maybe more to come here on our penultimate map. If Blah doesn't win, of course. Good start from Let's and Elcon, setting up very wide to accumulate more speed. Paco ahead of his teammate Mine, who's currently on last, but look at this. It's only a couple of thousands here between them. It is so close at the start.
Yeah, less than half a second between everyone at that start line, looking incredibly quick through it. About nothing. A couple of tenths at this point as well, as we do head into this uphill jump. Elcon is a little bit behind. It's a small clip. Is he going to make it? He does just about. He's lost a lot of speed though, and so it's up to Paco up front to fend off both Elcon and Letster through this backwards section. We'll jump on board with Elcon as we enter into it. Sitting in third place, trying to overtake Paco through this as well. Good line from Elcon. We'll get a lot of speed through this downhill, but Paco still holding on to second place. Gaining on Letster. Paco will not quite catch him. 4 thousandths and Letster's line just doing enough to hold on to the lead.
4 thousandths for 1 additional point here for Blah, taking home this round, and this is now 2-1 in favor for them. 8 points to go to claim the Comic Con Baltics 2025 Trackmania title here, but of course they play against a very potent team, Nemesis here, because they also look very strong. I mean, it was so close in the end, such a good ending there from Paco, but it wasn't meant to be, as Elcon now gets the weakest start from the players, but he's only a couple of tenths behind. No. Make it even more. I think he's not able to clear that jump. Actually, he has to go for a double respawn. So it is Letster now who has to win the rounds in order to force a draw, and the alarm bells should be ringing right now.
Alarm bells ringing just a little bit for Blah in this round, because if Letster makes another mistake, if both players are gone, Nemesis retake the lead on map 4. Heading towards this backwards section, can Letster hold them off? Did just about fend Paco off in the last round. Elcon is still respawning down track. The entry from Letster not good enough, frankly, as he does drop to third place. He sits just behind Mime, trying to salvage something in the final jump. He won't. Nemesis gets the ace, Paco gets the world record, and that is Nemesis back in the driver's seat.
Nemesis fully back with that. It is 4-2 in favor for them, regaining the lead. Let's, I think, was a bit hesitant there in this backwards section at the entry. I think he had to readjust, maybe release a bit in order to not clip there. So losing the speed there, this is of course very punishing. That's why usually you'd see times very far away from the actual world record, because everything, every readjustment, every small thing that you readjust here is resulting into a tremendous speed loss.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, still, Letster did his best in that last round. It just wasn't quite good enough. Nemesis did have incredible times themselves in that round. A large part of why it wasn't enough from Letster. but they need to recover. They need to bounce back. Paco, though, is looking quick. Elcon is having a little bit of struggles at the back. Has not dropped much, but has dropped a couple of times. Chance maybe to catch up, but he won't. Not with a mistake like that. Paco trying to catch Leicester on the uphill. Such a low jump from Paco, getting grip so early on that one. And Mime is there as well. It's Leicester in the wall. It's Nemesis through with open road in front of them, and they are driving to potentially a 7-point scoreline, a track point, and a chance to send us to 5. Paco, where are you going, buddy? We'll watch Paco go to the safe fin. Elcon is coming through. Look at how slow this is. Over the slow-mo black. Watch the scoreboard. He just beats out Elcon. So it will not be 7 points for Nemesis. They will not have that full 5-point advantage, but they do at least put themselves still 3 points up.
Yeah, but still a spark of hope here for Blah. I mean, just getting that 1 point in this round is still something to work with. Of course, 3-6 it is, but still a long way to go here to catch up. They need that ace preferably, but look at the start here from Letza and Elcon. Elcon really struggling in the last 2 rounds, so that is very unfortunate to see, making silly mistakes, and now he finds himself very far ahead alongside his teammate, but dropping a bit there, dropping a bit of speed, so Mime is crawling back into that top 2 battle. Letza, however, with a great start, also good speed over that section, but also Paco coming closer. This is such a close round, as you can see, but we see a clip there from Mime, who will not play a role in this ending sector here, as Paco goes very inside. Elcon with more speed. Letza still in the lead, but can he make it through? This is looking great from Letza. Good approach. Elcon also with a lot of speed here going into that part. It could be the ace for Blood, could be the equalizer, but Elcon not with a good line. What is Paco doing here in the ending? Is he able to overtake Letza? To the line we go, and Nemesis draws out the round. No! They get the victory! Mime with the overtake as well!
Mime from absolutely nowhere returns from the Shadow Realm to take 3rd place, to put Team Nemesis on 8 points overall. All they need is a win, and we go not just to our first map 5 of the entire tournament here at Comic Con Baltics, but also a map 5 in the Grand Finals between 2 teams who are absolutely going at it.
Nemesis, they wanted, they won their individual fights. It looked at it was 6-6 after this round, but instead they got the victory, and they got it by sheer willpower here, I can tell you that much. It looked absolutely dire just before the backward section, but look at that. Elcon and Letza certainly not slowing down. 1st and 2nd place. Paco good speed over the sculpture here, into the ramp we go. But look at this Mime from last to 1st within 1 sector.
I mean, insane jump from Mime, small slowdowns from everyone else. Currently, we sit in a draw position, but it's great speed from Paco onto the entry. He just needs to overtake 1. He's past Leicester. It's bouncing from Leicester. He's gone. Paco might get 2. He doesn't need to. He just about clears the jump. Nemesis, send us to map 5.
Map 5 it is here. What a great showing here from Mime and Paco, really pushing it to the absolute maximum in the ending. Elcon and Letza in both of the last rounds looked so incredible up until the backward section, and here we go, 5-10. And Nemesis forcing for the first time in this tournament a last decisive 5th map.
Turbo, let us not lose track of the side that this would be a reverse sweep as well.
Yeah, true.
They started down 2-0 on this one. They started in the mud, and they have clawed. They have fought their way back to a 2-2 lead. It has not been easy as well. Even on map 2, when it looked like they might start to get back into the match, Blau were able to deny them at the last second, but Nemesis have held their nerve. You called it in one of the rounds there on that last map that we played. They won that round by sheer willpower. Mime staying in it even when he was nearly a second behind. It was enough to put them on 8. That was enough to give them the points to get the win. That was enough to get us to map 5. It is up to Blah to dig deep. It is up to Blah to find some way to stop the charging Nemesis.
Absolute cinema, guys. But hype it up here a little bit for the last map. It will be so close between them. Elcon and Letza versus Mime and Paco. One last time, one last dance for the Comic Con Baltic 2025 win.
Oh, it's going to be close. It's going to be close. Llama, the track that it is all going to go down on as well.
My favorite
track
map.
for it to happen on. Your favorite track, Turbo? I think it's all right. No, I love it. It's a great track, absolutely. And I mean, it has been described over the course of this weekend by us, by all of the other casters we've had working with us this weekend, as maybe the most traditional comp map comp map in the pack. And with that in mind, what better way to finish off Trackmania in Baltics 2025 than with our most traditional comp map? With these players in this battle on map 5, the last time we see Llama.
Yeah, and will Blah get reverse sweep, or are they able to use their last shot of winning this tournament? LITEXPO and Elcon looked very good on map 1 and 2, but then they dropped 2 maps right after each other. Great start. Elcon going very tight there to maximize the exit speed by not steering too much over in that sector there. And look at that, LITEXPO and Elcon locked in, going so close there as well, are not clipping, and they're 0.2 ahead of their opponents. What are they doing right now?
They are looking so quick. Chance to fail always in this quarter pipe, but both of them surviving. It is looking fantastic for Blah in this opening round. They're just sticking to their lead. They're holding it. Paco is gaining. He's on the back wheels. He's got speed down the hill, but I don't think it'll be enough. He has to go wider on this exit here. Mime has respawned. Paco has crashed on out as well, and Leicester and Elcon have a free win. A win that they created for themselves in round 1. It's an ace. They're immediately up by 3.
And 2 times also below 58. This is incredibly fast here. Tween was an absolute machine on this map as well. He drove a 6.65 as the weekend record, but I surely think that Leicester and or Elcon or anybody else in this match could beat that time. But Blah up here, 3-0, and we go into round 2 now. Nemesis still to find some points here.
Yeah, Mime not with the best of starts to start things off here. Does at least regain the wide line, getting the speed to catch back up through these couple of sweeping right-hand corners. And it is Elcon then who will drop to 4th place, but there's nothing in it. All 3 of those cars in front are on top of each other, and Elcon has just been left out in the cold, trying to get back into the huddle, and he will do so through that chicane, keeping the speed and catching right back up.
And yeah, look at this. Paco also with a great line there. We go into the reactor boost here for the 2nd time on this map. Paco and Mime, 1st and 2nd, they could make the ace happen, but it's also Elcon and Leicester certainly not slowing down. It's put 1 between all of those 4 players. Paco and Mime hand in hand into the last real decisive drift of this map. Then the approach is really important into the reset block. Leicester going for the attack. Paco with good speed as well, but also Elcon, who's going to get 2nd place. It will be a draw between them. It looked like an ace for Nemesis, but it is only 1 point instead.
What's the worst way to respond to an ace? Well, it's giving up another ace. What's the second worst way? It's by drawing afterwards.
4 times below 58, by the way.
4 times below 58. I mean, incredible round. Just Paco losing that tiniest little bit of speed through that final corner and not quite able to hold the position. Nemesis would have loved the counter ace there. They'd still love one back here. They trail by 3 points on map 5 of our grand finals. The reverse sweep, their names written in legend on the line. Can they pull it off? Can they find something to do it? Maybe this corner from Mime, it nearly looked so good. He just lost it on the exit.
Yeah, sadly lost it on the exit there. Now Paco able to fight back, else it would be at least a victory or even an ace for Team Blah, and this would be disaster happening. But Mime not slowing down here. Great line, not even the penalty too much. As you can see, Paco still holding on to the lead, but Elcon with the attack. Good approach there as well. Going to the drift. That's it with a small mistake, clipping a bit. So it is Elcon versus Paco and Leicester versus Mime. Elcon with a great approach. Leicester going for the attack as well, but Mime with an incredible ending, overtaking his teammate. What is Paco doing? Paco gets overtaken by 4,000 in the ending, and it is Leicester overtaking in the last possible moment. And also Elcon with a 0.682. What is that? It's insane.
It's not something I expected to be saying in the grand final turbo, but this ending on Llama is maybe becoming a problem for Paco. He's been sitting so well through the rest of the track, looking so quick, and then in the end he's just dropping a 10th, 2 tenths, and with the rounds as tight as they are, that's enough to drop him a couple of places.
It's 2 tenths.
Yeah, it's dropped him 2 or 3 places each time.
Yeah, it's very, very intense here indeed, as it is 6-2 now for Team Blah. 4 points ahead, as you can see, and also great approach here from Elcon and Leicester yet again. 1st and 2nd, Elcon with overspeed.
No.
Leicester going into last position. Paco and Mime need to overtake Elcon here at any given moment. They need to push it. They need to find that willpower back that they've had on map number 4.
Elcon just needs to hold on, limit the damage with your teammate down by 6 seconds. Can Paco fix these ending mistakes? Maybe get it right this time, maybe even gain a little bit of time. Wide, looking for speed through this downhill.
So good from Elcon.
Is still holding on though. It's a touch from Mime. Paco is trying to catch Elcon. He won't. Mime still makes the finish. It's another draw.
And another 0.7.
Another 0.7, but more importantly, Blah move up to 7 points. We're on tournament point.
Match point it is. If Blah finds the ace in the next round, it is over.
It's over, yeah. They just need to find an ace. We need to see no mistakes from Leicester. We need to see Paco and Mime, though, make it difficult. Give us the round that this tournament deserves. Give us a battle.
Give us a battle here, indeed. We have seen so many close fights. Mike going out very wide there in this turn, but is able to get it through. Elcon with a lot of speed going to the outside grass sector when you really want to steer very, very thin and just be very careful with your steering movement. But look at this, the red team first and second right now, but Mime not with good exit speed. As you can see, Elcon and Leicester for second and third. Paco a bit struggling there in this turn, losing a bit of speed. Elcon Let's actually going to first and second place, but Mime with overspeed. Is he going to deny them or not? This is looking very good for Mime to get some points. Oversteering from him, and also Leicester still not there. Oh my god, this will all come down to the drift.
It will all come down to the drift, and Paco's honestly not that far down either. He is looking good. If anyone makes a mistake, nobody does. Up at the front, Mime
gets first.
He will hold on. A 57-8 from Mime in this round as Nemesis stay alive. But it is only just. They are clinging to life in this grand final because Bla are now in a position where a win does it for them.
Yeah, they need to get an ace, Team Nemesis here, to somewhat come back. 8-4 it is, and look at the starts from Elcon and Leicester, first and second for them right from the get-go. Paco and Mime roughly 0.1 behind here, but Mime with a great sector here as well. Look at this. This could be the last round of Comic Con Baltics 2025.
It's looking like it. I mean, it's a lead for Leicester, and Elcon, Leicester a little bit slow. He's going to lose position. Is he, even though Mime just not quite able to catch him? Great recovery from Leicester as we head into this quarter pipe one more time. Is anyone going to make the mistake? No, but Leicester plays it so safe. He loses time again to Mime, and this time to Paco as well, who's looking to move past him. Leicester holding the position, holding on to third place. Paco is pushing forward. The ending for Paco has caused problems. Up the front, Mime is pushing for Elcon, carrying speed. He's looking to maybe snipe the win away down in the front. Mime with a mistake as well. Elcon and Leicester are through, and that is it. An ace in the final round. Your champions for Comic Con Baltics 2025. Blah.
Blah. Blah. Wow, what a performance from Elcon and Leicester. Congratulations to them. What an outstanding performance, and against a lot of odds from a lot of people who I've talked to. They have done it. What a great match that was, almost getting reverse sweeps. Congratulations to Elcon and Leicester. GG's.
I mean, I think you can see it. It's relief as much as anything in the faces there. Nobody wants to be the team that gets reverse swept in the grand final. To deny it against Mime and Paco in that fashion, to kind of seize the lead after all the momentum has been against you on map 3 and 4. Is very impressive. That's going to be it though from us on the cast. Thank you very much for joining us for the Trackmania this weekend. We're throwing it over to the stage where Aurelia is standing by to talk to our teams.
Please make some noise for your Comic Con Baltics 2025 Trackmania champions, Blah! You guys, the series was intense, and you have so many fans there. The Nemesis still gave you a hard time. What are your thoughts about it? How you feel right now?
I feel really good, despite not playing that well. I didn't play to my full capabilities, I think. I really struggled on the stage, but Elcon really got my back. He played very sick.
So guys, you have a lot of supporters here and even watching from home. What do you want to say to them, to your fans?
Just shout out to all the friends watching, and yeah, see you when I'm back home.
Okay guys, now it's your time to lift the trophy. Three, two, one, Blah! Okay guys, thank you very much. And of course, we have to give a huge round of applause for our runner-up team, Nemesis. They showed us amazing performance today. Okay. Thank you once again. And Nemesis, come here. So how are you feeling right now? What are your thoughts? The series was so intense.
Oh yeah, the match was really crazy. We didn't expect it to be that close, especially after the first two maps when it didn't go our way. The second map we shouldn't have lost really, and then the third map, the fourth map, it all just equaled, and yeah, the last map just it all the way to the fifth map, which is really crazy. I didn't really expect that. I'm happy overall with my performance, but obviously it's a bit sad that we lost overall. But overall, a good performance from us, not gonna lie.
The most important part that you are still very about the result. Once again, Nemesis! And their prize, where's this prize? Thank you, guys. To all our racers, fans, and the brilliant Trackmania community, thank you, guys. Whether you were here watching from the live or at LITEXPO or watching live from home, you were, guys, amazing. But just don't go anywhere right now, because in just a few moments we will jump onto Analysis Couch and we'll take an interview from the winner team.
You go. Mic check.
Welcome back, and I have our winners with us. Team Blah, the grand final winners of Comic Con Baltics 2025. Congratulations, guys.
Thank you.
Awesome. Elcon, Letster, that last match was definitely a struggle. It was definitely nail-biting. It caused me several heart attacks at least. How are you feeling now that you get to kind of calm down a little bit and realize that you're the winner?
Well, I'm definitely still shaking from the match, but now that we get to relax, knowing that we won, I feel, yeah, we can just chill out now, take the rest of the day off, and go have a nice time.
For Letster, this question is for you. This is your first time on a bigger international stage, and your first time winning such a large event. For you, this has to be finally kind of the answer for you about, has competing in Trackmania really been worth it for you?
Yeah, it was the first event, and I'm happy for the win, obviously, but I'm not happy about my performance, to be honest. But you still managed to come through, so yeah.
A win is a win. We take those. We take those.
We take those, yeah.
I know that you may not be satisfied with your performance. That is a good sign of a perfectionist, though, because, of course, you need that to be able to continue in other competitions as well. Continuing into the year, you guys both are still playing in the Trackmania World Tour. Elcon, you with Josh, and also Letzer, you are the sub for Big. What are your guys' plans going forward after Comic Con Baltics?
I mean, not really too sure about my plans. I know there will be a tech competition which I will take part in, where we planned a good team. And other than that, for the year, a good XP Evo showing, and see what comes around.
And then for Elcon, you?
After missing the first and second stage, or like the first and second map of first stage, we definitely decided to go and lock in really hard for the third and the fourth stage 1 month with Josh. But other than that, I think definitely XP Evo, which is going to be huge. I hope we'll be able to go there with Josh. But if not, I'm still gonna try to find somebody. Maybe even Let's Try again. But,
yeah. Speaking of XP Evo, you guys have, as the winners of this event, you also get an automatic top 64 seed into XP Evo, which puts you immediately into the double elimination round. That means you don't got to play qualifiers. Doesn't mean you got to play single elim. You are automatically into top 64. So that should be nice at least, right?
Definitely.
He says definitely. As far as that, you did say that you and Josh are looking to lock in for the 3rd and 4th EMEA tournaments. How much preparation do you feel like you're going to go in for that coming into those next 2 tournaments?
Well, now that I get home from here, from Lithuania, I will definitely just instantly start practicing because we have a bit to catch up from the other teams that already played the first 2 months. So I'm definitely gonna try to catch up as much as I can, but I don't think we still have like enough time to go on to the level of the other teams that also played the other 2 months. But definitely we will try.
So I got a couple questions left. First question is going to be Comic Con Baltics. Obviously, thank you to our sponsors. Thank you to Doritos for this event, for the prize pool, for being able to allow us to have this moment. Comic Con Baltics staff as well. How have you enjoyed the event over the weekend?
I've had a lot of fun. It's been nice meeting with a lot of Trackmania players and players outside. Definitely has been a good weekend for me. And yeah, I've had fun. That's about it.
Yep.
Yeah, same for me. It's been a fun weekend. Met a lot of people, and I think I'm gonna be there next year.
Okay, final question. Do you guys have anybody you want to say anything to anybody at home watching or anything like that, to any of your fans?
Shout out to my brother. Thanks for watching and thanks for tuning in, and see ya.
Yeah, I'd like to give a shout out to my dad, who even came over here to watch me for the finals. So I appreciate that a lot, and yeah, thank you.
Shout outs to Papa Elkon if you're still out in the crowd. Ladies and gentlemen, these are your winners for the grand final. It is Team Blog. Congratulations once again. That is going to be it for us here at Comic Con Baltics for the Trackmania tournament. We've had a fantastic time over the weekend, and I hope you enjoyed the stream. Thank you to all our casters. Thank you to all the staff. Kem, can I get a big shout out for Kem, our Trackmania organizer for this event? The big shout outs to Kem and all the staff who have supported this event. We thank you so much. We hope to return next year. We hopefully will see you next year. So stick around. We'll be back for next Comic Con Baltics. Until then, enjoy your evening. Have a good rest of your day, and we'll see you soon.
Good evening, everybody. Party, it's over. It's not over till it's over. Whoa, what a weekend. What a day. What a day. You know what? We had a lot of fighting, a lot of fighting, a lot of salt. Hopefully luckily no controllers crashed. But in Top Center said, okay, this was awesome. We need more of this. And more will happen. More will happen in the format of Street Fighter Top 4. We have some juicy players lined up. Usual suspects, but every day they get a bit more juicier and juicier and juicier. Just like some specific spice. So before any further ado, let's get the juicy parts to the parts to the stew. And let's start with the winner's side. Get here, Mr. Momos. From far away, he comes from the way over there, and over there is very far away. Nemesing glasses, Nemesing walk. Glad to have you here. Get comfy. And his opponent, nobody else can smile like that person. Nobody in the world is as smiley and the same very much intimidating Smile Fan. Hands. Glad to have you here. Get comfy. And until the players get comfy, by the way, fights will be first to 3 all the way through. Unless there is a rematch, reset at the end. But once we get there, we get there. Till then, casters, take it away.
Thank you, Nasos. We are back here on the Comic Con Day 3 here at Baltics Gaming Expo. It is the Lithuanian FGC presenting Street Fighter 6 tournament, and I am Riot, your main caster. And today I have a special guest here, Infernal Baby, coming from Latvia. How are you doing?
It's great. I had a pretty nice run with Street Fighter myself, so yeah, ended abruptly, unfortunately, but yeah, now here commentating with you. Thank you for inviting me over.
Definitely, we are always glad to have more players from all around, as well as, you know, the brothers up there in North. Bralukas, exactly. But now let's get into our actual matches here, because Street Fighter 6, what in bracket do we have? We definitely only have 4 players, but it hides quite a lot of stories that happen there.
You know, interestingly enough, I heard from Smile Fan that I think this is the first tournament where he wasn't on the same side with Balmus and they didn't eliminate each other before the winners finals.
Yes, this is one of those small steps, but at the same time I have talked about how many good players we had and was just so shy away from getting that win when it matters. Nexus is not here. Ixerol has been on a warpath, getting everybody destroyed in a sense. Also, there's a new names as well that came in and surprised everybody.
Notice myself for plenty of variety of players in general, and how much everyone has grown since the last time I was here. It's a very nice game in general. Oh, we have our first match,
yes,
I believe.
Yes, definitely, and we were talking about all our opponents, but I think the players don't want that to talk about results. Let's get it going. Almost on Blanca and Smile back on that 10. We have seen more and more on Jamie before, but first we're gonna be big name 10, and we're gonna be starting with a final match here.
Balmus gets burned out here. Very nice combo though. We'll start his pressure. Both characters are insanely aggressive, so we'll see some pretty explosive stuff.
Currently we're looking at a very aggressive start from Momos. Even though he's burned out, he's gonna force Smile Fan to smelt it on defense here. Going Hail Mary on the super, just trying to see. I didn't want to lose all the reasons. Just wanted to finish it up, but unfortunately to Momos keeps that pressure going, and you know, that's where violence is born.
Smile Fan pushes Balmus into the corner. A very nice throw here. In general, it was pretty great hit for Balmus, but he manages to match out.
Alright. over there, and I like this comparison. Very strong Smilefan, very consistent with that.
Gets burned out here, Smilefan gets very big advantage here. Both of the players burned out.
Yep, but they are very resources in the world, and that resource is not going to be spent just even for this round with Jim Line kicks ending with the last round for this first match. It's violent. I believe
yeah, just wanted to mention that Blanca will have to use his meter for his level 2 because it allows him to do some nasty stuff. The mix-up drops the doll here, can catapult to Smilefan.
A lot of electricity in the air and a lot of mixes of those electricities, but right now Smilefan, the very attack with punish, will get into level 3. This is a critical arc. Massive amount of damage coming up, and what kind of mix is going to put it up now?
Ooh, tries to bait out something, but unfortunately it wasn't quite successful. Very nice draw bait. That will be a third game for Smilefan.
The drive impact, the cheeky one of the first match compares that wall strategy finishing it up. But for Momus, this is not cheating. He's not doing anything better. He's just going in. This is the first 3. So that one match is rough.
Both players have plenty of time to adapt there. These kind of play styles. He knows what works best and what does not here. So Smilefan pushes Momus into the corner. A very nice reversal coming from Momus.
Yep, definitely. And now this time, we are not going to see the third perfect parry as he in the air. Momus baiting, and now, what a control of the air. They're both round this lava for them, I think.
Yes, but also both players are extremely well at anti-airing each other, so, you know, air is also lava.
In a sense, lava in a sense, yes. Another thing that I've noticed, Momus absolutely does not want to block Smilefan. We've seen 4 TPs already in this second already, you know?
Yes, well, it's Blanca, you gotta be very aggressive, you gotta show domination, you gotta make them respect you.
Before the start. And this is what means when the player does not respect your offense. Momus with the challenge, getting the Smilefan back into the corners, forcing him to use the drive reversal. But now, that's not going to be enough with the reset of a throw. He leaves him at the one more interaction to go. But Smilefan, perfect parry, reverses the position with the back throw, playing it safe. This is going to be looking very tight. It's not over, it's over, but Momus says, nah, it's over.
I think Momus got pretty greedy there. He couldn't pay the price. It turned out very nicely. He gets the first third in this round. So again, it's a one-one but just like previous match.
Equalizer right now. Momus gonna get that win, but he needs to still get it. Both players at level 3 and ready, so it could be a very explosive way of getting it. Sporting along. Whoa! That is going to be big. Not spending level 3 just to get ILD. Level 2 right now. What a block will be the case. Yet, what's the mix? Left, right, it's walking, and there is no block. Smilefan answering it back, but does not capitalize on the anti-air. Momus equalizing the score 1-1.
Gets caught by those big buttons of Blanca. Ooh, very nice, very nice DP bait there.
I mean, if it was more of a small time, I knew that he wanted to anti-air. He was showing that anti-airs are there, but I think that Momus is... You see, we saw ground is lava. Momus knows that fact, and he still goes for the air game. Like, just look at that.
He gets rewarded for it. Why not, you know?
Why not?
Yeah, when the game, or basically when your strategy pays off, why not continue doing the same thing? If it works, you just keep doing it. You just don't touch it.
Yep, definitely. And what a shimmy and a whiff punish there from Smilefan. Gonna reverse this position with the back throw again. And we've seen it before. Burnout on Momus. The throw is gonna put him in very low health here. But now it's gonna be so rough. And what? That was a gamble for his life.
Yes, he did not react to that, definitely.
Nope, that was not a reaction. It was Smilefan said, I will just super because I cannot really be while you burn out. Yes, when you're burned out, you are absolutely without any tool.
Unfortunately, a very terrible position to be in this game is really punishing when it comes to resource management, so to speak.
Yes, definitely.
Very nice pressure from Momus here, gets a throw. What will be the mix? Drive reversal from Smilefan.
It is definitely a very fun thing to see because you notice those green bars, the drive rush, the drive gauge, and how they both managing. And Momus is
absolutely only using it for the conversions when it needs to, while SmileFan has been using it so defensively and using it as a parries here like now, which was baited, and as well drive reversals, which we've seen in countless throughout the game.
In general, drive, in my opinion, drive mechanic is insanely flexible, and it very much depends on how player utilizes it, and well, player expression shows up there a lot.
Definitely, but now another position where there's a game for each, and you know, this time SmileFan is the one with level 3, but that level 2 is no joke for Blanka. The moment there's a hit, it will be a mixed city, almost getting in there.
I'm waiting for him to pop that level 2.
Everybody's waiting to pop him that level 2. Electric Sonic is what he needs, unless he's gonna build enough for a level 3. No, never mind.
It's coming, it's
coming. What's the mix? Washing machine is on. Drive reversals is out, but now this is a very rough position for SmileFan. He's burned out from blocking too much, and he tries to play a very aggressive game. That DP will connect using the last smidge of that level 2 to get more damage, and now this is so rough for SmileFan. Drive impact.
You always risk against drive impact when you press the buttons being burned out. Terrible situation,
terrible position there for SmileFan, but you know,
will we see character change?
Characters?
Yeah, I believe SmileFan also plays one more character. He's holding him in the pocket for this situation, specific situation where he doesn't feel confident enough with his scan. And there he goes, Rashid.
Yes, definitely, it is a Rashid pick. We're going to be seeing an eye for an eye, 2 for 2 situation, because Rashid is almost similarly as aggressive and as level 2 heavy as Blanka is. So we might be seeing similar timings in the resource uses.
Both characters can get very, very nasty mix-ups, so... Ooh.
Yeah, gonna be looking at a very unfortunate position here for SmileFan, challenging on Wake Up, getting weak.
But Naumus again pushes him into the corner.
Yeah,
gets reversaled.
Yeah, gets reversal, but it not kept. The thing is, what SmileFan kind of makes me mad about seeing SmileFan right in the game, because he does get those really good ways. And
nice reversal bait there, gets a big punish here.
Okay, he's proving me wrong. He's capitalizing on these positions, baiting the reversals, using the reversals himself, and now a drive rush conversion does not use the last smidge to get more damage.
Both players about to be burned out.
Yes, but it does not matter because we're summoning the Great Desert Storm here. It's quite a doozy to play against.
You gotta hold back.
What's holding back? Momas has no fear. Look, he just challenges the tornado.
That's why you pick Blanka, honestly. You don't really want to hold back. Oh, that was a very
speaking about not holding back.
Yes. He doesn't hold back in any kind of situation, even when it's dangerous for him. But, well, it still works out in his favor, surprisingly.
Ooh, walking back out of the throw position. Be nice anti-air, but that trade is not good looking good. Nice convert. Awareness. Yeah, conversion out of it. Punishes with the throw attempt. And now look at that damage. Even if this is a position where it's set point and the throw will find its mark. 3-1, gonna go to Momas.
Yes, Momas moving on to Grand Finals, and SmileFan will soon get his second chance in the Losers Finals. But for now, they're both leaving the stage.
Yep, definitely. That match, as I said, it looked like SmileFan had those really good positions. Drive reversaling, anti-airing, playing his own reversal game as well. And he did not particularly capitalize because Momas was fearless, to be honest.
It is actually surprising to see how fundamentally properly SmileFan played, while Momas was just going aggressively in all the time, pressing reversal on every chance he got.
Every chance, basically. My man was churning that butter with the DPs. Come on.
It is fun to see, and genuinely, like, gameplay like that is usually seen at the lower ranks.
Yes, definitely. But now we're going to have to get ourselves new contestants, which is going to be in the losers semifinals. And take it away, Nasos. Introduce them.
And take away I will. No, actually, I'm not that broken yet. Yet. So we're getting to the losers side. But that doesn't mean they're bad players. They're amazing players because, well, it's the tournament. Let's, without further ado, get the players. First one to come in is Jetstream. Give me that. Give me that. Get comfy. Get comfy. And long time no see. Oh, they're very emotional there as well. We get you! We get you! Kaji, get over here! No introduction needed. Look at the cap. Look at the style. Show me and us what you got. Get comfy, get good. Go!
Definitely thank you, Nasos, for introducing Kajis and Jetstream. These two players, it's kind of a funny thing to talk about them in the Lithuanian FGC, mostly because they are both multi-game aficionados. They do, you know, Jetstream, really good Guilty Gear Strive player. We've seen him on finals here on Friday, as well as Kajis was participating in the same tournament, and they did play there, if I remember right.
I'd generally be like, if I were Jetstream, I'd be very proud of myself getting on the stage 2 times in 2 games.
No, my man is just good at games. Come on.
Yes, it's also very hard to keep up with multiple games, so you need something different. Grind is not enough there. You need to just be inherently good at them.
I would slightly disagree here. I think that you can have these muscle memories between games that kind of clash between them. Yes, I know myself. I press 6XL, but I think that Jet is more of an experience playing player matchups. He's more experienced at seeing interactions and adapting to them accordingly.
Yes,
right?
I have experienced that myself.
Yeah. He's going to be playing very careful for the first matches, but when he sees it, he's in. He's going ham on you.
His neutral is in general menace. Like,
yes.
It's very tough to play against him. When you see him on screen, he's very, how can I say it? The word menacing is very proper here, because once he's there, you're afraid to do anything. You're stuck there, paralyzed, not knowing there are so many possible decisions that you could make, but none of them will lead to success, oftentimes.
Definitely, but on the other side, we have Kajis, which, in my opinion, he kind of wears his characters on sleeve. He knows what he likes, but at the same time, he will pick a top tier. Yes. My man is picking Mai, which is top tier here.
Just pick a top tier.
Just pick a top tier, my guy. And we're going to go right now, Jetstream versus Kajis. Mai versus Luke. And it is going to be quite a doozy of a match, I feel. It'll depend mostly how Jetstream, and we're starting with a very aggressive jump in and an overhead to convert out of it.
Both players trying to push each other into the corner. They are not going here.
Well, you mean pushing them corner? That's pushing them to the next postal code, because that corner carry from both of them is insane. What a play there, just to put up the burnout very early on. Couldn't really parry it. And now Jetstream in a good position, and that's going to be a very apt drive impact, catching Kajis acting, and the first round going to Jetstream.
I'm honestly a bit surprised. Previously, from what I've seen, Kajis do, Mai is in general a very tricky character. Her fan projectile allows for a lot of nasty mix-ups, but Jetstream has been replying to them very nicely so far, and here comes the perfect parry from the Kajis.
Yeah, and now we're going to be seeing a very difficult position for Jetstream, because Mai's level 1, even if it's a very short-range super and couldn't really use it as a reversal, it does give her install, and she is way more damaging. Her specials are way more powerful as well, and it's a very difficult position. Look at this.
Nice reaction.
Yes, definitely. What a reaction from Kajis, not letting that drive impact go ham, and it's going to even the round count.
So, the round begins with a very nice anti-air from Kajis. Both players are locked in, they are fully aware of the situation on the screen, and they are ready, prepared to answer for all the options. Kajis here pushes Jetstream into the corner, tries to drive impact.
Yes, the drive impact is important, but now level 1 as a reversal did not really want to go for a DP just to lose more bar. He's just pressing those supers. My man is not blocking, and look at his face. He knows. He's smiling. He knows what he's doing.
I'm baffled, honestly.
Kajis did not do offensive options. My man, what? That's an interesting way, because I would be surprised as just myself, because, you know, those reversals were just to catch Kajis playing overly aggressive.
So much respect for him. Not really a proper thing for his character, I would say.
Yep.
Mai must be very aggressive to succeed. Ooh, gets a stun. That'll be a big combo here.
Definitely. One of the biggest problems while being in burnout is that if you get drive impacted into the corner while being burned out, you get stunned, and it's a free combo for you. You have to have a good answer to it, and Kajis was not ready. So let's get back in. Damage is being dealt, but I think that it's kind of rough you're gonna be playing against infinite pressure because burnout.
You gotta
blocking,
take those.
You gotta take those. You have to hold those, and now you have to find a position. And this is the position where Jetstream will beast mode out of it. And
Kajis into burnout.
Yeah, and this is a very rough position for Kajis because now you have to deal with... No!
Oh! For a moment I thought the tides have turned there.
Yes.
But well, the jump.
Yes, Jetstream was looking very good, but that fireball at that position, just jumping into it. Okay, gotta get the perfect knuckle just to get the plus frames going. And this is looking like a...
Ooh, perfect parry, pushing Jetstream into the corner here.
Yes, unfortunately for Jetstreams, and he's gonna be...
What will be the mix? Throw!
Throw. Gotta be guessing, and you can't wake up level 1.
I actually didn't expect that to happen. I thought Kajis was cooked there, but no.
No, definitely. Those perfect parries.
So many of them.
So many perfect parries. He's just testing it, and I'm wondering if Jetstream is gonna adapt accordingly, because the way of doing is increasing the throw game. But I don't think that there is no time for do that, because going into level 3, and I think that is definitely gonna be looking really rough.
Didn't kill them.
Not killing yet, but very rough, because you have to deal with a lot of situations. And no, really?
Delays his jump arc.
Really?
To bait out anti-air.
Come on. I'm mad for Jetstream. Come on. Like, getting dive kicked like that?
Not like this.
Not like this, man.
All right, Jetstream again in the corner. I've seen this situation somewhere already.
You mean this situation somewhere already? Because Kajis did burn himself out very early on, but does not stop playing the aggressive game. The drive impact will go through. He's just pressing it. Just come on. It's burnout.
It's justified, though. Yes, Kaji's got to take those. He got to respect those, because he cannot really reply to them without being prepared. All right. Now again, tides have turned. Jetstream put Kajis in the corner.
Gonna be looking very rough here. Ooh, what a challenge! Almost gets out, and now Jet does not have any resources, but he will play it safe. He will play it straight. Frame trap galore, not letting any shenanigans escape from Kajis.
Luke's buttons are in general very evil. His pressure can be very tricky to deal with. If you don't know what buttons have advantage, what don't. Oh, that fan projectile! I really dislike it. It's very nervous to see it be on the screen. It moves slowly. It bounces off of you double hit.
Definitely, but I like the pressure game from afar with the sandblast, with the projectiles as well. And look at that, Kajis absolutely challenging it so hard. It's still burnout, by the way. It's not over, because it's gonna be just punishing
big
a
jump
challenge.
In.
Yeah, 2-1. Jetstream still, still alive, still
adapting.
Alive. Adapting bit by bit. We did say he does play it a bit slowly, but. It's kind of the situation like of the unstoppable force versus unmovable object, because Kajis he's one of those players that has his home playstyle. He particularly just plays so aggressively. It's so hard to stop him.
Yes, I've met him, even though like Guilty Gear is my main game, and even there he plays so aggressively. You can see those patterns repeated in Street Fighter, even though Street Fighter is said to be more fundamentally based game. You gotta be more patient, but well.
Yeah.
Hell no, he'll drive rush in.
Yeah, he's just in. He just wants to get in, but drive impact.
Very nice. Will it kill? Nah,
nope,
he dropped the combo.
Unfortunately for that drop, but it's gonna be a sliver of hope for Jetstream. There's no penance for those that do not finish up their food.
Projectile war there.
Yeah.
Kajis gets burned out, but I think it's worth it.
It is definitely worth it, because we're looking at the 1 pixel of health, and this is going to be on Jetstream to deal with it. Blocking the overhead as well pretty nicely.
His pressure got to be very tight, because even single button pressed can kill him in this situation. Back throw incident, baits out super.
Definitely, that bait of the super is going to work out so well, and drive impacting such a cheeky position to do so. Goes for the save jump out of it, keeps up the pressure. Kajis still blocking it, keeping it going. Fro will find its mark, tries to bait another option out of it, and this is going to...
Both players are very low.
There's a lot of no help, and this is going to be a reaction level 1, which will kill as a chip point.
Kajis couldn't really do anything there, I believe so.
That is a comeback!
Yes!
Oh my...
We are seeing insane plays from Jetstream, the adaptation. He's now dealing with all the same situations that have been killing him in previous games. But well, very nice trade there.
Definitely.
Who baits out the throw. What will be the mix?
The mix is just strikes, my man. Mids dispensing is a thing.
You gotta be consistent there. He just wants to not get mashed on, I believe so.
Loads of pressure resets, and now gonna be seeing a burnout for Jetstream. Wanted to get that one situation somewhat, and it's gonna be looking like a level 3.
Big damage here.
Definitely.
I believe so. That's at least like 40% off of Jetstream.
I don't know if it's a good position to level 3 here, and just no fear, man.
But he is still burned out, and he is in the corner now, so he got to take the pressure. Oh, very nice jump in there, but unfortunately...
Beast
wait.
Baby!
Unless...
Yeah, this is looking very nicely for him. Gonna have enough meter to return, and that's a rush conversion, and Jetstream
2-2.
puts himself on the map for the 5th match.
Wow. Unexpected, honestly. Once I saw Kajis having that momentum in the first games, I thought it was over for Jetstream, but like you said, the adaptation, the skills this man possesses in different games to learn his opponents.
Oh, yes, definitely, but now
back throw incident.
Yeah, the back throw incident is gonna be working out for Jetstream.
Nice, perfect parry.
Yeah, definitely gonna take the full advantage, but Kajis, what a mash. That's all I can say about him.
Now you got to use more resources to break his projectiles. You gotta just take them.
Definitely, but it's gonna use up soon. And now no more flame, and that's gonna catch the perfect parry attempt with the throw. And into the loop, mixes we go, tries to jump out, works out. No anti-air from Kajis, but it does not matter because he will keep it going. And now another 1 pixel position for Kajis, counter hit converting and putting himself at set point.
Very nice awareness from both players. Ooh, both players just drive rush in. They don't have patience. They want it to end as quickly as possible.
I mean, that is true. Kajis does not want any more adaptations from Jetstream, and Jetstream thought that playing fast against Kajis is the way to go.
Oh, very nice jump in from Kajis. They're pushing Jetstream into the corner, baits out that super.
No.
That will be big damage and potentially... Oh no, drops the combo.
Man, the drop city is real for these two players, but it's not looking still. Burnout, gonna hit the low, and that with the low, perfect KO. Kajis defending his kind of honor here with the free games, kind of, you know, breaking a sweat a bit.
The games were intense, even us on commentators dropping sweat, you know.
Yeah, I was hit by some of those mixes. Just saying. Yeah, but, you know, that match is going to decide who's going to go to the losers finals. And, you know, Kajis is sitting there. He's going to be sitting there, and we're going to have ourselves a player to come back. Nasos, take it away.
Oh boy, I did say it's not over till it's over. Those guys proved it. Those guys prove it. Oh. Smile fan, are you ready? I am also ready. Show them what's up. Okay, get comfy. You know the place, you know the chair. Casters, back to you.
Yeah, definitely. We're going to be having Small Fan back from the winners finals. They're showing some good Ken play, but not enough to stop Momas Blanca. However, you know, if he beats Kajis here, he's going to be setting up a salty run back.
I actually wanted to ask a question. What's your opinion? What Smile Fan will pick right now? Genuinely. Because he has
rock,
those
paper,
two
scissors.
characters.
Rock, paper, scissors. I don't know. The Smile Fan definitely looks comfortable more on Ken. Ken is that kind of a character whose whole idea is to play that spacing game, getting the good conversions, has all the Shoto tools, really good anti-airs as well, and good corner like carry with the Tatsus as well. But on the other hand, Rashid will just not let
the rush down potential.
Yes, the rush down potential. But at the same time, I would like to ask if Kaj is going to pick mine here, because
he also has a second character.
Yeah, he does have Jury there. And, you know, it's kind of a guess, I think, at this point.
Yes. Will be interesting what both players will decide. Oh,
yes, I did.
Is it Jury?
Look, he's thinking. Yes, our players are looking out what to play. And I think at this kind of indecision point, it might be seeing this kind of, you know, oh, I lost one match. Mine's not working. Gotta pull out my main.
Yes, could be that way. Also, I wanted to mention additionally that Ken being Shoto might also be a good pick for the start of the game, because Shoto is generally known for having decent matchups against most of the cast.
Yeah.
And so having a nice reversal here will help him deal with the pressure quite well.
Yep, definitely it will. And now...
Oh, faces, faces.
Faces indeed.
The Street Fighter 6 tradition, you gotta do them.
The face trade. But now these two players, Ken versus my Smile Fan versus Kajis. Let's get it going.
Okay. Ooh, another perfect parry there. I believe he'd do the back throw, but no, converts into the combo.
Both of the players are challenging at these drive rushes cancels because they want to reverse that very nasty position that they are putting themselves.
All right. Here's a very nice projectile throw from Akaji's, jumping out of that corner. Another jump in.
Yeah, down this time, the floor is definitely looking like lava, but you know what? Looked almost like a lava. That conversion could have been very big for SmileFan, but now...
Very big counter hit here.
Yeah, Jinrai kick conversions, what a combo, and now Kajis, the hubris, the man.
What is going on?
He did not reversal against Jetstream a single time, but the moment SmileFan has in the corner, man, turn it up.
The both players are just pressing lots of buttons there.
Yep, definitely.
The one who presses more buttons wins here.
But I don't think that works in most of the fighting games. You have to still
loops?
know. Wait, throw loops? Are we back? Are we back? Nah, throw loop is not going to work out. Now you're going to have to work it harder.
Another one?
Another one. Let's go.
Ooh, goes with the strike. Drive impact. Converts into super. Nah.
As somebody would say, imagine that we have in the VGC, we usually watch these matches like 10 people around one setup, right? The moment that these kind of situations
oh my god, reversal super there.
I can imagine already Momas that's sitting in the grand finals, cheap. He's saying that basically.
Ooh. SmileFan gets burned out, but well, he had to push Kajis away. Not for long, though.
Not for long, indeed. These are true block strings just to keep the chip damage going, but now still has full resources to get a good conversion. Jinrai kicks, what a counter hit conversion out of it as well. And now looking really good with the recover drive.
Oh my god, the low into drive rush, the Street Fighter 6 staple, and finishes the game.
Definitely, the moment he got that bar back, instantly. Let's go. EX Fireball, drive rush, crouching medium game, drive rush. Come on.
Like,
he's spending it.
What's the point of having resources if you're not spending them?
Definitely.
I think that's the philosophy of SmileFan here.
Yep, I do agree. So one wall gonna go to SmileFan, and it's gonna be on Kajis to keep the pressure going. Gonna go left, right, hits the left.
Very evil empty jump, but gets perfect parried. That can back throw. I mean, a lots of corner carry.
Ooh, I like the idea of the drive rushing into throw, but I wonder what SmileFan was trying to catch with a neutral jump, but it'll catch him with the perfect parry
Another
as well.
throw, pressure with the projectile, gets burned out, but does it really matter? Oh my god.
This man
DP'd on the wake up.
Just goes and DPs you instantly just to get the chip kill, checkmating you. Man, SmileFan playing so accurate right now.
Very nice throw there. Sees the opportunity. Oh my god, this will be big. Will he build? Nah, he didn't build enough meter for level 3. Otherwise, the combo would have been explosive here.
Definitely.
Pressures, tries to bait out something.
Now
Gets
look at
himself
that.
burned out. Oh no, wait, never mind. Kajis was burned out here.
Yeah, Kajis definitely burns himself out, but at the same time, at least he's out of it.
Very nice DP.
Using all the stocks that he had there to get his pressure game going, get that drive gauge back as well. Still, level 2 is on the deck, but same goes. Whoa, what a whip punish!
Insane one. Very nice from Kajis. He feels the match. He feels the rhythm of SmileFan. You gotta do it to get those insane whiff punishes.
Oh, crouching medium kick.
He dropped the combo.
Drops combo. And a good tech out. Gonna be using that bar to get something. No, anti-air looking very tight. Gonna try to block it high. The chip damage is going. And this is, you gotta take those. And this is a charity checkmate. Yes. Ooh, both of them playing you know, you can play that big game, so finding an opening, but these two players know that there is not enough to play this game.
Very nice perfect parry.
You either have to be accurate with perfect parries, or you have to go for the chips, and now just going for the DP. Oh no, that's a drop! Oh no!
Wastes all his meter, gets punished. That is so dreadful for SmileFan.
It definitely is dreadful, but it's not over just yet. Knowing the damage and the drive gauge is getting back bit by bit might spell an opportunity here. and Kajis needs to capitalize. Unfortunately, not enough time to do so. And this
Vicious
is all
fireball pressure.
Oh, that loses the fireball war, and now the drive rush in Smilefan gets the full combo and keeps him in the corner so accurately.
Smilefan gotta be careful though.
Uh-oh.
There is this risk of getting drive impacted.
No, it's not. No risk of drive
No
impact
anymore.
this.
Not anymore.
No, not anymore. But this is level 1. Tries to go for a cheeky overhead. What a mash from Kajis. This man is absolutely not
Level
stopping.
2. Will it kill?
He needs to kill, and he does.
Doesn't even use meter.
No meter needed. Survives the onslaught. 1-1.
I'd like you to notice Smilefan was switching buttons there, thinking really whether he needs to switch the character or not.
Oh, see. Rashid might come out if this is going to continue on. But I think that EXDP, see the range it covers? It kind of negates the whole fan mix there.
Yes. Oh, Fireball War, we'll love to see it. Again, Street Fighter staple. Very nice buttons there, goes for the throw.
I like he decided to go for the throw tech there. He died for it last time.
Doesn't continue with the Jinrai, gets punished for it.
Again.
Kajis doesn't respect those buttons.
Ooh, whiff punish with the crouching medium kick here. Gonna get it going in level 1 as a reversal.
Gets burned out, and you gotta hold those projectiles and also the nasty pressure coming from Kajis.
Yeah,
chip damage.
Nothing that you can do there, honestly. It's very hard. Either you have to bet it all on that one super, but that super does not go very vertically high, and Kajis was already in the air. We're gonna continue on with the games, keeping him in the corner, forcing an opposition. And now, Smilefan starting to work. Come on, bro.
Oh, Smilefan, after playing with Malmus, he's seeing those reversals.
Yeah, definitely. Getting DP'd by Momas might have just showed that, you know, you guys are just DP mashers. Just like fan insurance! Gonna work out, not gonna get anything out of that perfect parry. And now looking at a very bad position for Smilefan, using the expanse. Now he doesn't have anything, and this is a conversion into level 3. He's spending it all. He wants to get that one more round.
I believe it should kill.
This is looking like a kill indeed.
Intense match. Both players are insanely close to each other. Both
yes,
games.
but this is a resource management game. You do have to manage how much super meter you have as well. And now not having a level 3, that means you don't have big hits. You have to win way more interactions to get it going. And Smilefan has shown that he has the power. Look at that.
Nice conversions from here. Kajis is in the corner. He's suffering there.
Yes, and
another DP.
Suffering is not the right word here, but I think Smilefan with that drop to work in the parry.
Perfect parry for the drive impact. Will he be able to convert this momentum?
Yes, definitely. Look at that infinite pressure.
He also still has critical art.
Going for neutral jump just to force the throw to whiff and getting a good punish. Still one. That's so low health. If Kajis goes into burnout, this is so bad. Yes, no. He is on chip point basically. He will die from anything, but it does not matter. The perfect parry will find its mark.
I believe Smilefan could have also reversaled there.
He could have easily, but you know what? He took the
perfect parry flex.
The perfect parry flex. I know what you're doing here. I got you.
Jury.
Yes, definitely. We're not going to be seeing the top tier privilege, and we're going to go for the comfortable character.
Fan favorite.
Fan favorite. It is going to be Jury. But, you know what's kind of funny for me? My opinion, secondaries never work. If you're losing the first match, you might as well switch to your comfortable character. You now have to basically win 2 matches with a new character while the opponent needs to win once.
Yes, it's a pretty tough situation for Kajis, but again, he has shown that he has that explosive potential that might just catch Smilefan off guard.
Yeah, definitely. But at the same time, I think my main strength was putting in these uncomfortable positions, while now we'll be playing this kind of a grounded game, and Smilefan is very good at the grounded game.
Ooh. I'd say Kajis here is in a pretty tough position. He doesn't have a lot of drive meters, so there is always a risk of being burned out, but again...
Going high
recovers.
again. Yes. Getting a bit more meters to go. Nice parries just to keep the drive gauge going. Tries to fuzzy parry on the Jinrai kicks. And now the burnout is looking pretty rough. Now level 1 is up there if the drive impact is coming, but we're just keeping it going. Unfortunately, Someone's too old to react to the drive impact there, and it's looking very rough. Not going to convert it fully, but it's going to be
big whiff punish.
Yes. Smile fan, please.
Again. Tries to shimmy.
That was just basically a tech there, but it worked out so well. Back throw incident is going to put him at the set point, and then it's looking rough for Kagis.
I'm feeling bad for Kagis, honestly.
Why?
I don't know.
My man managed DP for 4 games in a row. Don't feel bad for bad DP matchers.
Yeah, he deserved it.
He deserved it. Okay, jokes aside, both of these players are playing such an insane game.
Very nice awareness, reactions from Kagis there. Goes for dive kick, puts Smile Fan into a burnout. Both players about to have level 3. Oh
okay,
no, he goes for level 2
action. Let's go. That's going to be going into such a quick game.
That's anime character now.
Yep, definitely pressing a lot of buttons, converting off of him so with ease, and baiting a DP just like that. Evening the round count. It's looking very, very tight here for both of the players. And what a drive rush into, getting the good conversion out of that.
Remember I said about that explosive potential of Kagis?
Yes.
It seems like it's working out right now.
You have to just play the comfortable character for yourself. Tries to go for the shimmy, Jinrai kicks. Gonna go looking.
Very nice air-to-air.
Yeah, definitely. But remember, level 3 is up there on your boy. And I think this is gonna be a conversion to level 3. Yes.
He wants to restore a bit of that drive gauge before going back into the neutral.
Yes, when you're doing these supers, you do a lot of drive gauge to your opponent, at the same time stopping the timer for yourself. That means you're just regaining out of the burnout faster. It was a very good way to play, but unfortunately...
Nice conversion from Kagis, doesn't kill.
Oh, ho, ho, ho. Smile Fan challenging their own wake up and getting counter hit on
He's changing the character.
Oh my god, nah, come on.
Both players going for the secondaries.
Not secondaries, maybe their mains.
Yes.
Actually, no, Ken is Smile Fan's main, but I think that Rashid works to his play better. He does like to play that grounded game, but at the same time, having noticed his offense, he's been playing a lot more reset kind of game, putting in the positions where you have to uncomfortably try to get out of them and reaping a lot of reward, and Rashid is way better at doing that than Ken, in my opinion.
I also love Rashid's mixerization potentials.
Yes, that is definitely the uncomfortable positions we are talking, and starting up with a good jump in, using the bar to get out, and that's a... Hey, that DP connected this time.
Yeah. Again, Smile Fan, you know, Kagis conditioned him that he will start blocking now, and you know, this is time to start using those DPs again. Jumps out there.
The thing is, he's doing just a TK jump button into a dive kick, trying to bait out the throw, and it works out 2 out of 2 already, and reaping full reward, getting the stun as well.
Finishes the round.
Yes, out like a phoenix from the ashes. He's getting it back and putting himself at the set point. It is on Smile Fan to deal with it.
Oh no, might end terribly for Smile Fan, but again, this round, another one!
No!
He's so on point with those TK dive kicks, meaning the dive kick instantly he gets into the air.
The moment he's gonna go from the air, but at the same time, he did go for some backdashes. We're seeing some very advanced defensive options here from Kagis.
Oh my god, Mash's reversal down, and it works out for him.
Yes.
Will recover a bit of drive cage there.
Oh, the great Desert Storm is out, and now you're holding quite a Schmixerino. Into spinning mixer we go. Tries to go for some highs, but it won't work out. Catches his shins. Looking very tough. Burnout is out, and now...
Kagis is really trying to recover there.
He wants to recover, play the game as much as possible, or even finish it as fast. But now, yes.
Watch your feet.
Watch your shins. Crouching medium kick will connect, and now this is looking at a double Luigi. Last match, last round for these both players.
I don't have any words to say. I'm just watching at this game, watching the disasters unravel before our own eyes.
Disasters? I'm only seeing good plays from these two players because they are playing at their wits' end and they know it.
Oh, very nice air-to-air from Smile Fan. Gets a conversion here.
Yes, putting it in a very bad position. That's going to be a shimmy. Catches jumping out.
Walking back and forth.
Good anti-air. That is a very rough anti-air to go for level 2. What's
now
the
you gotta guess.
Yes, you gotta guess. That was air, anti-air. What the
very nice, perfect parry, but won't be able to really do anything.
You can't do
anything. And that's enough. Perfect KO. Smile Fan, 3-2. Moving on to the grand finals to get a second chance with Maumas.
second chance indeed. That was almost close for Kajas.
What a set.
But as I said, uncomfortable positions. Yeah, that Desert Storm position there, even if he got the perfect plan, he couldn't do anything about it. He had to hold it.
Yes, again, I have played against Smilefan. He's very good at setting up those very, very uncomfortable positions. You're always uncomfortable against this guy, even in neutral.
Yes, definitely. And now we are gonna be having a small break here before the grand finals. You know, everybody needs a breather. Everybody needs to go outside. Maybe. I need to
Same
be honest.
for me.
Yeah, and we're gonna be seeing you very shortly here at Comic Con 2025 Baltic Gaming Expo Street Fighter 6 tournament. Don't go away.
Thank you for tuning in.
Yes! Time! Let's get the players here. Momas, get here! Yeah! Yeah! Come on! There we go. Here's the confidence. Here's the confidence. Show them what you got. Small fan, small fan, small fan. Come here, come here, come here. Small fan is coming. Okie dokie. You know what to do. You also know what to do. So let's do what we do best, okay? Casters, you too. Go.
Definitely. We're here now, as we said, in Comic Con 2025, Baltics Gaming Expo, Street Fighter 6 Grand Final. 33 people came over here from, 1 p.m., playing their games, testing each other out, doing some upsets left and right as well. The bracket has been very sparse throughout the whole day.
I actually love to see how bracket turned out, but well, it's not also uncommon to see the same matchup in grand finals as was previously in winners finals, and that's the situation we have here. Exactly the same matchup. Smile fan getting attempted revenge on Maumas.
Definitely, that salty run back is very important. It's not only for the prizes that we have, it's also for the pride. For the, out of spite, almost you can say, he's going to come back here.
In my opinion, title is way more important than any prize. Yeah. I personally compete only for the titles, and I believe, is it the same for you?
Flights don't pay themselves, but yes, title is very important.
Yes, that too.
That definitely is like that, and our players are not stopping themselves into the walk. No intros needed, nothing is needed. We're going in. Baltics Gaming Expo, Comic Con 2025, Street Fighter 6 Grand Finals are gonna go now. Smile Fan and Momas, give it go up.
I'd love you to pay attention that Smile Fan is not toying around this time. He immediately goes for a sheet. He doesn't want to even try can. He want to outperform Maumas at the aggression, and that's exactly what he's doing right now with the nasty mix-up with back throw incident.
Back throw incident indeed, gonna reverse the positions, and Momas now is the one in control, but the spinning mixer finds its mark, putting in a very rough ball position, and hey, overhead will not be blocked.
I believe Maumas tried to jump out there, but well.
Yes, but overhead, was not blocked. Just remember, it's the fact that the overhead hit.
It's what matters.
It's more important at this position.
Ooh, very nice. I don't know, response from Smile Fan there.
Yeah, he basically played it very slow, tight here, because Momas has been trying to squirm out of the pressure with the Tiki Blanca balls as well, and not letting those throw games get in. Just adding one layer of mix-up into the strike throw is so important in this game.
Both players are just mashing on each other's pressure, and surprisingly it works out. Maumas is in the burnout, but he will go for the level 3.
Yep, spending it all. Now I think it's definitely looking very, very close here. Yes, it will actually kill.
But in the next round, he's without meter.
No meter, no resources.
Smile Fan has level 3. A lot of potential.
Not just even level 3, he has the potential of the Great Desert Storm, which could be a very bad position for Momas to work in.
Could give even more damage than the level 3 potentially, with all the mix-ups coming in. Will he do it? I want to see it.
That's a good question, but right now he does not even need to. Keeps it tight, keeps it normal, goes for the overhead, and this is not going to be a level 2. This is going to be a full conversion. No, that's a mix.
Goes for level 3, please.
Yes, this is a level 3. We are just going to go in.
Keep it simple.
Keep it simple, keep it short. Even if it was an American reset, a mix-up situation, going low, catching his shins, Smile Fan gets his first game.
Oh.
But remember, Momas is in the winner's side, and that is kind of, unfortunate.
Yes.
For Smile Fan. He needs to win 5 more games.
It's very exhausting.
It's very exhausting. While Momas needs only to win 3, he still has the right to lose 2 matches. And it is going to be quite rough. Both of the players went back to the character select, just, reset their mental. You can actually return back as the loser to the character select the same character, select a different color, just to give him some time.
The time to think, the character select tech.
Cool off.
Yes. So I believe also Maumas can kind of, take his time and play the exhaustion game here because of the amount of games SmileFan needs to win. So that's also like the grand final winner's side, how can I say it?
Definitely, it is an advantageous position for him to be in the whole tournament, but I think it's not. It might work because to play Rashid very, very fast for the long time, you will get yourself tired.
Oh,
and here we go. Really nice bait on the DP here. And SmileFan showing that the loser's bracket momentum is no slouch.
Also, besides that, you know, SmileFan also had game just now while Momos had time to cool off, you know.
Yeah, definitely.
Goes for level 2 there. What will be the mix? Puts on the Blanca-chan.
Blanca-chan is definitely there, but it's no Blanca-chan will be ignited. We're going to be looking at a DP out of the corner. And now Momas controlling the position. Fro, what's the mix? Goes for the strike, and that strike will hit.
Very bad position for SmileFan there. But again, it's 1-1 in this game, so final round here. SmileFan can still take it, and he has way more meter than Malmus, so you know, a lot of potential for both damage and mix-ups. Unfortunately, Malmus puts him in the corner. What will be another throw?
Just throw loops, man. This is Street Fighter 6. Well, come on, I knew you wanted to throw there again. Man,
goes level for level 2.
Yep, level 2, but at the same time, one good hit will spell quite a bit of a doom.
Insane shimmy.
Yes, insane shimmy, but this is going to be level 2 conversion. He's burning it all, and that should be enough to put in a bad position.
Oh, you can't drive impact there, not at that health.
Yes, he did try to drive impact, but even if you have armor, it will still do damage to you, and if you don't have health to work with, sorry.
Respect the pressure.
Respect the pressure. 1-1. Oh, they're playing that game. Both of them trying to drive rush, but I think the first drive rush did win the position here.
Very nice reversal from Malmus. Again, he's not holding it back. He's pressing the buttons on the wake up.
Yeah, definitely. It is the mix-up here. As I said, the more layers you put on that wake up, the harder it is to start your offense. You have to start respecting, you have to start adding pauses, and you can take advantage of them.
And that's when you start to mash.
Yes, definitely. Now they're jumping out there with the cross-up jump. Oh, crouching medium
will
kick.
This kill? Yes,
it does. I'm pretty sure that everybody grinded their crouch medium kick into drive rushes quite steadily to get that conversion because it's one of more common situations to have.
Against Street Fighter 6 staple.
Staple indeed. Look at that, gonna get that little conversion out of it. Try to be cheeky. Level 2.
Oh, you gotta hold it again. Baits out the drive reversal.
It is safe against a drive reversal, and now you're gonna have to. Whoa, what an air throw! Not playing the game what you want to, but the Blanca balls will find its mark, and at level 2, fully used up. Momas gets a very fast second game here.
Dangerous situation.
Dangerous situation, and now, hey, that's a character. We're back to the character select.
Back to thinking.
Now back to thinking, and now he's looking, he's thinking.
Wait, wait.
He has an M Bison? Okay.
He gave me a scare there.
Then same. Man, that would be a... If we just saw that Rashid is a very, very aggressive character, but M Bison is oppressive.
Yes, you gotta hold those plus frames, and there is a lot of them. But well, he picked Ken. Again, same situation kinda, a lot of plus frames.
Whoa!
Very nice, perfect parry there. Converts into corner carry. Will push Malmus into corner, tries to troll.
Yeah, I like the fireball game as well from this Ken player because he controls the ground. You can't Blanca ball as easily as it is against Rashid.
Malmus is so good on reading SmileFan's wake-up options. Whenever SmileFan tries to respect him, he always presses the button. Whenever SmileFan is not respecting him, reversal is there. It's surprising to see that much of awareness.
Catches
Very nice
the
combo.
shimmy. Yeah, catches the shimmy there, but does not convert it out of it. EX Fireballs. Did you just throw a drive impact after EX Fireball? This man just knew that this guy will not respect it whatsoever. Come on, man.
Again, like I mentioned before, it's surprising that you can see sometimes at the very high levels of play the strategies that usually are seen on the very low levels of play because, you know, the hard reads are so hard.
It's an Ouroboros. It returns back.
Yes.
It basically returns back. Ooh, that is cheeky. Some Blast Blue level mix-ups here, missing the meaty just to get the meaty later. And now what a patience. So much patience from SmileFan. That Ken is working out, does not convert it out, but the stun will find its mark and keeps it simple, keeps it stupid. It'll be a 2-2 here.
Wait, did Malmus? Oh, Malmus also went for character select. Again, they are using all the opportunities. They have all the time in the world. They have to think.
Yes, they need that time. But you know, my pet peeve is that they're not showing the cool intros that Street Fighter 6 has.
I fully agree with you.
God, come on.
At least once.
At least one. You return back to the character select four times already.
All right. Evil pressure there from Malmus, pushing Smilefan into the corner, tries to DK bonk ball him, but gets blocked.
Playing it safe, nice, shimmy out, crouch medium kick to convert, spending that meter quite a bit, and the answer is a reversal. Definitely it puts him in an advantageous position just to keep up the pressure.
Very nice draw tag, and the perfect parry. Will go for the combo?
No, drops there at the end, unfortunately, but it does not stop him. Back
throw incident.
Yeah, back throw incident will put him in a bad position next to the corner, and then next to the corner, you're susceptible to more damage, susceptible to the drive impact of the wall as well. But I don't think Momus is fearing for his life. Same goes to Smilefan.
Oh, that was very close.
Yes, I like the discipline from Smilefan. You know, okay, tournament point Momus.
It is actually very nice to see from Smilefan. You gotta, in that kind of situation, gotta not succumb to your muscle memory and not press drive impact. Actually,
definitely. But now,
level 2.
What a bad position for Smilefan. Level 2 is out. Electric Hedgehog is out here.
Insane corner carry.
Yes, and as well as damage, putting himself in a bad position. Unrooted punish, uses it to level 2. Still there is one more stock, does not use it till the end. Out of the corner, playing it very safe. Plus frames, use those meters, and Momus tries to play so fast, catching him with the driver overhead, but will get whip punish out of it. Still, level 3 out there.
I'd use word feral to describe Malmus here. It's very fitting for his character as well.
Definitely, it is a feral playstyle. It works out. What a parry, but that's going to be a counter hit, and now he's spending it all. Will it kill here? Goes for the level 1, and it does!
Oh, it all ended so quickly.
So quickly, but so accurately as well. Momus is your Comic Con 2025 Street Fighter 6 champion.
The GOAT.
What a game as well.
Those were some intense matches and
back and forth.
Yes,
man.
and a very nice final here. Malmus proving himself to be the best, showing us that the winner's final set was not just a fluke.
It's not a fluke, and it definitely is not a fluke for both Smilefan and Kajas as well, and gesturing for 4th place. But now, we're gonna pass it to Naso soon, and casters are gonna say goodbye. It was me here, Riot, joined by Infernal Baby, and Nasos, take it away.
And take away I will. Oh boy, what a week, what tournaments every day. And Street Fighter was no exception. It was streets, it was fighting, and everything in between. As everything comes to an end, but end has to be a celebration, and that is giving out the prizes for the places. As before, we'll go from the 4th to the 5th. First, God, it was been a long way, everybody. Anyways, further ado, 4th place goes to, give me a moment, Jetstream! Yes! Yes! Say yes! Yes! Yeah. He's trying to get closer to those, like, I'm so close, yet so far. Anyways, the 3rd place. 3rd place goes to Mr. Kajis. Yes, good stuff. Good stuff. Everybody's coming from different directions. One word. Kaji. One word.
No words.
I see how it goes. 2nd place, Smile Fan. Give me a hand. Let me get all the pictures. Okay. Smile Fan, Pictures, pictures. Smile to the pictures. Pictures, pictures, pictures. How else they will know? And smile. One word.
Plays crap characters like Momo.
Oh, no salt at all. Oh boy, first place yet again, Momos! Pick up this trophy, pick it up. It has your name on it. Use the merch. And one more. And the last, well, we'll give you not one word, just what do you want to say?
Thank you, Topocentros, for the fridge. I really needed it.
Topocentros provides! Well, thank you for the tournament. Stay a while and listen. That's it for the fighting games. See you when I see you, and it's gonna be sooner than you think.
Well. As most good things have to come to an end. So what? A big thank you to everyone here who came in live. A big thank you to everyone who joined online. A big thank you to our production team. A big thank you to all our sponsors. But I'm not going to leave you with a goodbye. I'm going to leave you with an after movie. And I see you next year.